Chapter 1401. On the balcony that was enveloped by the autumn sun, Audrey wore a refreshing holiday straw hat and sat on a recliner, leisurely flipping through a fashion magazine. On the small round table beside her, there were exquisite pastries and a cup of black tea that was a specialty of her family's manor. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the edge of the balcony. She saw German Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and silk-top hat, walking over. Audrey turned her head and glanced at her personal maidservant, Annie. She realized that she, like the other servants around her, had turned a blind eye to the stranger's strange appearance. At the same time, Audrey also noticed that the surroundings seemed to have darkened a little. She then stood up, lifted her skirt slightly and bowed. During this process, she had originally planned on discussing psychological alchemy and Mr. Rath's problems in a relatively serious manner. However, on second thought, she smiled and used a lively tone that could influence the emotions of others. "Mr. World, are you here to seek psychological counseling, or are you here to deal with the problem of wrath?" If it was just the former, Audrey believed that German Sparrow, the world, would let her meet him above the gray fog. It would be more convenient and faster. Therefore, this angel was definitely shouldering Mr. Fool's instructions, a mission that needed to be completed in the real world. At the same time, she acutely sensed that Mr. World's emotions were rather complicated. He was satisfied, happy, depressed, and sad. To German Sparrow's attending physician, such a situation wasn't rare. It often meant that the other party needed to be enlightened or comforted. Both. Klein pulled a chair over and sat beside the small round table. "Do you want black tea or coffee?" Although Audrey hadn't taken the initiative to investigate Mr. World, she had met Don Dantes many times. They had participated in meetings, banquets, and balls together, and under the keen observation of a spectator, many details weren't secrets. For example, Audrey knew that when Don Dantes was German Sparrow, his tastes were sweet, oily, and a little sour. He liked to drink coffee with sugar and not milk. He liked to put lemon slices in his black tea. His first choice of all pastries was cream. He loved foie gras, roasted chicken skin, and preferred ribeye steak over beef tenderloin. He loved desi pie far more than bread. In addition, Audrey was certain that he was a spice aficionado. He had high requirements for seasonings, and in this aspect his tastes were more inclined towards Desi County. Based on these details, Audrey believed that it was very impolite not to invite Mr. World to enjoy it. And these pastries had to be paired with black tea or coffee. Black tea. Klein thought for a moment before replying. Miss Justice's relaxed, natural, and amiable attitude made him feel a lot more relaxed. He felt that such a state was more beneficial for the subsequent appeasement. In that case, enjoying the pastries while undergoing psychotherapy was definitely better than the other choices. Another cup of black tea with extra lemon slices. Audrey turned her head to the maid, Annie. Annie wasn't surprised by such an order at all. She felt that everything was reasonable. She turned around and walked to the balcony's entrance, instructing the servants standing there. Audrey wasn't in a hurry to undergo psychotherapy, nor did she ask Mr. World the reason for his mixed emotions. With a smile, she seriously introduced the manor's specialties, using it to compare it with Don Dantes's maigre manor. She naturally explained the current situation of the butler and servants. Some stayed in the manor and continued their previous work. With maigre manor's output, it wasn't a problem to provide for them. There was even quite a bit of surplus that could be used to repair the house and donate to charity organizations. Audrey would only periodically send an accountant, a deputy butler, and a staff member of the foundation to check on them. Some felt that they didn't have a true employer and were unable to play their role. They felt ashamed of the salary they received, so they chose to resign and find other jobs. Some became interested in charity activities and found a new meaning in life. They joined a foundation under Audrey's name. Klein listened quietly, occasionally raising a question as though he was chatting with a friend. When the black tea was served, he picked up the cup, took a sip, and nodded in satisfaction. After watching him eat a piece of cream cake, Audrey's green eyes darted around slightly. She smiled and said, "To an angel, food doesn't seem to be a necessity." "Yes, it's just a hobby," Klein answered simply before adding, "It can be used to maintain one's humanity." Maintain one's humanity. Audrey repeated in thought. This is to resist godhood. Your current mental problems are also of this type? She very gently brought the topic into the field of psychotherapy. Klein nodded slightly. Yes, you should have had a certain level of experience. Every Beyonder who has obtained godhood will definitely have such experiences. The only difference is how much. Audrey thought about it seriously and said, "Occasionally I would dream of a ball of light, a light that illuminated the entire world. Occasionally I would hear indescribable and incomprehensible sounds and see a blurry, strange, illusory ocean that seemed to contain many contradictory concepts. It was definitely an illusion, but it was so real. I occasionally dream of a giant cross and hear someone praying in a low voice, but I can't make out the specific content. The second is likely an indirect corruption from the Sapphira of the Chaos Sea and the spiritual will within. The third seems to be visionary atoms beginning to influence the Beyonders of the same pathway. The first is the primordial one who awakened in the ancient sun god's body, the ancient god." Klein thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "The original creator created all things and also split them into various Beyonder characteristics. This is the source of the Beyonder. Therefore, every one of us has godhood in us. We all have the will of the original creator. When more Beyonder characteristics are gathered, he will awaken bit by bit and replace us." He explained the root of the problem in the most common, vague, and non-polluting manner. This had been discussed at the Tarot Club, so it wasn't difficult for Audrey to understand. She thoughtfully said, "That's why we have to use humanity to fight godhood. At the same time, we have to use an anchor. Yes, the light you dream of, the indescribable sounds you hear, and the illusory sea you see are such a type of corruption. As for the giant cross and the prayers, it should be the influence visionary atom exerts on the Beyonders of the same pathway." Klein specifically pointed out the difference between the two situations. Audrey subconsciously sat up straight and looked around. She looked a little afraid. German Sparrow actually said the name that couldn't be mentioned. "Don't worry. He can't hear it with me by your side," Klein explained. Audrey retracted her gaze and didn't hide her surprise. "You've already advanced to sequence 1. That's way too fast. He has only been a sequence 2 angel for half a year." Klein frankly replied, "Yes, he can be considered a king of angels." Audrey was silent for a few seconds. She pursed her lips and said with an annoyed smile, "I almost had a psychological problem just now." Klein smiled as well. Personally, becoming the king of angels might not be a good thing. Yes, high-sequence Beyonders of the spectator pathway have to pay special attention to their mental state. To other pathways, the increase in godhood and the deepening of corruption is rather obvious. But it's not the case for a spectator. You have to constantly examine yourself and check yourself. You have to trace any tiny changes in your personality and understanding to the source. Make sure that there's no problem and that it's a normal change. Otherwise, you might unknowingly become another person, coldly killing the people you wanted to protect the most. It's not easy for Beyonders of the spectator pathway to go crazy, but it's also the easiest for them to go crazy. Audrey replied cautiously, "I understand." Following this topic, she began to ask, "Your mental state is unstable and you have psychological problems. Is it because you became a king of angels in a short period of time that exceeded expectations?" "Yes." Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and said, "The will in my body that doesn't belong to me has already recovered to a large extent. At present, I can barely suppress it and maintain initial mental stability." As Audrey listened to German Sparrow's description, she used her Beyonder powers to observe and analyze. After he finished speaking, She revealed a smile that could soothe one's soul. I have a general grasp of your current situation. The initial treatment plan is divided into 2 steps. I'll first enter your mind world and awaken more of your memories related to humanity. Oh, it doesn't include the ones that will make you want to give up in pain. Following that, when the godhead reacts, I'll use placate, hypnosis, and other beyonder powers to weaken the corruption and negative effects it brings, helping you better suppress it. Klein fell silent for a moment before saying, "All right." He decided to use his unique ability to remain lucid when others entered his dream and mind world. He first gathered the memories related to the Fool and grafted them onto the worms of spirit above the gray fog. At this moment, Audrey got her maidservant, Annie, to bring her a pale white scarf. Following that, she used the thin scarf to cover her eyes and ears. Klein looked at this scene in surprise as he waited for Miss Justice to give him an explanation. After Audrey tied the scarf, she smiled and said, "This is a hypnosis. It's a hypnosis that seals the spirit body's perception. This way, even if I enter your mind world, I won't be able to see or hear the awakened memories. Of course, I'll retain my spirituality's intuition. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find your island of consciousness, nor would I have been able to sense the changes in your godhood. I could have just hypnotized you directly, but you're already a king of angels. I was worried that I would be affected by your consciousness, so I used a ritual with symbolic meaning to complete the hypnosis and strengthen the effects," she explained in an unhurried manner, calming Klein down without realizing it. He nodded gently. "All right, let's begin. P.S. Update first before making any changes. Chapter 1402. After opening the door to the body of heart and mind, Klein carefully extracted the memories related to the Fool, gathered them together, and grafted them above the gray fog. Following that, he saw Audrey, with her soft blonde hair draped over her shoulders and a white scarf wrapped around her eyes, walk up the ancient stone staircase from the sea of collective subconscious and step by step onto her mind island. After a moment of hesitation, Klein no longer allowed that portion of his consciousness to reside high in the spirituality sky. He gave up the corresponding control and allowed them to return and fuse together. If he didn't do so, he would remain absolutely rational during the subsequent psychotherapy. He wouldn't be moved by the various memories, and he would lose the possibility of enhancing his humanity. This meant that Audrey's treatment was destined to fail from the very beginning. After relying on her spiritual intuition to reach the mind island that resembled the world of dreams, Audrey stopped and opened her arms slightly. She then recalled her parents' love for her, the excitement she felt when she first became a Beyonder, and the joy she felt when she truly helped others. She used this to change her emotions and emit the corresponding fluctuations. This was a way for her to awaken the memories related to German Sparrow's humanity. It was a Beyonder manifestation of the effects of empathy. Scenes that were either treasured or filled with deep emotions flashed past Audrey's consciousness. Beneath her feet, on the surface of the island that represented Klein's mind, dots of firefly-like light penetrated the soil and floated up. Every dot of light presented a different scene. A child took a step forward with his short legs and received an ice cream. A student used a textbook as a cover to secretly read comics. A youth sat in front of a computer desk at home, engrossed in playing games. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole and gently turning it. He suddenly jumped up, forcefully switched off the computer, and rushed back to his room. After that, he was so happy that his footsteps felt a little unsteady when he realized that his actions hadn't been discovered. He went to the living room to ask his mother for pocket money, and in another moment he wandered to his father's side and casually asked some questions about his studies. A young man and his companion pushed a bashful friend into the corridor, right in front of the girl he had a crush on. Then they turned around and laughed loudly. A slightly childish young man peeked downstairs and watched a figure leave, but he couldn't open his mouth no matter what. An employee with a slightly protruding belly returned home on vacation. He waved his hand impatiently and told his parents not to take food for him or introduce him to a blind date. But when he calmed down, he stared at his parents, white hair in a daze. A rather scholarly man, his brother, and sister moved house together. They looked at the dirt and dust on each other's faces and laughed out loud. Klein sat at the small round table on the balcony, one hand holding his hat, the other hanging in the air, as if he wanted to put it on his face. 2 transparent water droplets slowly slid past the bridge of his nose and fell into the void. Klein closed his eyes. His expression was gentle and sad. In his mind island, Audrey seemed to have turned into a whirlpool of emotions, gathering the memories of her kind. Just as the sky above the entire island was filled with light spots that resembled fireflies, a faint grayish-white fog spread out. In the fog, a door of light that was dyed bluish-black was faintly discernible. It was formed from illusory and resplendent spheres of light. The main body of each sphere of light was a transparent, ringed, or star-like insect. They hugged each other and intertwined with each other, like creatures from myths and legends. The door of light looked a little strange at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that its surroundings were dark. It was as if it had been draped in a dark black robe with a hood. Therefore, on the whole, it looked like a mysterious person hiding an unknown oddity under the robe. In the next second, slippery and illusory tentacles emerged from the mysterious person's dark black robe. At that moment, although Audrey's consciousness couldn't see or hear anything, her spiritual intuition gave her a strong premonition of danger. She had the illusion that a sea of pollution was about to drown her. No, this wasn't an illusion. She believed that if she allowed things to develop this way, she would be infected with a serious mental illness. She might even go crazy on the spot and lose control. Audrey was just about to use all her strength to pacify herself and weaken the pollution in front of her when the firefly-like points of light floating on the island rapidly gathered, illuminating the grayish-white fog and diluting the darkness around the strange door of light. It made the tentacles covered in mysterious and strange patterns shrink back. This was also the reason why Klein had to stabilize his mental state and barely suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy before receiving psychological treatment. This made Audrey sense that the danger had lessened. She hurriedly performed a psychoanalysis on herself before immediately pacifying the pollution and performing hypnosis in the truest sense of the word. Over and over again, Audrey didn't know how long it took before she finally obtained the initial effects she had expected. She then left German Sparrow's mind island and returned to her body. This treatment was very difficult, so she didn't use virtual persona and directly used her body of heart and mind. Sensing the end of the treatment, Klein raised his hand to wipe his face, allowing the fool's memories that had been grafted above the gray fog to return to his body. After a few seconds, Audrey took off the white scarf around her eyes and nose and removed the self-hypnosis. She looked at Mr. World opposite her and muttered to herself and sighed. Is this the mental problem brought about by godhood? It's really terrifying. Klein nodded slightly and said, Yes, every angel has it. Yes, every angel has it. The only difference is whether it's relatively serious or extremely serious. Saints also have it. Low and mid-sequence beyonders who aren't demigods also have it. Audrey added based on German Sparrow's previous explanation. To low and mid-sequence beyonders, the remnant mental imprint of the past owner of the characteristic is a relatively greater danger. Klein picked up the gold-lined cup and took a sip. This is the cruel law of the mysterious world. This is because our beyonder powers come from external objects, from beyonder characteristics. Audrey nodded at first, then shook her head gently and said as she pondered, as she thought she said, I don't think it's that pessimistic. It's just like how the source of life for every human comes from external objects. Air, bread, meat, water, etc. When we absorb them, we will also absorb their side effects. Hence, all kinds of problems will accumulate, resulting in illnesses and other situations. However, This doesn't mean that we have to completely resist them and treat them as external objects in the absolute sense. Once we absorb them, there will always be a portion that belongs to us. I didn't express it very well, but I believe you should be able to understand what I mean. Klein was taken aback for a moment before he replied, thoughtfully, "Extraordinary Beyonders obtain Beyonder characteristics, just like humans enjoy food. Then we have to maintain a calm state of mind and not have any thoughts of rejection. We have to resist and cooperate, suppress and assimilate." Something like that. Right after Audrey finished speaking, she laughed in a self-deprecating manner. But this also seems to have a bad meaning. Humans will eventually die, and superhumans. She didn't finish her sentence because she didn't want to agitate the patient. She then said, 2 more times in a week, and I should be able to maintain my mental stability in a normal state. Yes, a normal state. Also, at other times, you can go to places you miss or places you yearn for. Klein nodded and directly said, "That's right." What do you think about Rath's suggestion? The smile on Audrey's face slowly disappeared, and her expression gradually became serious. What do you suggest? Klein put down his teacup and said calmly, "Strictly speaking, the danger you bring can be divided into 2 types. The first type is when you actively or passively get involved in certain matters and bring powerful enemies to your side, implicating your family, relatives, friends, and innocent people. The second type is when your existence causes certain forces to choose to attack the people you value the most to threaten you. For the latter type, unless you're already dead, you'll never be able to avoid it. Of course, most of these things are transformed from the first type. If you give up all your current identities in the world of mysticism and only become a believer of Mr. Fool and Miss Audrey Hall from now on, and no longer take the initiative to participate in matters that involve beyonders or unstable factors, you can avoid most of the first type of risk and make the second type of situation rare. Under such a premise, the Evernight Goddess's care for the Hall family and Mr. Fool's protection for you will be enough to deal with the rare danger and ensure the safety of your family. Therefore, there's no need to split an identity." Audrey was silent for a while. She bit her lip indiscernibly and asked, "What if I want to split an identity?" "As long as you make that identity also believe in Mr. Fool, then it won't be much different from what I just said. The only difference is that you will have to stay away from your family and friends and live and act with another identity." Klein's voice was slightly heavy as he said solemnly, "In addition, are you at ease letting Hermes split your identity?" Audrey's inner emotions were disrupted by this question. Her eyes moved slightly. Her eyes flickered as she said, "However, splitting an identity should be the beyonder power of a sequence 3 Dreamweaver. She definitely wouldn't be able to complete it by herself." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he suddenly asked, "You can rely on that pride mask to directly enter the Garden of Eden?" As Audrey couldn't take the initiative to mention anything related to psychological alchemy, he very directly pointed out the crux of the matter. Audrey nodded gently and said in surprise and puzzlement, as though she had guessed something, "I'm unable to pay you something of equal value. I can't pay you anything of equal value." And, without waiting for her to finish, Klein said with a cold expression, "On the one hand, Adam betrayed Mr. Fool and nearly killed me. On the one hand, Adam betrayed Mr. Fool and nearly killed me. On the other hand, the apocalypse is approaching. Mr. Fool has prophesied something. When the time comes, he might fall asleep again. As his blessed, I won't be able to escape. The reward you need to pay is to wait for such a change to happen. Follow the instructions left behind by Mr. Fool and do something dangerous to try your best to awaken him." Without giving Miss Justice a chance to digest his words, Klein stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the void in front of him, pulling out a grayish-white, cold, and illusory persona mask. Relying on his level and Audrey's trust in him, he forcefully summoned the projection of the pride mask from the historical void. "It's connected to my mind. No one else can use it." Upon seeing this, Audrey subconsciously pointed out that something was amiss. "Give me a strand of hair," Klein said calmly. Without thinking too much about it, Audrey plucked out a strand of blonde hair and handed it to the German sparrow. Klein took the strand of hair and wrapped it around the eye hole of the persona mask. Then he held the silk top hat in one hand and the grayish-white mask in the other as he slowly stood up. During this process, he mobilized Sapphira Castle and deceived the rules. Pah! The pride mask was worn on Klein's face without any obstruction. Immediately, animals dressed in human attire and walking upright appeared in front of him. He directly entered the Garden of Eden. Looking at the black cathedral with a skull embedded in it in the middle of the city, Klein curled the corners of his mouth. He took out the Staff of the Stars and wore the silk top hat. Chapter 1403. Upon sensing the intrusion of a stranger, the animals in top hats, trench coats, or exquisite and complicated dresses stirred as they looked at Klein with eyes filled with the desire to attack. At that instant, Klein, who was wearing the pride mask, felt like he was the enemy of the entire city. He was no stranger to the situation in the Garden of Eden, having watched the council meetings through Miss Justice. He knew that the animals that walked upright on the streets and dressed up as humans were different manifestations of bestial desires. They were more inclined towards consciousness, concepts, and abstractions, and not corporeal entities. In other words, they didn't have spirit body threads, so they wouldn't suffer any physical harm. If not, Klein could have hung these animals up neatly and hung them in midair, letting them sway in the wind. In the next second, with the bear that was about to burst its formal attire, the animals in the Garden of Eden either bared their fangs or growled softly as they surged towards Klein from all directions. Once one was hugged or bitten by them, they would be corrupted by the corresponding bestial desires. They could only rely on their own will or the various beyonder powers of a few pathways like a spectator to resist it. Faced with such a situation, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, tapped the Staff of the Stars and didn't panic at all. He raised his left hand, spread open his fingers, and suddenly closed them. The Garden of Eden, which was made up of Gothic architecture, was immediately shrouded in a shadow, as though a huge curtain had been drawn over it. Realm of Mysteries, the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Klein used this to seal the Garden of Eden, preventing the powerhouses here from escaping. Right on the heels of that, he propped his cane on the ground and walked forward step by step, like a gentleman taking a stroll after cooking. The animals that were wearing human clothes and imitating humans rushed aside. They naturally changed directions and hugged each other in pairs. A python with its forked tongue swallowed the canine creature that was filled with the desire to mate. A strange man with a colorful spider face used a silk net to entangle a giant rat with scarlet eyes. A tyrannical and crazy werewolf tore at a languid cat. A brown bear wearing a formal attire that walked upright hugged a fox with glossy fur. These animals that represented different aspects of bestial desires fused with each other, forming pairs to offset each other. Klein, who wielded the authority of grafting, slowly walked past them, as if he was examining humanity and bestial desires. Just like that, he walked step by step until he reached the huge church that was more than 80 meters tall and stopped. Then he raised his head and stared at the skulls embedded in the black pillar for 2 seconds. Klein's expression did not change. He raised his left hand to press down on his top hat and walked down the stairs into the church. He immediately saw a vast and spacious hall with a huge cross and a grayish-white dragon statue coiled around the cross. In front of the cross and man there was a long table with 5 chairs on each side. At this moment, there was a man sitting in a black wheelchair at the end of the long table. His face was abnormally pale, and his light yellow eyebrows were very long. His hair was neatly combed back, and there were some wrinkles on his forehead. This was the leader of psychological alchemy, Polly Durlau. At the same time, he was also the famous hermit Eric Derrick and the king of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins. Of course, no one knew if this was his main body or one of his identities. Seeing the German sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat, slowly and oppressively walk over. Polly Durlau gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. When the other party entered the Garden of Eden, he didn't hesitate to leave the Mind City, but he failed to do so. The pride mask on the other party's face seemed to be mocking him. Phew! Polly Durlau quickly calmed his emotions, and his eyes lit up with a clear and illusory light. Such a light condensed into pairs of holy and dreamy wings in front of him. Under the layers of wings was a pure figure of light kneeling on one knee and praying devoutly. This was an angel. At the same time, an ordinary-looking old man with all his hair appeared on Polly Durlau's left. On the right stood a priest in a simple white robe with a pale golden beard covering his face. Ancient Angel Hermes, Visionary Adam. Klein didn't stop walking forward slowly as he muttered to himself. That's right, he only muttered to himself. I wish for all the fake ones to disappear. Just as he said that, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The Angel of Light, Hermes, and Visionary Adam instantly collapsed and disappeared, leaving Polly Durlau alone in the black wheelchair. He had just used the beyonder powers of a dreamweaver to weave a few images that were almost real. And once the enemy believed that they were real, they would be real. Although the damage caused wouldn't have any physical effects, it would cause the target to die without them realizing it. Polly Durlau had already scared countless targets to death in their nightmares. Unfortunately, he had encountered Klein, a king of angels who could remain lucid in dreams and had true vision. He used the power of a miracle invoker's wish to easily destroy the illusion. Upon seeing this, Polly Durlau's eyelids twitched. Without any hesitation, he propped himself up with his hands and stood up from the black wheelchair. During this process, his body rapidly expanded, turning into a dragon covered in huge grayish-white scales. Dragonization, an incomplete mythical creature form. Compared to a sequence for manipulator, the incomplete mythical creature form that Polly Durlau displayed was even larger. Furthermore, there were certain changes to his head. It was closer to a lizard than a human. The pale gold vertical eye and the scales on his face that had mysterious patterns intertwined together made him look cold and distorted. And with the appearance of this incomplete mythical creature form, all sorts of thoughts, psyche, desires, and willpower swept through the vast and empty hall like a storm. They invaded Klein's mind island in a half-illusory, half-real manner. This was a combination of mind deprivation and mental plague. It could infect every creature that was affected and corrupted, causing them to go crazy on the spot. To angels, such attacks were the most dangerous. This was because they had certain mental problems. They could lose control at any moment because of the tilting of the scales. Wearing the grayish-white pride mask and half-top hat, Klein didn't stop moving forward. He didn't attempt to avoid the plague storm at the mental level. He continued to walk towards Polly Durlau resolutely, coldly, and unwaveringly. The next second, transparent insects crawled out of the back of his hand, and his clothes swelled up as if there were countless indescribable monsters crawling under them. Suddenly, Klein lost control and turned into a huge vortex formed from transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery tentacles with strange patterns. In the middle, a door of light that was dyed bluish-black could be vaguely seen. Upon seeing this scene, even though Polly Durlau had become an incomplete mythical creature, he couldn't help but freeze on the spot. This huge, grayish-white dragon seemed to have become a marionette. Its head was filled with paste, and its joints were all rusted. He had looked straight at a mighty existence that he shouldn't have looked straight at. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, immediately dispersed the historical projection that had lost control. The moment he entered the Garden of Eden and drew the Staff of the Stars, he switched locations with the historical void projection summoned by the Worms of Spirit in Sapphira Castle. He directly returned to his ancient palace. Although he knew very well that Visionary Adam had gone to the forsaken land of the gods and was attempting to fuse with the true Creator, making it impossible for him to descend with his true body for the time being. At most, him could send another identity, completely unable to do anything to him, a king of angels among kings of angels. However, he still felt that he had to be cautious to prevent himself from falling into Adam's or Mon's trap. Following that, he summoned his former self from the fog of history. He wore the pride mask and held the staff of the stars, and he threw him back into the cathedral in the Garden of Eden. Looking at Polly Durlau, who had lost most of his rationality and was unable to control his body, Klein didn't directly control his spirit-body threads to turn this mind dragon into his marionette. He maintained his previous pace and frequency as he slowly approached him. In Polly Durlau's eyes, German Sparrow was like death itself. He didn't come quickly and had his own rhythm, but he couldn't escape no matter what. At this moment, the grayish-white dragon statue on the huge cross behind him moved. There was almost no difference between before and after. Klein raised his left hand and suddenly pulled it down. The shadow curtain that enveloped the Garden of Eden instantly shrank, enveloping the huge cross, the grayish-white dragon statue, and Polly Durlau. In the next second, Klein raised the curtain. The incomplete mythical creature that Polly Durlau had transformed into fused with the huge cross like a knotted tree. As for the grayish-white dragon statue, it connected the entire Garden of Eden, turning the city outside the cathedral into an abnormally illusory sea that contained all colors. This wasn't the Chaos Sea, but a borrowing of power. Klein had tampered with the target and reorganized it. At this moment, German Sparrow, who had been slowly walking forward, arrived beside the knotted tree. He raised his right hand, and under Polly Durlau's still lifeless but somewhat terrified gaze, he swung the staff of the stars. This staff, which was embedded with many gems, struck the target heavily, splitting it into two. Amidst the cracking sounds, Polly Durlau's body, which was formed from the combination of the huge cross, fell to the ground piece by piece. The leader of the mind alchemists died before he could even say his last words. While waiting for Polly Durlau's Beyonder characteristic to appear, Klein looked around and chuckled inwardly. As expected, Hermes' true goal is to use the faction behind Miss Justice to destroy the Garden of Eden and use this to escape Adam. The words of the mind dragon, Arihog, have made him make up his mind, however. He has to leave me a few sealed artifacts. There's no need to run away with them. Could it be that this rabbit should be wearing the mask of greed and not the mask of wrath? There might still be psychological alchemy in the future, but the one behind it will no longer be the Twilight Hermit Order, but Hermes himself. P.S. Update before making any changes. Chapter 1404. Retracting his gaze, Klein cast his gaze at the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out from Polly Durlau's body. It was formed from wisps of thin fog, as though it was an unreal, grayish-white brain that came from a dream. He believed that the Garden of Eden was the safest, so he placed his true body here and moved around in the outside world with different identities. Who knew that Hermes, who was supposed to be a defensive barrier, would abandon this place? If a real angel were to watch the Garden of Eden and fully utilize the uniqueness of this mind city, I wouldn't have been able to deceive the rules so easily and successfully infiltrate. As Klein muttered to himself, he casually made a wish to accelerate the separation and condensation of the Beyonder characteristic. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, his wish came true. Following that, he picked up the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic and the items that could be used as supplementary ingredients, took off the pride mask on his face, and left the Garden of Eden. With his departure, the remaining parts of the city collapsed, fusing into the boundless sea of collective subconscious. From then on, the legend of the Garden of Eden would appear in many dreams. Eventually, it would be depicted by certain artists and made into a story that would be widely circulated, and the ending of all the stories would definitely be the same: the destruction of the Garden of Eden. Returning to the balcony of the Hall family manor, Klein looked at Miss Justice, who had already adjusted her mental state. He handed over the Dreamweaver Beyonder characteristic, the corresponding ingredients, and the potion formula he had seen on the second blasphemy slate. Before Audrey could speak, he said in a deep voice, "You can go back on your word before the official advancement. You can go back on your word before the official advancement." Audrey received Mr. World's gift and nodded silently, indicating that she would consider it seriously. Wearing an exquisite straw hat, she saw German Sparrow turn around and walk to the edge of the balcony, disappearing step by step. After eliminating his traces and concealing the clues, Klein cleverly used his grafting ability and the uniqueness of Sapphira Castle to return to Bakeland and appear in front of Zio, who was on her break. The MI9 colonel, who was nibbling on an apple, immediately put down the food in her hand and wiped her mouth with a tissue as she stood up. "Yes, what's up?" She was careful not to call him Mr. World, nor did she call out the name German Sparrow. Klein nodded slightly. "Mr. Fool got me to ask you if you wished to obtain the potion formula, Beyonder characteristic and supplementary ingredients of a sequence for imperative mage?" Zio frowned slightly without any joy as she asked solemnly, "What's the matter?" "So what's the price?" Klein nodded approvingly. "The apocalypse is coming, and many changes are beginning to happen. As a result, Mr. Fool foresaw certain things. At that time it is very likely that he will fall into a deep slumber again, and as his blessed his left hand, I will not be able to escape. The price you need to pay is to follow the oracle left behind by Mr. Fool when such a situation really happens. Do something that might be dangerous or easy, complicated or simple, long or short to awaken Mr. Fool. As a seer at the King of Angels level and the owner of Sapphira Castle, Klein had long been able to make a certain level of prophecy. Recently, he had seen some blurry scenes and had some inspiration. Therefore, although his thoughts weren't too clear, he definitely made all sorts of arrangements. "Now I'm the real charlatan," he lampooned himself inwardly. Before Zio could speak, he added, "You can choose to reject it. You can choose to refuse, but you are not the only choice." Zio believed that Mr. World wouldn't be sarcastic about such matters. She didn't immediately answer as she seriously considered the matter. If it wasn't for the apocalypse, she felt that she would have rejected it. Although a demigod was powerful and terrifying, able to dominate a battlefield and control the fates of others, making them creatures with true godhood, becoming a sequence 4 wasn't that urgent for her. As a sequence 5 disciplinary paladin and a colonel of MI9, her strength ensured that she could complete most missions. Her salary and all sorts of additional income was enough for her and her family to maintain a very good and decent life. Even if she were to encounter danger, she could obtain sufficient help from the official factions. Furthermore, she could prepare Lamino's travels in advance and get her friend Furs to protect her in secret. In addition, she had already completed her wish of investigating her father's death and restoring his reputation. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, there was no need for her to pay a huge price to become a sequence 4. Besides, it wasn't impossible for her to obtain an opportunity from MI9 in the future. Of course, Zio had no idea how long this future would take, be it Mr. Fool's information or the various prophecies I deliberately gathered using my job. They all clearly or vaguely point out that the apocalypse is coming. There's only 16 years left. Zio subconsciously turned her body and looked at the second floor. With the present living conditions, Mom will definitely be able to live to 16 years later. When that happens, she won't be considered too old. Furthermore, Mr. Moon will provide all sorts of medicine to maintain her health. 16 years later, Law will be in his prime and at the peak of his career. Furs might already be a sequence 3. In order to deal with the apocalypse and seek hope, she's busy. As for me, I can't help much. Zio slowly retracted her gaze as she fell silent with a heavy expression. Then she looked at the world, German Sparrow, and nodded solemnly. "All right. You can set up a ritual at any time and make a wish to Mr. Fool. He will fulfill your wish." Klein didn't beat around the bush as he gave a simple explanation. His imperative mage, Beyonder characteristic, and potion formula came from New Moon City's sacrifices. Of course, he had also bestowed the sealed artifact. general of the Pupil SI, to his believers. After Zio made her decision, she stopped worrying about the matter. Wendell seemed to have gone to Utopia again, but strangely he returned that night and didn't testify in court. This made him confused and worried. Tell him that there's no need to worry about this matter anymore. Everyone in Utopia has been buried by a natural disaster. With that said, Klein turned around and walked into the spirit world. In a cemetery on the outskirts of the East District of Bakeland, Klein quietly looked at the cupboard where the cinerary urns were placed. He did not move his eyes away for a long time. After a while, he slowly walked under the shade of an empty tree, took out the historical projection of the adventurer's harmonica, brought it to his mouth, and blew into it. Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, immediately walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. Without waiting for Miss Messenger to speak, Klein took the initiative to ask, "The major churches are preparing to encircle and annihilate Rose School, and they plan to ally with you. Is there anything I can help you with?" He learned of this matter from the Star Leonard and the Moon Emlyn. Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. "For the time being." "No. Need. Wait. Lock onto. Target. Later." "Then this means that with the mother tree of desire, the primordial moon, and the other outer deities, as well as the chained god-king of angels, interfering with divination and prophecy, it won't be that easy to find the demigods of Rose School. They need to spend a certain amount of time and adopt various strategies." "That's right. Even a Rhodes doesn't dare to spy under such circumstances. Otherwise, I can summon its historical void projection." Klein thought for a moment and said, "If there's a directly related item as a medium, I can lock onto the corresponding target." "If there's a directly related item as a medium, I can lock onto the corresponding target." When the time came, he could use the power of Sapphira Castle to pierce through the concealment. All right. Rionette Tinkers, for beautiful heads, bobbed up and down at the same time. Klein didn't have anything else to do, so he planned on getting Miss Messenger to return. He had intended to ask in a joking tone, "Is there a fee for this summoning?" But his spiritual perception suddenly stirred, and he fell silent. After a few seconds, he raised his hand and took out a gold coin from Sapphira Castle. This was one of the 5 gold coins that had been tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle and had become somewhat magical. "Here's the postage." Klein smiled as he handed over the gold coin in his hand. This time, no. After the 2 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands finished speaking, the remaining 2 did not finish their sentence. He had a strong sense of inspiration. He seemed to have sensed something. In the next second, one of the 2 golden-haired, red-eyed heads that hadn't spoken, yet raised its head and bit the gold coin on Klein's fingertip. "Done." Klein withdrew his hand and said with a smile. Then he asked casually, "What's going on?" "Are Miss Sharon and Merrick still in Bakeland?" "Yes." Miss Messenger informed Klein of her student's current address. In a house, Merrick sat at a long table and skillfully played cards with his zombies. Suddenly, Sherlock Moriarty's figure appeared on an empty chair. He put down his hat and unceremoniously took his cards from a zombie's hand. Merrick looked up at him and moved his lips, but he didn't open them in the end. He got the zombie, who was acting as the dealer, to continue dealing cards. Just like that, Klein joined their ranks and played hand after hand. There were wins and losses. In a corner, Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and a small and exquisite bonnet, had appeared at some point in time. She held her face with one hand and quietly watched the game. After playing for about 2 hours, Klein stood up and formally bowed to Miss Sharon and Merrick. Then he laughed, put on his hat, walked to the door, and disappeared. Deep in the spirit world, outside the thin fog that hid Calderon City, Klein, who had finished 3 treatments, appeared. Chapter 1405. As he didn't know what state Amon was in, Klein didn't dare delay. After his mental problems were resolved, He immediately came to Calderon City and prepared to obtain the river water of the river of eternal darkness. As this involved Sapphira, he could only perform divination and prophecy to a certain extent. He could vaguely see some scenes and was unable to make an accurate judgment. After surveying his surroundings, Klein raised his hand and summoned the historical void projection he had seen a few minutes ago, allowing his main body to return to Sapphira Castle. His consciousness then shifted to the projection, allowing it to have a corporeal existence. Following that, Klein grabbed at the void and pulled out the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. To be frank, after being able to use most of the Beyonder powers below Sequence 0 of the Apprentice pathway through Sapphira Castle, Klein actually didn't need the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Staff of the Stars. He could basically reproduce the miraculous effects of the latter, and there were almost no negative effects. However, he ultimately believed that an angel still had to have a melee weapon. This was because he didn't know when he would fall into a predicament where his active Beyonder powers would fail. In the mysterious world, this was definitely something that could happen, be it the nomological restrictions of the Arbiter pathway or the Beyonder powers that a particular outer deity brought about to a certain extent. It was possible to achieve a similar effect. In such a situation, picking up a sturdy staff with some passive effects and directly smashing the enemy's head into pieces was an effective way to deal with them. As a king of angels of the seer pathway, it was an instinct to make all sorts of preparations. After weighing the Staff of the Stars and pressing down on his top hat, Klein took out the golden bird-shaped accessory from Sapphira Castle and pinned it to the pocket on his left chest. Then he took a step forward and entered Calderon City, which was once the divine kingdom of the ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Greg race. The first thing that entered his eyes was a huge, bottomless pit. All kinds of strangely shaped buildings surrounded the deep pit, extending down circle after circle, forming a magnificent city that was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. Some of the buildings were single houses on top of pale stone pillars. Some were huge rectangular coffins without windows, and the doors were open to the roof. Some were graves with stone tablets at the entrance, and some were built with all kinds of bones, looking rather messy. The closer they were to the bottom of the pit, the more intact the buildings were. The closer they were to the top, the more collapsed they were. They were filled with the decay and dilapidation of time. With just a glance, a faint, grayish-white fog appeared around Klein. With Sapphira Castle status, he resisted Calderon's rule of turning all living beings into the dead. For him, becoming a dead person did not have too many negative effects. But he himself did not like that kind of cold and indifferent feeling. The grayish-white flood from before has receded. Klein, who was wearing a top hat and trench coat and holding a cane, nodded in thought. With one step, he entered the depths of Calderon City that could be seen with the naked eye. This time he had used the Beyonder powers of the Marauder pathway to directly steal away the distance within his perception range, so as to avoid entanglement with the various dangerous monsters that were active in this mysterious city. This wasn't because he was afraid. The ones who should be afraid were the monsters. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to waste time, he actually didn't mind taking the opportunity to gather a batch of marionettes to make up for the losses caused by Utopia's destruction. Apart from this reason, Klein was also cautious about something else. Calderon City was an undead city, and it was very likely that the river of eternal darkness flowed deep underground. As for marionettes, they were essentially dead. Once they approached the underground, there was a chance of them undergoing an anomaly. As he took one step at a time, Klein realized that he was overthinking things. None of the various monsters hidden in this strange city dared to appear. The aura of Sapphira Castle made their survival instincts triumph over their crazy tendencies and predatory habits. The deeper he went, the quieter Klein's surroundings became. The strange buildings were clearly intact, but they seemed to have been dead for many years. Even the aura turned cold, dark, and decaying. Now, it's like watching a black and white silent movie. If it wasn't for the fact that I can hear my own breathing and heartbeat, I would suspect that I'm deaf. Klein coughed lightly and used his inner grumbling to resist the silence of death. He intuitively believed that once he adapted to this environment, his body and mind would turn silent. Then he would truly and irreversibly die bit by bit. The closer he got underground, the more intense this feeling became. As he constantly stole the distance, Klein walked forward for a long time before he finally saw the bottom of the crater. No, this wasn't the bottom in the true sense of the word. It was just that there was a huge, dark palace blocking the path down. This palace was propped up by huge pillars. It was embedded with all kinds of bones and corpses of different parts. Some places were even covered in bloody skins that belonged to different races. Klein stared at it for a few seconds. Without any hesitation, he carried the Staff of the Stars and entered the palace through the open door. On both sides of the hall were coffins of different shapes and colors. They were placed there quietly, as though their existence had been eroded by the wind of death. As Klein entered, the coffins suddenly emitted some sounds, as though rusty joints were opening one after another. The grayish-white fog around Klein thickened, and all the coffins suddenly fell silent. Ignoring these things, Klein took a step and came to the depths of the hall. There was a grayish-white stone staircase that led downwards. At the entrance stood a huge stone monument. At the top of the stone monument stood a slender statue of a giant bird that seemed to be made of bronze. Its wings had all kinds of pale symbols. Under the bird-shaped bronze statue, on the surface of the stone monument, the words that originated from the language of the dead were like very simplified birds of different shapes or coiled snakes of different shapes. They formed two vague sentences. Even deities can't escape. Even if they die, they will be imprisoned. This is a warning to all living beings that come to Calderon City not to follow the staircase down. It leads directly to the river of eternal darkness. Klein's thoughts raced as he seriously interpreted the words on the stone monument. From his point of view, this seemed to indicate that even a sequence 0 true God would sink into the river of eternal darkness once they approached it, unable to escape. And even if they died, they would be imprisoned by the abstract Sphirot. Although they wouldn't vanish, they wouldn't be able to escape. From the looks of it, it's the same as Chaos Sea. Without the protection of the Sphirot, just approaching the river of eternal darkness will result in a terrifying anomaly. Klein retracted his gaze and adjusted the golden bird-shaped accessory that was pinned to his chest pocket. He circled around the stone monument with the bronze statue and walked down the grayish-white staircase. He didn't try to steal the distance to prevent himself from falling into danger. In the dark, silent, and cold environment, the golden bird-shaped accessory on Klein's chest emitted a pale glow, illuminating a very small area. It was like a boat of life that was struggling to survive the waves of death. After descending for an unknown period of time, the aura of Sapphira Castle around him expanded reflexively, becoming extremely thick like a grayish-white cocoon. At the same time, Klein turned his head slightly and heard a faint, illusory sound. This seemed to indicate that deep underground, not far from where he was, there was a dark river slowly flowing. In the next second, Klein looked down at his feet. At some point in time, a dark, incorporeal stream of water had surged over. Even light couldn't exist on its surface. This is different from the last time I saw it. Klein frowned slightly. Back when he went to Calderon City to hunt the spirit world plunder, he had triggered a certain change, causing a large amount of grayish-white illusory water to surge up from the bottom of the crater. The two times he saw it, the colors were completely different. Just as Klein's thoughts raced, at the bottom of the stone staircase, where the dark tide surged over, a thin grayish-white fog spread upwards. It combined with the illusory water and expanded into a grayish-white light, water that was closer to fog. After the water surged to Klein's feet, it quietly shrank back, as though it was doing a periodic ebb and flow. This thin grayish-white fog is a little familiar. Klein's expression turned solemn. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued descending. This time, The rising illusory tide drowned him, causing his body to become light and his emotions to quickly turn cold, causing his thoughts to gradually die. If it wasn't for the protection of Sapphira Castle's aura, Klein suspected that he would have passively fused with the tide without being able to resist. Following that, the grayish-white cocoon rose and fell in water. With the ebb and flow of the tide, it slowly reached the end of the staircase. Beyond the end was a stretch of nothingness. In the nothingness, a straight, wide, illusory, colorless, and gloomy river flowed. This river was blurry and difficult to see clearly because it was shrouded in a thin, grayish-white fog that resembled a barrier. As expected, Klein couldn't help but mutter when he saw this. He was no stranger to this fog. He had seen it behind the door in the Bansi ruins, in the easternmost area of the forsaken land of the gods, and under Sapphira Castle. Unlike other places, a portion of the river of eternal darkness's water penetrated the grayish-white fog and fused with it to a certain extent. At times it was dark, and at other times it was pale white. This portion of the river kept rising and falling, like a tributary that surged through the darkness. On both sides of the tributary stood huge and pale stone pillars. They seemed to be supporting something, preventing it from collapsing. At that moment, between the stone pillars and the edge of the tributary, countless blurry, translucent figures were walking back and forth, slowly but incessantly. Among them, the most eye-catching was a dazed figure that would occasionally walk into the depths of the tributary and turn around from time to time. However, it was unable to escape the river no matter what. It was so huge that it was about the same size as the surrounding stone pillars. It was draped in a deep black robe, and its side profile was already old. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked at Klein. Its face clearly had the characteristics of the southern continent, but there were already patches of rotting on its body. White feathers that were stained with yellow oil grew out one after another. Klein knew him. He was Mr. Aztec's father, Death from the Fourth Epoch, Emperor of the Underworld, Salinger. Chapter 1406. Death Salinger, who was wandering around the river of eternal darkness, looked at Klein, who was wrapped in the grayish-white cocoon. In his pale white eyes that were about to be extinguished, the golden bird-shaped accessory on Klein's chest instantly reflected his eyes. In the next second, a deep roar came out of his rotting mouth and echoed above the river, causing the entire Calderon city to clearly shake. The tributary that sometimes rolled up and sometimes fell, sometimes dark and sometimes pale white, surged towards the end of the stone staircase and crazily surged towards Klein. During this process, the illusory tide merged with the grayish-white fog, presenting a similar color. The grayish-white torrent struck Klein's body again and again, but it was unable to destroy the cocoon beside him. Death Salinger's rotting body walked to the edge of the tributary step by step, but he couldn't escape. All he could do was stand there and roar crazily. Klein's gaze went past him and looked at the countless blurry figures that were loitering on both sides of the tributary. A portion of them had already been swept to the middle of the tributary by the rising tide. They couldn't help but sink to the bottom of the river, melting like ice. The remaining ones didn't show any fear. They maintained a dazed and confused state as they paced back and forth endlessly. At a glance, Klein saw many familiar figures. They all belonged to the same person, the bronze-skinned and gentle Aztec Eggers. This death consul seemed to have split into many versions of himself as he wandered around the pale white stone pillars on both sides of the river of eternal darkness. This, as Klein's heart stirred, his right leg suddenly turned cold. He subconsciously looked down and saw a pale palm. The palm pierced through the grayish-white cocoon and grabbed his calf, and the owner of this palm floated in the surging torrent like a water ghost that wanted to pull Klein into the deep waters. Its attack could actually ignore the aura of Sapphira Castle. Sensing Klein's gaze, the owner of the pale palm raised his head and revealed his face. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were ordinary, and he had a bookish air. Klein Moretti. The water demon was Klein Moretti. In the next second, Klein's left leg, right shoulder, and left arm were also grabbed by different pale palms. This made his body turn cold as his spirit body seemed to freeze. He couldn't use any of his beyonder powers, much less struggle. The 3 pale white hands belonged to different blurry figures, and these blurry figures all had the same face. It was Klein Moretti's face. Under the dragging of the 4 water ghosts, Klein's body gradually left the grayish-white cocoon and sank into the torrent. His body grew colder and colder. His thoughts gradually became silent. His vision turned black bit by bit. In the end, all that was left was a wavering, lightless wave. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein's consciousness returned to his body. Then, without any hesitation, he reached out his palm and used the power of Sapphira Castle. Through his connection with the historical projection, he stole an item from the latter. A golden light flashed, and Klein grabbed the bird-shaped golden accessory. At the same time, he dispelled the maintenance of the historical void projection. The figure that had drowned in the eternal darkness's flood disappeared. To be able to ignore Sapphira Castle's aura, it means that those 4 figures are really me. But why would I be trapped in a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, endlessly wandering about? For figures, Klein's expression was solemn as he tapped the edge of the long mottled table. He gained inspiration from the tapping sounds. The fact that he had died 4 times and resurrected 4 times was that he had already died and resurrected 4 times. Of course, after becoming an attendant of mysteries, the 4 chances of resurrection had been reset. Every time I die, regardless of whether I successfully resurrect, I'll leave a mark in the river of eternal darkness? I've died 4 times, so there are 4 figures loitering on both sides of the river of eternal darkness? Klein roughly grasped the crux of the matter before sighing inwardly. As expected of a sapphira, the river of eternal darkness is indeed a sapphira. As expected of a symbol of death, eternal slumber, end, darkness, and other things. This is what the goddess meant when she said that there's an extraordinary danger to me. Yes, when the historical projection was drowned, I suffered a certain level of mental damage. If my mental state wasn't stable, I might have already suffered a problem. Based on this deduction, Klein had a brand new understanding of the numerous figures of Aztec and Death Salinger. They were the corresponding death imprints. When Mr. Aztec was in the undying stage, he did die many times in the process of pursuing his memories. However, he came back to life every time. According to the current situation, although an undying is undying, there's still a huge latent danger. After dying a few more times, his true body might be attracted to the river of eternal darkness one day and become one of the figures loitering eternally. There's only one figure of Salinger. This means that after accommodating the uniqueness, his death imprint will also be unique. As Klein's thoughts raced, he was somewhat worried about Mr. Aztec's future survival. There were 2 ways to resolve this latent danger. The first was to replenish Aztec's soul and prevent him from repeating his past. The second was to help the Evernight goddess become a great old one and control the river of eternal darkness. Perhaps this is another 2-in-1 choice. If the goddess becomes a great old one, there's no need for her to use the other half of Mr. Aztec's soul. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused his attention back on his goal. He didn't enter the depths of Calderon City to resolve Death Salinger's death imprint, preventing him from having any hope of resurrecting, but to obtain some of the river of eternal darkness's water. Clearly, the illusory tide that surges out from the river won't do. This is only the dispersed aura and not the river itself. Also, the river water that has fused with the grayish-white fog won't do either. It's not pure enough, so it likely won't achieve the desired effect. From the looks of it, I can only obtain the river water when the tributary returns to its dark state. I can't enter the main branch at all. The grayish-white fog must be a sturdy barrier. Klein quickly came up with a plan based on his analysis. That was to not approach the river of eternal darkness and not attract Death Salinger's attention. He would wait for the tributary to recede and turn dark before heading over. He would then allow his 4 death imprints to drag the historical projection to the bottom of the river. During this process, the historical projection seized the opportunity to use the golden bird-shaped accessory to obtain some of the river water. Then he transferred his consciousness back to Sapphira Castle and relied on his theft ability and the close connection between the two to take away the golden bird-shaped accessory. After detailing the steps, Klein returned to the spirit world city of Calderon City and summoned his historical void influence again. He repeated the previous process and quickly returned to the side of the stone tablet with the bronze bird statue on top. He walked down the grayish-white stone stairs, step by step. The aura of Sapphira Castle around him gradually thickened, turning into a thin cocoon. Before long, Klein arrived at the end of the staircase and saw the river of eternal darkness that flowed in the void. He saw the pale white pillars on both sides and the countless blurry figures that lingered at the edge of the tributary. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to move forward. He left the staircase and patiently waited on the spot, waiting for the tributary's water to recede and turn dark. Now's the time. Klein's figure flashed as he stole the distance and appeared in a corner where Death Salinger couldn't see. Without any surprises, as his body immersed in the river of eternal darkness, pale white palms immediately penetrated the aura of Sapphira Castle and grabbed his legs and arms. His 4 death imprints appeared around him in a bid to drag him to the bottom of the river. The dark river drowned Klein's head, making his body cold and his thoughts silent. Before he completely lost consciousness, transparent and twisted maggots drilled out from Klein's neck. They quickly crawled to the side of the golden bird-shaped accessory, surrounded it, and lifted it up in preparation to absorb the river of eternal darkness's water. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared in the illusory river in front of Klein. It was a giant bird that was completely submerged by the river of eternal darkness's tributary and floating in the water. The giant bird's body was covered in pale white flames and feathers weaved from mysterious patterns. However, the river of eternal darkness had melted away most of its skin, revealing pitch-black, rotten skin with pale yellow pus. The giant bird's eyes seemed to be made of bronze, and there were layers of illusory doors hidden in them. Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, the ancient death who opened up the underworld. In Gregrace's eyes a bronze glow burst out, enveloping the golden bird-shaped accessory and Klein's historical projection in a bid to drag them over. After weighing the current situation, Klein instantly made a decision and gave up on the attempt to absorb the river water. His consciousness immediately returned to Sapphira Castle and stole the golden bird-shaped accessory. His historical projection dissipated as well. There's danger in the water too. Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, the ancient goddess, has completely sunk into the river of eternal darkness. If the goddess truly accommodates the uniqueness of the death pathway, Salinger will likely sink into the water like Gregrace if he doesn't take the opportunity to resurrect in his body. And Gregrace's death imprint will further melt as a result. Klein sighed silently and made the corresponding changes to his plan of action. Right on the heels of that, he summoned the historical void projection like before and returned to the end of the staircase. After waiting for a while, when Death Salinger turned around and slowly walked towards the river, Klein suddenly stole the distance and appeared in front of him. In the next second, Salinger let out a low roar, causing the water level of the tributary to rise rapidly. At the same time, Klein was grabbed by his death imprints and dragged to the bottom of the river. He sensed Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace. Just like before, Gregrace's bronze eyes shone brightly. However, the light didn't envelop Klein and the golden bird-shaped accessory, but Death Salinger. Grafting. Seizing this short opportunity, The worms of spirit that crawled out of Klein's historical projection lifted the golden bird-shaped accessory. The accessory's bronze eyes also emitted light as it absorbed a small amount of river water. In the next moment, Klein's consciousness returned to Sapphira Castle, and he raised his hand to retrieve the accessory. Phew, it's finally done. Looking at the golden bird-shaped accessory in his hand, he slowly exhaled. To the owner of Sapphira Castle, this mission wasn't difficult. As long as he didn't rashly enter with his main body, he could rely on repeated failures to accumulate experience and figure out the situation. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 deaths in the tributary of the river of eternal darkness, one wandering and the other sinking, Klein wouldn't have failed twice. Chapter 1407. Weighing the golden bird-shaped accessory in his hand, Klein quickly returned to reality. He randomly chose an empty spot, set up an altar, and held a sacrificial ritual. He didn't have any intention of delving deeper into the other secrets hidden in the city of the dead, the river of eternal darkness, and the blurry figures that lingered in it. This was because he had something more important to do. He still had a key question he wanted to ask the Evernight goddess. Soon he held the ritual and combined the candlelight with the spiritual materials, forming a door of sacrifice and bestowment. Without any hesitation, Klein placed the golden bird-shaped accessory into the wind, allowing it to slowly pass through the mysterious door and disappear into the endless darkness. In the next second, he acutely sensed that he had been forcefully dragged into a dream. In the middle of the dream was a Gothic palace that seemed to have fused with the surrounding darkness. Its details were exquisite, and its color was dim, but it didn't lose its magnificence. Klein passed through the night vanilla and slumber flowers and entered the palace. In the deepest depths of the hall, the Evernight goddess sat on an ancient high-backed chair. She was still wearing the layered but uncomplicated black dress. The resplendent specks of light on the dress and the palace's dome, walls, and columns reflected off each other, creating a quiet and dreamy starry sky. The Evernight goddess, whose face seemed to be covered with layers of veil, held the golden bird-shaped accessory and slowly stood up. She walked down the stairs and stood in front of Klein. Her voice sounded like a serenade. "What do you have to ask?" Klein politely took off his top hat and bowed slightly. "I want to know if the grayish-white fog that envelopes the river of eternal darkness is related to the Lord of the Mysteries. In other words, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." Although the Evernight goddess's head couldn't be seen clearly, it made Klein feel that she seemed to be smiling. "Yes, and it's not only the river of eternal darkness that's enveloped by the grayish-white fog. The city behind the door in Bansi Harbor and the entire western continent are enveloped by the grayish-white fog." Klein hesitated for a moment. "This is a seal." The Evernight goddess's dream projection nodded. "Yes, apart from Sapphira Castle and Chaos Sea, all the other Spherote have been sealed in the western continent by the Lord of the Mysteries. The river of eternal darkness, the brood mother, the city of calamity, the world of shadows, the nation of disorder, the knowledge more, and the key of light have all been sealed by the celestial worthy in the western continent. Wasn't this too much? How extravagant! It's no wonder that the city behind the door in Bansi Harbor is like Shanghai in the past. This is the city of calamity affecting the city in reality as well as Bansi. Then, to a certain extent, it also resulted in certain changes?" Klein came to a sudden realization and was amazed. Previously, when he saw the scene behind the door in Bansi, he suspected that it was related to the western continent. Furthermore, based on the clue that Bansi was the location of the Red Angel Medici family, he suspected that behind the door was the reflection of the Sapphira of the city of calamity. After a moment of silence, Klein didn't hide his feelings and sighed frankly. He sighed frankly and said, "The strength of that Lord of the Mysteries far exceeds my imagination. How could such a great old one, who can be called a pillar of the universe, perish silently?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection shook her head. "It's not completely silent. From some of the clues we have now, he perished together with the god of ancient times. That god's corpse formed the first blasphemy slate in the Chaos Sea. Beside the slate is the Marauder Pathway's uniqueness, Meng Chuan said. In other words, in the middle of the first epoch, the Lord of the Mysteries and God had an abnormally intense battle that didn't cause much of a stir. In the end, both of them perished. This can explain why the ancient sun God possessed or grazed the uniqueness of the Marauder Pathway when he walked out of Chaos Sea. That was torn from the Lord of the Mysteries by God of ancient times. As Klein's thoughts ran wild, he asked in puzzlement, why did they want to kill each other? They are both pillars, but they belong to different pathways. There shouldn't be any conflict that can't be resolved through life and death. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said gently and soothingly, convergence is instinct. The higher the level, the stronger the instinct. That Lord of the Mysteries and the God of ancient times had an uncontrollable convergence, becoming the embodiment of the entire universe, which is also the instinct of the original creator. The stronger, the crazier, apart from being cunning, powerful, terrifying, and filled with intelligence, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings also has such a side. Klein thought for a moment and said, that Lord of the Mysteries and the God of ancient times, in essence, should be different aspects of the original creator? The Evernight goddess's dream projection said with a comforting voice, it might be more accurate to use the same existence as different personalities. The original creator was the creator and terminator of the universe. He was day and night, the light of holiness, and also the abyss of depravity. He was the collective of all contradictory concepts and symbols. Therefore, he naturally has an uncontrollable tendency to split. And once he splits, he will produce a strong tendency to converge. In history that's even more ancient than the era we once lived in, the original creator had naturally split into many personalities. They were also in a state of slumber, but they began to use the authority and beyonder characteristics they controlled to indirectly influence the world. They made many preparations for the true split after the original creator awakened. Among them, the most powerful and active ones are God and the Lord of the Mysteries. The latter has another honorific name in the Western continent. In the early stages of the first epoch, they should have used different methods to grasp additional, multiple spherote. This made their instinct to converge even stronger, to the point of being unable to control themselves as they targeted each other. According to the research of the ancient sun god, a pillar is the highest level of stability one can achieve. If the great old ones exceed this limit, even if they only contain one more spherote, they will definitely be controlled by the instinct to converge, unable to reverse it. No one knows the exact situation of that battle. Even the seven lights of the spirit world don't know. We only know that from then on, the two great old ones, who can be called pillars, completely disappeared. As for the other spherote outside Chaos Sea and Sapphire Castle, they were sealed in the Western continent by the power of Sapphire Castle. That was once the territory ruled by the Lord of the Mysteries. Such an arrangement leads to a problem. That is, before the Lord of the Mysteries and God reappear and break the seal in the Western continent, no sequence zero in this world can become a great old one and fight against the outer deities. As the apocalypse draws closer, this problem will force all the true gods to nurture a Lord of the Mysteries or God of Mysteries. And the previous Lord of the Mysteries and God of Mysteries are very likely to awaken in their bodies. Sealing the other spherote was deliberately done by the celestial worthy to prevent the future sequence zero true deities from deliberately avoiding their own pathways and killing the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries. And as long as a new Lord of the Mysteries is born, he will have a very high chance of resurrecting and completely awakening. Isn't this too sinister? To a certain extent, there's no need to be afraid of others knowing about such an arrangement. The more existences that know about it, the more inclined they will be to support a Lord of the Mysteries as soon as possible. This is to prevent them from only having a few years left to control their respective Sapphira and become a great old one. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was extremely terrifying. This made him sigh in his heart. As expected of the great old ones who can make the genie fall into such a situation, Klein then asked, "Then why didn't you support a master of mysteries in the fourth epoch?" In fact, he already knew the answer to this question. As time passed, the wills of the original creator, the celestial Lord and the God, were constantly declining. The closer it was to the apocalypse, the weaker the corresponding will would be. The latecomers would be more likely to resist, suppress, and not lose themselves. The fact that Adam had waited until recently to advance to visionary was proof of this. The Evernight goddess's dream projection had a hint of a smile. Back then, Ammon and Bethel weren't willing. They wished to make all sorts of preparations and wait until the apocalypse was approaching before attempting it. As for Salinger, he planned on indirectly using the river of eternal darkness to fuse with the Red Priest's uniqueness and create a new great old one path. Then he went crazy and couldn't restrain his desire to converge the twilight and darkness pathways. Death was also forced into a corner. On the one hand, there were only about 1,000 years left before the apocalypse. On the other hand, the river of eternal darkness had been sealed by the pillar known as the Celestial Worthy, preventing him from attempting to control it. It's too sinister and too much. Klein couldn't help but criticize the Celestial Worthy inwardly. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's dream projection continued. As time passed, the seal on the western continent gradually weakened. With the passage of time, the seal on the western continent is gradually weakening. Those Sapphira instinctively or consciously use the uniqueness and high sequence beyond our characteristics that they symbolize, indirectly corrupting them and affecting the outside world. The earliest source of power that seeped out was the river of eternal darkness. It formed a tributary in the outside world through Grey Grace in the second epoch. After that, in the fourth epoch, more Sapphira began to appear in the northern and southern continents and the 5 sea islands. This is an important factor hidden behind many of the anomalies in the fourth epoch. In the fourth epoch, there are also various Sapphira that indirectly exert influence through the seal. It's no wonder Adam said that my understanding of the fourth epoch's history isn't deep enough. From the looks of it, Bansi Harbor retains elven customs. Apart from the fact that it was once an elven settlement, there are additional factors. Klein thought for a few seconds and smiled. I roughly understand. Is this the reason why you've been helping me? Chapter 1408. The Evernight goddess's dream projection replied with a hint of a smile. If it's just to support a Lord of the Mysteries, then I should bet on Ammon. At the very least, his chances of success are much higher than yours. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, he continued in a dreamy tone. The era buried in the olden days is our common memory. It is also the crucial period when our humanity was first born, sprouted, and grew. Even though I have lived a long life, it is still my most beautiful memory. You have its mark, so I am more willing to help you. Love me, love my dog. Klein concluded in his mind with an idiom. At this moment he thought of the words Roselle the Great had written in his diary. Home. Amidst his wistful silence, the Evernight goddess's projection changed the topic. When you are ready, you can head to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range at any time. Of course, it's your freedom to choose. No one will force you and no one can force you. You can choose to stop at a certain stage and not become a great old one. You cannot let the Lord of the Mysteries awaken in your body. Then, when the apocalypse arrives, you can wander to other galaxies and planets with the people and things you want to protect. You can avoid the attention of the outer deities and rebuild a civilization. Klein had long thought of this problem. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm not sure if Roselle ever said that you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. He had conversed with the Evernight goddess in Jotun, and the proverb sounded a little strange when translated. hiding was only a temporary strategy. It could not be used as a long-term strategy. After pausing for a moment, Klein continued, "Although the universe is vast and boundless, the outer gods are clearly more familiar with it than we are. They are also more powerful and directly represent a certain aspect of the entire universe. It's very difficult to avoid their search. Moreover, even if it can succeed, it can only be stable for a period of time. The reconstructed civilization will be destroyed in less than 1,000 years. At that time, they won't even have the chance to become the great old ones. They will never be able to redeem themselves." This was because if he wanted to successfully escape from the invasion of the outer gods, he would have to give up all the Sphirot. Otherwise, he would definitely become the focus of their attention, not to mention roaming the starry sky. It was unknown whether he could even survive the first round of attacks. The Evernight goddess's dream projection said softly, apart from the things directly torn from the outer deities, of the uniqueness and high sequence beyond our characteristics of other pathways, the outer deities of the outer deities might not care. As you said, it's just not necessarily. The outer deities should still have a certain desire for uniqueness and high sequence beyond our characteristics in similar domains. This can help them approach the pillar. Klein replied calmly, "We cannot of beyonder of. The Evernight goddess of the moon of. In this aspect, you are more clear-headed than Roselle. Of course, it's also because he found out about the great old ones and the outer gods too late. Of. You have another choice. Use Pala's method to degrade yourself and let Amon steal Sapphira Castle. In that case, you can live well as a sequence, one archangel. You don't have to worry about the Lord of the Mysteries awakening in your body at all times. You also don't have to be too tired. In the religious canon of the Church of Evernight, there was a division between angels and archangels. Klein had always guessed that the latter referred to Sequence 1, and today he had finally received confirmation. Of course, this was only the standard of a church. It didn't represent anything else. After hearing the Evernight goddess's words, Klein fell silent for a long time before asking, "Can Amon be trusted?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection said frankly, "I can't give you a definite answer." Klein asked again, "If the Lord of the Mysteries awakens in Amon's body, will he take back all the high sequence beyond characteristics of the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways?" "I don't know," the Evernight goddess's dream projection replied in the same tone. Klein fell silent again. After a while he said, "Personally, I don't wish to become a great old one. However, I can't let down or abandon the existences that have placed their bets on me. They have more or less helped me. Once Amon becomes the Lord of the Mysteries, he will definitely help the ancient sun god reclaim the uniqueness and sequence, one beyond our characteristics of the Lord of Storms and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, causing them to perish. Besides, Amon is a god who acts recklessly." The Evernight goddess's dream projection nodded slightly. "You've maintained your humanity quite well." After Klein made up his mind, he shook off his depressed state and smiled when he heard that. "If I don't maintain my humanity well, allowing godhood to gain an advantage, I will also make a similar choice. This is because godhood's instinct is to gather with me as the master." The Evernight goddess's dream projection chuckled softly. "Go make the preparations and meet Antigonus as soon as possible." Klein nodded. Suddenly he recalled something and hurriedly asked, "Has Amon used Mr. Dorr's ritual to accommodate the uniqueness of the apprentice pathway?" The Evernight goddess's dream projection slowly replied, "If it were any other existence, definitely not. But if it's Amon, there's a 50% chance. He's adventurous by nature and seeks thrills." Klein didn't say anything else as he watched the Evernight goddess's projection vanish in front of him and watched the dream collapse gently. In his vision, the altar that he hadn't cleaned up in time appeared again. To him, heading to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and facing the Antigonus family's ancestor, didn't require much preparation. He mainly relied on Sapphira Castle to create an avatar and steal the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic that he hadn't digested yet. This allowed his main body to be in a state that could accommodate the uniqueness. As his mental state stabilized, even without Zeradol's remnant mental imprint, Klein could rely on his humanity, consciousness, and anchors to barely suppress a portion of the celestial worthy's awakened will. However, before that, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that he needed to do something. After looking around, he packed up the altar and dragged out Don Dantes' study from the fog of history. Sitting in front of the table, Klein spread out a piece of paper and wrote a letter to Mr. Aztec. As he had just finished writing the previous letter, there wasn't much content this time. He only briefly mentioned the river of eternal darkness beneath Calderon City and the death imprints that lingered on both sides of the tributaries. He mainly talked about how he had seen multiple Aztec eggers and his guesses about it. After folding the letter, Klein took out Aztec's copper whistle and blew at it. The skeleton messenger appeared in the size of a normal human. It knelt on one knee and opened its palm. After Klein handed the letter to it, he took out a gold coin from Sapphira Castle. "This is a thank you for the long trouble. If you can't take the initiative to receive it, hand it to your master and let him distribute it." This gold coin was one of Klein's 5 gold coins that had been tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle and had undergone a certain mutation. He had already used one of them to pay Miss Messenger's mail fee, and he had lost one to Merrick when playing cards. The skeleton messenger was stunned for nearly 5 seconds before it didn't dare disobey Klein's words. It closed its fingers and held the letter and gold coin at the same time. It then disintegrated and fell to the ground like a waterfall before burrowing in. Right on the heels of that, Klein took out another gold coin and placed it in his pocket. At the same time, he got the worms of spirit on duty in Sapphira Castle to glance at a particular crimson star, East Balam, in a cathedral that belonged to the Evernight goddess. As one of the first demigods to participate in the Rose School operation, Leonard Mitchell had already used a sealed artifact to arrive in the southern continent. However, he didn't find anything for the time being. This was because the demigods of Rose School seemed to have sensed the danger in the air and had simultaneously hidden themselves. This forced Leonard to wait patiently and be ready to be deployed at any time. Taking advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do, he wore red gloves and entered the cathedral's prayer hall. He could be considered to be pious in his daily prayers. In the dark and peaceful environment, he seemed to fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, Leonard opened his eyes, stood up, and walked along the aisle to the door. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. It was the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti, who was wearing a top hat and a suit. Leonard's pupils dilated as his eyebrows pricked up slightly. Klein, who was also praying, put down his hands and stood up. He walked past him and approached the altar step by step. During this process, the two of them didn't say a word, as though they were strangers. After arriving at the donation box near the altar, Klein took out a gold coin from his pocket and threw it in with a serious expression. Then he changed his direction and left the church through another door. Leonard stood sideways in the main aisle and looked at this scene in confusion. He frowned slightly. At this moment, Palaz Zarost's slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. "Find a chance to get that gold coin. In a house in Bakeland." Willa Septon held a small silver spoon and focused on digging at the lump of light green ice cream in front of him. Suddenly, he stretched out his left hand and blocked the sight of the food. On the chair next to him, Don Dantes' figure was instantly outlined. "I seem to have missed 2 of your birthdays," Klein said with a smile. "This is a belated gift." As he spoke, he took out a gold coin and pushed it to Willa Septon. "This is a lucky coin for you." Will was stunned for 2 seconds before he mumbled, "Your birth present is a lucky amulet, and your birthday present is a lucky gold coin. You're really uncreative." As he spoke, he stretched out his chubby little hand and quickly took the gold coin back. Klein smiled, stood up, and disappeared. Chapter 1409. by him inside the sea god church. After the mass, Alger Wilson had just returned to his room when he saw a figure appear by the window. It was the German sparrow in a top hat and trench coat. Without waiting for Alger to speak, Klein took 2 steps forward and said solemnly, "I'm here on Mr. Fool's orders." He habitually played the role of attendant of mysteries. Alger immediately lowered his head and pressed his right hand to his left chest. "Praise be to Mr. Fool." Klein nodded slightly and raised his hand to take out an item from the junk pile in Sapphira Castle. Alger's eyes reflected a short staff made of white bones. The tip of the staff was inlaid with tiny blue gems, a few of which were dyed black, and a few of which were covered with the light of dawn. Around the staff there were countless pure light spots. Illusory and ethereal prayers came from it, stacking on top of each other, making it look holy. Alger's pupils suddenly dilated, and he couldn't help but reveal some greed. As a sequence for demigod of the sailor pathway, he was extremely certain that the white-boned scepter in front of him was the symbol of sea gods' identity, status, and power. As he endured the slight dizziness brought about by the prayers, he cast his gaze at the world, German sparrow, and waited for the servant of the deity to speak. Klein raised the sea god scepter with one hand and said with a solemn expression, "This is a gift and trust from Mr. Fool. It's also a reward for protecting a large number of believers. No matter what happens in the future, I hope that you will always obey Mr. Fool's instructions and do your best to complete the mission he has given you." Alger acutely picked up on the hidden meaning. He suspected that Mr. Fool would encounter something in the future, causing him to be injured and hit rock bottom. Thinking that he had already left the Church of the Storm and had no way out, Alger pressed his left chest with his right hand and replied loudly, "I will only follow Mr. Fool." Upon seeing this, Klein nodded inwardly before repeating what he had said to Miss Justice and Miss Judgment. This made Alger heave a sigh of relief. After all, knowing what might happen in the future was better than not knowing anything. Without hesitation, he repeated what he had just said in an unusually solemn manner. Klein then handed the sea god scepter to him. "Get used to this sealed artifact and see God's daily routine. Once you're done digesting the cataclysmic Inter potion, you can use it to concoct the potion. Acting in advance can greatly reduce the difficulty of advancement." In fact, Klein could already remove the grafting and transfer the concept of the sea god that pointed to himself and Sapphira Castle to Alger, allowing him to directly become half a sea god. It would allow him to better adapt to this identity and act in advance. However, considering that after accommodating the Fool's uniqueness, he needed enough anchors to balance the celestial worthy's further awakening, the believers of Sea God were indispensable. So Klein decided to wait until his condition stabilized before completely transferring everything related to Sea God. Now, Alger was closer to an attendant who wielded authority. He helped the deity listen to and respond to prayers, but he didn't enjoy the corresponding anchors or identity. The owner of the Sea God scepter was still Klein, and it was still pointed at him. This was the magical effect of grafting. Alger suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart and sincerely responded to German Sparrow before receiving the Sea God scepter. Then he deliberated and asked, "What negative effects does this sealed artifact have?" "Mr. Fool has already sealed it to a certain extent. The negative effects of the Sea God scepter have been greatly reduced," Klein said simply. "It will only make the wielder a little more irritable now, causing the spirit to be in a certain state of chaos. In addition, it will drain the blood of the surrounding creatures every month. You can fly to the sea or an uninhabited island ahead of time." Thankfully, Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked about the beyonder powers of the scepter in his hand. After Klein roughly described it, he vanished from where he stood, above the gray fog in the ancient palace. After completing the additional preparations, Klein sat on the Fool's chair and conjured a piece of goatskin and a dark red fountain pen. He analyzed the possible developments of heading to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and facing the Antigonus family's ancestor. If everything goes smoothly and enters the final stage of accommodating the fool's uniqueness, the goddess will definitely remove the concealment. This is because only by doing so can that region interact with reality. Only then can fate be intertwined and achieve the effect of fooling others. From Mr. Doerr's apotheosis ritual, accommodating the uniqueness will definitely cause quite a stir. Once there's no concealment, this matter will definitely be noticed by the other deities. Furthermore, the existences who are concerned about this matter will definitely be paying attention to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Once there are any changes, they will know immediately. In such a situation, there will undoubtedly be interference, destruction, help, and support. It's very important to figure out who is an enemy and who is a friend. Otherwise, there's no way to make targeted preparations. The goddess is definitely on my side. If she were an enemy, I would have long been concealed countless times. It's impossible for her to grow to this level. To put it simply, if she wanted to sell me, there were many opportunities in the past. Furthermore, she can sell me for a very good price. Furthermore, to her, support of whoever becomes the Lord of the Mysteries won't affect her. She can decide based on her preferences. Adam has yet to bypass the seal and obtain the river of eternal darkness. The ones who don't wish for Amon to become the Lord of the Mysteries the most are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Once anyone attempts to destroy my ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, they will undoubtedly help me and provide assistance. Apart from these 4 true deities, the remaining sequence zeros are Visionary Adam and the true creator are Amon's fathers, so the chances of them helping him are definitely higher than just watching from the sidelines. Earth Mother has bet on me through Emlyn, but she won't definitely help me at critical moments. To her, patiently waiting for the outcome might be the best choice when there are no benefits involved. The primordial demoness state is strange, so she can make any choice. The god of steam and machinery's attitude is ambiguous. She is neutral or making a private deal with Amon and Adam. I don't have the chips to move him. Apart from these true deities, among the less common sequence zeros or near sequence zeros sentient existences, the Lord of the Abyss, which is also the dark side of the universe, is suspected to have been corrupted by the mother tree of desire. He will only occasionally respond to the prayers of the blood sanctification sect. He hasn't exerted any influence on the real world for a long time. Similarly, the chain god is in a similar situation. What they will do depends on the mother tree of desire's thoughts. And to the outer deities, delaying the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries should be a consensus. Under such a premise, preventing me from accommodating the fool's uniqueness will only cause me to be at an absolute disadvantage in the competition with Amon, allowing the outcome of the competition to be quickly decided. The mother tree of desire's most likely strategy is to acquiesce or even help me accommodate the fool's uniqueness, preventing the balance between Amon and me from tilting. After that, she will repeatedly destroy our inclination and attempts to converge, delaying the birth of the Lord of the Mysteries until the apocalypse. The Red Angel evil spirit definitely hasn't recovered to the level where he can get involved in such matters. The hidden sage is very mysterious, and it's difficult to guess his thoughts, but he should know that I'm hostile towards him. At this point in the analysis, Klein summarized: allies, Evernight Goddess, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Enemies, Visionary Adam, True Creator, Mr. Error Amon. The neutral ones who are on my side are Mother Earth, the dark side of the universe, and the Chain God, neutral to Amon's side. Hidden Sage, neutral with a vague attitude, Primordial Demoness, God of Steam and Machinery. Yes, regardless of how far Adam and the True Creator have fused, I'll use the worst-case scenario. I'll treat them as the ancient god of the sun, a sequence 0, true god of dual pathways. The goddess has the uniqueness of a twilight giant and death. Although she hasn't accommodated them, she should be able to gain initial control over him by using that golden bird-shaped accessory as a medium. Even if she isn't comparable to the ancient god of the sun, she will definitely be able to hold him back, according to Amon's calculations, as a sequence 0 true god of dual pathways. The Lord of Storms needs at least 2 out of the 3 of them to have a chance of stopping him. On the surface, my side still has a certain advantage. Klein looked at the contents listed on the paper and muttered to himself as he focused on thinking. However, this advantage didn't include neutrals. Klein tapped the edge of the long modeled table and considered the worst-case scenario. The primordial demoness, hidden sage, and the god of steam and machinery had chosen to help Amon based on their dealings under the table or their own preferences. This way, even if Earth Mother were to participate in the battle, Klein's side would be at a disadvantage. The god of steam and machinery would offset the remaining one of the omniscient and omnipotent 5 pathways. The primordial demoness would hold back Earth Mother, who had just obtained the moon's uniqueness. The hidden sage would face the dark side of the universe and the chained god, which had been corrupted by the mother tree of desire. The outer deity's powers that could infiltrate were very limited, so the hidden sage had a high chance of gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, such an offset was an ideal calculation. In reality, in such a chaotic situation, Amon, who wielded error, could come up with many tricks. It was possible for him to instantly find a weak spot and bypass the obstruction, causing Klein's ritual to fail and cause him to lose control on the spot. In addition, some of the deities who supported Klein on the surface might help Amon for reasons he didn't know. As for the sealed artifacts that could change the difference in strength between deities, Klein didn't know much about them, so he was unable to analyze them. I never expected that there would be a day when I would fleece the mother tree of desire. Yes, I have to make preparations for the worst-case scenario to prevent things from developing in this direction. Klein scattered the paper and fountain pen in front of him and cast his gaze at a special prayer point of light. His figure disappeared from Sapphira Castle and appeared on Bernadette's dawn. Chapter 1410. Queen Mystic Bernadette seemed to have a certain premonition about German Sparrow's arrival. She put down the ancient scroll in her hand without any surprise and cast her gaze at the visitor at the door. Klein didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. I want to borrow the magic wishing lamp for a day. Bernadette nodded gently and raised her hand to pick up the magic wishing lamp beside her. His invisible servant then carried the uniquely shaped lamp and brought it to Klein. Klein reached out to take it and said in a deep voice, "Thank you." "Thank you." Bernadette didn't make any requests, as though she wasn't worried that she would accumulate wishes and die a strange death. She believed that Mr. Fool could resolve this problem, because this existence had shown his abilities in this regard the last time. In the next second, Klein, who had transformed into German Sparrow, disappeared from the dawn and returned to Sapphira Castle. After he placed the magic wishing lamp on the table in front of him, he immediately saw the wick ignite and emit a sticky glow, forming a distorted and blurry pale gold figure. "You haven't fulfilled your promise. I won't fulfill your wish according to your wishes," the genie said in a grand and dignified voice. "You should know that the current wielder of this lamp is Roselle's daughter. The first wish you make will accumulate to her, allowing her to accumulate 3 wishes and suffer the backlash of transcending the sequences. And this time, I won't allow you to transfer the number of wishes she carries to yourself." Previously, when Klein used the magic wishing lamp to escape, he didn't change the ownership of this grade 0 sealed artifact. It still belonged to Bernadette, and its wielder was still Queen Mystic. Therefore, the wishes he made would accumulate to himself and Bernadette at the same time. Back then, his first wish was to transfer the 2 wishes that Bernadette had previously made to his name. This would clear all of Bernadette's wishes, and he would be burdened with 2 wishes. But at the same time, this first wish would also accumulate. Therefore, after it was fulfilled, the number of wishes on Bernadette would be 1, and Klein would have 3. Following that, Klein made a second wish. Without a doubt, it would be recorded on both him and Bernadette. In the end, Bernadette's wish count was 2, not exceeding the critical point. Klein's reached 4. Without any surprises, he suffered a backlash from the outer deity's laws. He died on the spot in Adam's corpse cathedral and successfully escaped. Under such a premise, any other wish that Klein made would cause Bernadette's wish count to reach 3. It was inevitable that she would suffer something terrifying. Of course, he could also mimic the first wish from the previous time and transfer Bernadette's wish count to himself, using up a chance of resurrection. However, the genie had already clearly said that he would distort such wishes and make them be fulfilled in a way that Klein didn't wish to see. It's also because I was in a hurry the last time, and Roselle was affected by the primordial moon. There were still some loopholes in the wishes we discussed. Back then, I should have added a description to make the first wish only be recorded under my name. Or I could have added another wish between the first and second wishes to transfer the ownership of the magic wishing lamp to me. After all, after my death, the ownership will definitely be cleared and the magic wishing lamp will return to its actual owner. As Klein sighed to himself, he smiled at the genie. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with tampering or reorganization. With this lamp's level and your current state, I can completely rely on Sapphira Castle to graft its ownership from Bernadette to me. Or we can use another method and directly use theft. How about that? The blurry, distorted golden figure of the genie fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "Although you aren't as cunning as him, you're equally shameless. However, it's useless. After you accumulate your wishes and die suddenly, the ownership of this lamp will still return to Roselle's daughter, and I will distort the rules and record your wish to her. Also, I just said that before you fulfill your promise, I won't fulfill your wish normally." Klein maintained his smile. I once heard a story about investors. When a company is in trouble, the ones who are more willing to provide aid are definitely the original investors. Although they have already paid a lot, if they don't continue to pay, it's very likely that they won't be able to recoup their investment and lose all their capital. Of course, if they can use other methods or channels to get back their share, or if they can exchange their capital for greater benefits, that would be another story. What type do you think you are? The genie looked at Klein, who was sitting in the fool's seat, and laughed. After gaining further control of Sapphira Castle, you seem to have obtained the eloquence of a swindler. However, unless you help me remove the seal now, it will be very difficult for me to affect matters at the sequence 0 level. At most, I'll make you suffer a backlash from the laws that transcend sequences and die again without any resistance. However, this won't be of any help to what you want to do now. This is because death means failure. Furthermore, you should know very well that losing control during the advancement will affect all your avatars. It's not something that can be avoided by severing the connection. Klein smiled and nodded. Indeed, I haven't thought of a wish. I'm just making preparations. At this point, he looked at the magic wishing lamp. Actually, this lamp has another effect that can affect sequence 0. I heard that a true deity once tried to destroy this lamp, but he ultimately failed. That's right. How can a lamp that can seal an outer deity be so easily damaged? It definitely has the powers of the Lord of the Mysteries, or Sapphira Castle, attached to it. As he spoke, the smile on Klein's face gradually became more obvious. It would be a waste not to use such a sturdy object as a shield. The genie fell silent and didn't respond for a long time. After such a friendly exchange, Klein and the genie exchanged their opinions and reached a preliminary agreement on the fact that they shared a common destiny. Then, Klein placed the magic wishing lamp into his pocket, prepared to use it at any time. After doing all of this, he cast his gaze at the fragment of light related to the Hornacis mountain range in the fog of history. He was almost done with his preparations. Next, he would create an avatar and steal the undigested attendant of mysteries beyond our characteristic from his body. Then he could face the ancestor of the Antigonus family. And this could very well trigger a battle of gods. To be frank, Klein didn't wish for this to happen. This was because there was a high chance that a battle of gods would have a rather negative impact on the real world. Ro's redemption had prevented the primordial one from reviving and assassinated the ancient sun god with the help of dark angel Sasser. It had directly brought about a disaster that affected the entire eastern continent. This caused more than 99% of the living beings there to die, turning the terrain into an abyss. The War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Disaster had nearly destroyed the northern continent, causing countless people to die and mutate. It caused mountains to turn into lakes, valleys to change, rivers to change directions, the land to collapse, and the sea to turn violent. The battle between the Evernight goddess and the god of combat had happened in the astral world, in the divine kingdom of the Evernight goddess. Furthermore, it was rather short, so it had the least impact on the real world. However, before that, the full-scale war that had lasted more than a year had drained the blood and tears of countless people. If it was possible, Klein was really willing to give up Sapphira Castle and live as a Sequence 1 or even a Sequence 2 angel, allowing things to develop in the most peaceful manner. However, along the way, there were already many people who had given him kindness, helped him, and believed in him. If Klein were to say that he was giving up now, he would be pushing them into danger. This wasn't kindness, but selfishness. From ancient times until now, which successful person didn't bear the fate of many people? If he gave up, what would happen to those people? The members of the Tarot, the believers of the Fool in the City of Silver and Moon City, Aztec Eggers, Rionette Tinker, Will Septon. Faces quickly flashed through Klein's mind. Finally, he let out a long sigh. If Amon was trustworthy, it wasn't that Klein couldn't hand over these matters to him. However, this god of deceit had always been unscrupulous, and all his believers were himself. If Klein were to give up just like that, ignoring his own safety, the people or demigods he had just thought of might be captured by the enemy or put on a monocle in their red eye. Among them, Will Septon and the Fool's believers were in the most danger. Believe in the might of deities, but don't believe in their benevolence. This was Klein's decision. When facing the Evernight goddess, he used the Lord of Storms and them as examples to tell her that he wouldn't let her help down. This was the existence that had placed the most bets on him. If Klein were to give up, the Evernight goddess might have to pay an even greater price to obtain the river of eternal darkness. She might even never obtain it. This was because after the two pillars, the Lord of the Mysteries and God, appeared one after another, it meant that the threat of the outer deities would be reduced to a minimum. There was no need for additional, great old ones to be born. Phew! After that, I'll use Sapphira Castle to graft the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to the astral world. This will prevent the battle of gods from causing damage to the real world to the greatest extent. It will also allow the goddess and the other deities guarding the crack in the barrier to fully unleash their strength. After all, most of my supporters are orthodox deities. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a solution. He then snapped his fingers and used Sapphira Castle to create an avatar and stand by the side. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes for Monday, PS2. Due to the changes in the operations plan, there won't be any pop-up recommendations for all the characters' birthday events on Qijian after April 15th. Everyone, just give a like to whichever character you like. It's free, and there's no need to spend money. Also, Little Sun's birthday will be in the next 2 days. Everyone, look for him on the event page and give him a free blessing to get a badge. Chapter 1411. The avatar that Klein created was based on his current state, not Don Dante's, Sherlock Moriarty, or Merlin Hermes. This was to prevent any cognitive barriers. After encountering the anomaly brought about by Adam, he became even more careful in such matters. Glancing at the avatar, Klein's mind stirred, causing its face to turn blank. The avatar then reached out its right hand, mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle, and grabbed at the main body. Again and again, after failing more than 10 times, It finally extracted a bit of dark light from the main body. Finally, Klein sighed and extinguished the thought of extending such an attempt to actual combat. He didn't resist at all. With his body and mind open, the Avatar had to spend so much time and fail so many times before finally succeeding despite using Sapphira Castle's level and power. The value of actual combat was obvious. As more and more Beyonder characteristics left his body, Klein relaxed. He felt like he had finally abandoned a heavy burden after carrying it for a long time. Of course, his mental state also fluctuated to a certain extent. This was because after losing Zeradol's remnant psyche, the awakened will of the celestial worthy corroded his mind even more intensely. This was within Klein's expectations, so he didn't panic at all. With his long stabilized self-awareness, his rather tenacious will, and sufficient anchors, he gradually resisted the corruption from the celestial worthy's will and found a new balance. At the same time, when the attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic that Klein hadn't digested entered the Avatar's body, its blank, featureless face suddenly warped. It grew a pair of dark, lusterless eyes and a faintly discernible white beard. At this moment, it was extremely close to Zeradol. However, it was unable to withstand the madness brought about by the attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic. Its body rapidly collapsed as transparent and twisted maggots crawled out, extending out slippery and sinister tentacles. It lost control on the spot. Klein didn't let it go. Without any hesitation, he moved his finger and transformed the Avatar into his marionette. The process of losing control was thus interrupted. At this stage, he had already made all the preparations. His body was in a state where he had digested the potion and could accommodate the fool's uniqueness. He also had a sequence, one marionette. Klein leaned back in his chair and went through what he had to do next in his mind to see if there were any fatal mistakes. Regarding the battle of the gods, this is all I can do for now. In the future, I can only do my best. Was I too optimistic about the earlier process? With the help of the goddess and the river of eternal darkness, there's no need to worry about the Antigonus family's ancestor causing any accidents. After a round of examination, Klein felt that he had not been cautious enough. He had been a little arrogant and careless. After some thought, he created another doppelganger with a blank face. After doing that, Klein stood up, took out creeping hunger from the fog of history, and wore it on his left hand. This was a preparation for a possible small-scale battle. In such a scenario, blink was faster and more convenient than grafting. After straightening his collar, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings, allowing his gaze to land on the strange door of light that was stained with bluish black. It landed on the humans who were hanging there and wrapped in transparent cocoons. As he scanned them one by one, his gaze fixed on the 3 cracked, transparent cocoons. In the next second, Klein's figure vanished and appeared in the grayish-white fog of history. He walked step by step to a time before the first epoch and walked into the stacked city of old. He stood at the top of a dilapidated building that was barely standing, looking down at the pile of ruins, the public transportation that had turned into discs, and the cars that were stacked one after another. Amidst the silence, his gaze swept across the remaining houses. It was as if he could see through the barriers of history, and he could see the electric lights that lit up one after another inside the houses. The light from these electric lights gently spread out, illuminating the glass, the buildings, the streets, and the ruins in a corner of the old city. After staring for a long time, Klein retracted his gaze and took a step forward, returning to the real world. Right on the heels of that, he directly teleported to the peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He saw the dilapidated ancient palace that was shrouded in fog and overgrown with weeds. His marionette and Avatar immediately appeared in front of him like 2 guards. Facing the ancient palace, Klein pressed down on his top hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The peak of the Hornacis mountain range immediately turned dark as illusory stars began to appear around it. Klein had grafted this place with the astral world. Without any hesitation, he walked to the entrance of the ancient palace with his marionette and avatar. The marionette, that looked rather similar to him, took a step forward. It bent its back, stretched out its hands, and slowly pushed the heavy stone door. Amidst the creaking sounds of friction, the door opened bit by bit, revealing the scene inside. And it was different from the time Klein had delivered the Tren Sostel brass book. It was pitch black inside, preventing anyone from seeing the numerous corpses hanging in the hall or the transparent maggots entrenched on the huge stone chair. Without needing to guess, Klein used his intuition as a seer at the King of Angels level to confirm that this was a change brought about by the Evernight goddess using the river of eternal darkness as water to send the ancestor of the Antigonus family into an eternal slumber. After his marionette and avatar entered one after another, he slowly walked through the door and stepped into the interior of the palace. The darkness swayed and underwent changes. Many buildings appeared in the surroundings, and many figures walked on the streets. Voices spread out, causing the entire environment to suddenly become lively, and there was a bit of clamor. People ignored Klein and his marionette and avatar as they headed to different places and discussed all sorts of matters. The buildings were dark in color, close to black and white. It was like an old photo that had suddenly come alive from the depths of history. This made Klein think of the black and white holographic projection, the scenes in the historical void, and the realistic dream. He strolled along the streets of such a town, moving forward as he gradually ascended the streets. The closer he got to the top, the grander the buildings became. Huge stone pillars propped up an exaggerated dome. The people living in this old black and white photo were generally tall. They looked like they were studying, working, and resting normally. The scenes here changed continuously, showing the birth of a baby, the growth of a child, the ignorance of youth, the troubles of adulthood, the pressure of middle age, and the sorrow of aging. Of course, these scenes were interspersed with each other, but there were times when one of them was the main theme. As Klein ventured deeper, he began to see some of the townspeople die. Their loved ones didn't feel too sad. They carried the deceased back home and placed them on the bed beside the pillow, as though the corpses were still alive. When Klein was about to leave the vicinity of the town, the deceased crawled up from their beds, left their loved ones, and walked out of their homes. Step by step, they walked to the top of the street. There was also a city there. It seemed to be the city of the dead, the final home of all life, the kingdom of eternal rest. This was very close to where ordinary people lived. The latter was spread out from the mountainside to the peak, while the former was at the peak. Others might be surprised by such a state, but Klein instantly understood what this place was and what such a scene meant. This was because he could see the spirit-body threads on the bodies of the deceased. Just as they were about to die, the spirit-body threads would float to the peak and be controlled by an unknown existence. In other words, they had become marionettes. Therefore, the deceased could leave their homes and head for the peak after a period of time. And this matched the details of the research on the Hornacis, Maine, Peak's ancient ruins that Klein had read back then. The country of the Evernight belonged to Mother Sky of the Evernight Pathway, but at the peak there was a marionette town that was used by the Antigonus family's ancestor. Hence, the residents of the country of the Evernight respected and feared the night. They believed in Mother Sky, and at the same time they believed that death wasn't the end. They believed that their deceased loved ones would protect them in the night. Indeed, death wasn't the end. The city of the dead was just beside them at the peak. It was just a walk away, and the deceased would continue their lives there in the form of marionettes. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was no doubt equivalent to being alive. The country of the living and the city of the dead were connected just like that, at the two ends of the short path. The distance between life and death was so close that they were like neighbors. This also explained why the country of the Evernight didn't have any tombs. This was because the deceased didn't need to be buried. They would become marionettes and head to the peak. This should be the country of the Evernight from back then, Klein nodded gently as he climbed to the peak of the dark environment. What he saw was indeed a seemingly ordinary town, but everyone here was a marionette. Passing through the marionettes in different clothes and appearances, Klein entered the magnificent palace that consecrated a deity. Deep in the palace, on the huge stone chair, a figure propped his elbows on the armrest and leaned his head against the back of the chair. His face was rather young, but his long hair was half white, half hidden, while the other half was obvious. His appearance was male, and his eyes were darker than Zeradol's. Furthermore, they contained an indescribable sense of the vicissitudes of life. His facial features weren't bad, but there was a tuft of short, thick black hair on his face that resembled a wolf's hair. It gave off a contradictory feeling of being old and youthful, rational and crazy. This was the ancestor of the Antigonus family. This time, he didn't appear in his mythical creature form. He was sitting on the huge stone chair in his original form. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut as though he was sleeping. And in the hall, there were corpses in simple or gorgeous clothes hanging. They were like a forest that grew upside down, gently swaying in the wind. After entering a state of eternal slumber, this ancestor of the Antigonus family has finally temporarily escaped from his loss of control and madness and returned to his former self? Klein stood in the middle of the hall and stared at the goal of his trip. He sighed. The country of the Evernight and the city of the dead that he had just seen were all Antigonus's dreams. A dream that he hadn't seen for more than 1,000 years. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 1412. Looking at the half-fool on the huge stone chair, Klein's mind flashed with the scenes related to the nation of the Evernight, and he felt a little emotional. He didn't know much about Antigonus. He had even nearly lost control because of the ravings of Hornaces, Phlegria. Therefore, he couldn't be said to feel any sympathy, but he could empathize with him. The lingering dream was undoubtedly one of the best memories of the past. Even though Antigonus was born as an extraordinary species, he seemed to miss the peaceful and sealed-off country of the past. Klein slowly exhaled and moved his gaze away from the man with a thick black beard to the side of the huge stone chair. A book made of thin brass was placed there quietly, with 3 lines of rules written in aqua silver, text constantly appearing on it. 0-02, Trend Sostal Brass Book. He used an ability similar to grafting to complete the seal? Yes, it seems to have gone one step further. Not only did he directly connect the beginning to the ending rule, but he also fooled the intelligence of the Trend Sostal Brass Book, making it ignore the middle part that had been skipped. It didn't attempt to make any changes, and it repeated it again and again. Klein glanced at 0-02 and muttered to himself in thought. This made him have a guess as to what powers the fool had. Without thinking too much about it, Klein got the Attendant of Mysteries marionette to graft the starting point and ending point together. He walked to the side of the huge stone chair and picked up the Trend Sostal Brass Book. On the one hand, he was eliminating any possible interference, and on the other hand, he was probing Antigonus's current condition. Seeing that the half-fool was still sleeping, unable to escape his eternal slumber, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He got his marionette to take the Trend Sostal Brass Book and retreat to the entrance of the palace, where he waited. The reason why he didn't let his avatar take the Grade 0 sealed artifact was that he was worried that the Tuluan Sostal Brass Book, which had a certain connection with the Sapphira, would display a passive negative influence at the critical moment when he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness, causing the situation to rapidly deteriorate. In terms of avoiding the negative effects of sealed artifacts, marionettes were definitely better than avatars. This was also the reason why Klein didn't bring the Staff of the Stars. He couldn't keep a ticking bomb by his side. It was fine usually. He could rely on his level, and abilities to forcefully suppress the Staff of the Stars. But in the process of accommodating the fool's uniqueness, he would be extremely weak. He wouldn't be able to interfere with the people and matters around him. Any slight accident could cause him to lose control on the spot. In order to deal with the situation of Sapphira Castle being sealed and being unable to borrow any power, Klein had no choice but to bring along a sealed artifact that could provide teleportation. Therefore, he chose Creeping Hunger. At this moment, facing a king of angels who controlled a uniqueness, Klein felt the human-skinned glove on his left palm instinctively tremble. He then used his right hand to caress Creeping Hunger and whispered in a joking tone, "Don't worry. Don't worry. You're just a historical void projection." After using this method to resolve the excessive tension in his mind, Klein looked around and confirmed that there was nothing else he needed to deal with. Right on the heels of that, he pressed his hand to his chest and solemnly bowed at Antigonus. When he straightened his body and raised his head, a complicated, mysterious, and illusory mark appeared between his brows. This mark was like a strange door of light that was tainted with bluish-black colors. It constantly emitted a thin, grayish-white fog. In the next second, he reached out his right hand, and from a distance that wasn't considered far, he contained Antigonus's body between his fingers. His fingers quickly closed, and with a twist of his wrist, he completed the theft. He didn't obtain anything. This attempt had failed. Klein wasn't depressed at all. He once again began to steal Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness. Although he was already a king of angels among kings of angels, his thieving abilities came from Sapphira Castle. He was currently only at the sequence 1 level. As for Antigonus, he had been corrupted by the Lord of the Mysteries and was a king of angels that contained a uniqueness. There was still a clear difference between the two. Therefore, even though Antigonus had entered a temporary state of eternal slumber and was unable to resist, Klein failed many times. He wasn't nervous or disappointed in such a situation. This was because this was something he had expected. After all, as long as the theft wasn't completed, the Evernight goddess wouldn't remove the concealment, allowing the fate here to be connected to the real world. There wouldn't be any external interference, so Klein had plenty of time and a stable environment to make the attempt. After countless failures, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he foresaw something. He reached out his right hand again, closed his fingers, and gently twisted them. Suddenly, he felt something invisible leave Antigonus's body and float towards him. At the same time, an indescribable river of light that branched out into countless tributaries appeared in front of him. The illusory river kept flowing forward, drowning one tributary after another, allowing them to return to the main trunk. This was the symbol of fate. It had many different forms, such as the slowly spinning wheel and the giant serpent with its head and tail connected. At this moment, when fate changed, what Klein saw was the river of light. In the next second, fragmented scenes surfaced in Klein's mind. A demonic wolf with 8 legs that had just been born was lying on a hill. He had transparent and twisted maggots swimming in and out of the thick black short fur on its body. He was the youngest son of the ancient god, Phlegria, a natural mythical creature. At that moment, he was looking at his sister, elder brother, and some of his kinsmen who were playing in the pile of corpses. He felt contempt for the simple and crude way they dealt with their prey. He believed that hanging the prey up and slowly enjoying them was in line with his status. This demonic wolf, who could be called a subsidiary god, was most afraid of his father, that powerful, terrifying, and crazy ancient god. Although Phlegria had already instinctively mated and reproduced, producing many offspring and separating out many beyond her characteristics, it was uncontrollable. There was no way to ensure progress. Therefore, he was still crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty, and filled with destructive instincts. He had even killed several descendants. This demonic wolf that could only create miracles and fulfill all kinds of wishes chased after its prey, biting or killing them, enjoying pure joy. He didn't have a deep impression of the subsidiary gods of his father, Phlegria. What he remembered most clearly was that he hated the god of wishes, Kotur, even though he was also a demonic wolf. In addition, he didn't like the god of the dead, Salinger. He found him gloomy, solitary, and his entire body emitted a rotten and disgusting aura. On the other hand, the goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes, had the aesthetics of a demonic wolf and a human. She had a gentle personality and was very good at placating the mind. She wasn't that annoying to the wolf. However, this female subsidiary god rarely appeared. She was always like a shadow, hiding in places that weren't easily discovered. Of course, the demonic wolf remembered that several of his sisters and brothers had ostracized Ammonizes and wanted to snatch her position. The demonic wolf had witnessed the fall of his father, the powerful ancient god. He saw the ancient god's blood splatter all over the goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes' body. And in that chaotic situation, a uniqueness and a sequence, one beyond her characteristic, were attracted and fell into her hands. She and one of his sisters escaped the kingdom where the demonic wolves lived and hid everywhere. Without their father's protection, this demonic wolf and his sister realized that their wanton lives weren't normal. Pain and danger were the themes that ran through everything. Finally, they crossed the sea and came to the northern continent, establishing a secret kingdom in the uninhabited Hornacis mountain range. He and his sister didn't dare to expose themselves. All they could do was gather believers in small numbers and gather the population. Under such circumstances, he invented the city of the dead that coexisted with the kingdom of the living. He made the dead believers become his marionettes to complete the advancement ritual. Although this period of time was filled with worries, it was the best time in the demonic wolf's memories. Seeing his sister's believers increase and his marionette town improve, he seemed to forget the chaos and danger of the outside world. He obtained the first peace since he was born. Due to the influence of the believer's knowledge, he and his sister gradually gained some so-called humanity. After the cataclysm, he finally advanced to become an attendant of mysteries and turned himself into a human. With Antigonus's surname, he left the Hornacis mountain range and returned to the real world outside the secret kingdom. From that moment forth, Antigonus's memories and knowledge became increasingly fragmented. Many times he found himself a little unfamiliar. After he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, this situation became more serious. As scenes flashed, Klein quickly came to a realization. I'm Antigonus, I'm the half-fool. Suddenly, his body changed repeatedly. At times he had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly air, fusing with Joe Mingrue's appearance, Klein Moretti. At other times he had long white hair and a thick, black beard on his face. At other times he wore a black cloak, making it impossible to see his face clearly as he constantly extended slippery tentacles to the side. At that moment, Klein's thoughts were extremely chaotic, and his mental state was completely out of balance. He could barely maintain a certain level of self-awareness as he tottered under the impact of the two mental storms. At the same time, he also inherited the fate of Antigonus, losing control and going crazy. His body began to collapse bit by bit. Prayers and praises sounded in his ears. They intertwined, forming an illusory image that joined the chaotic battlefield. Roarsted Archipelago, Byam, on the bell tower of the Church of the Fool. A young man wearing a pointed hat and a monocle suddenly appeared here. He stood behind the railing and looked down at the entire city. Mr. Error, Amon. In the next second, he saw Byam, the distant New City of Silver and New Moon City disappear at the same time, as though someone had erased them from the map with an eraser. Boring. Upon seeing this scene, Amon smiled and shook his head. He wasn't disappointed at all. He only wanted to test if Klein or the Evernight goddess had fixed a bug. After striking the bell, he could, to a certain extent, be considered the fool's angel of time. He could use this loophole to steal a portion of the other party's anchors. Such theft was usually of little value, but it was very useful at the critical moment of a ritual. The sudden decrease in anchors would definitely cause the balance to be broken, causing Klein to lose control on the spot. Amon retracted his gaze and raised his hand to adjust the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal glasses, a light that seemed to come from the starry sky suddenly lit up. Chapter 1413. Creak, creak. The doors and windows in Bakeland, Trier, Lenberg, and St. Millum closed at the same time without any wind blowing. In the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, inside a white tower, Luca, who was on duty in the underground area, suddenly stood up when he sensed the unusual commotion. As a prophet, he acutely sensed that something was happening. This elder, who was wearing a white robe with brass threads, immediately used a mystic spell and arrived at the entrance to the underground area in one step. He reached out and pushed the door open. However, this door, which wasn't considered heavy for a demigod, didn't move at all, as though it had been sealed by an invisible force. Luca Brewster didn't make any forceful attempts. Instead, he cast his gaze deep underground. There was silence. Not a single sound could be heard. This isn't normal. Luca didn't need to rely on his beyonder powers to determine that something was amiss. Usually, deep underground would emit a sound that made one's hair stand on end. But now, it had vanished as though it had never appeared. Others might not know, but as a member of the upper echelons of the Church of Knowledge, Luca knew that the sound came from an extremely terrifying sealed artifact that even he didn't know the exact situation. It was impossible for it to be erased out of thin air. The current situation could only mean one thing. Either the sealed artifact had escaped its restrictions and entered an even stranger state, or it had been sealed further, no longer able to exert any influence on the outside world. And regardless of which possibility it was, it meant that there was extreme danger lurking in the surroundings. This was because the sealed artifact serial number was 0-01. At the top of the remaining bell tower in Byam, the light on Amon's monocle gradually faded as it returned to normal. This Mr. Error had just unabashedly displayed his newly obtained beyonder powers, indicating a fact to all the existences that were watching him. He had already accommodated the door's uniqueness and obtained the corresponding authority. He had just used this to close everything related to the concept of door in the world, maximizing the effects of the seal. This resulted in the items that were sealed in the Orthodox churches and secret organizations being unable to be used for a short period of time because no one could remove the seal. Even if a true God descended from the astral world, it might take a certain amount of time to remove the restrictions. Therefore, Amon excluded most of the grade 0 sealed artifacts from the possible battle of gods, so he didn't need to consider the corresponding interference. Of course, using authority to exert influence on the entire world couldn't be maintained for long unless Mr. Error Amon focused all his energy on this matter. It was precisely because of this that he didn't do it ahead of time. Only when he observed the disturbance in Klein's anchor did he suddenly activate it. The stronger a grade 0 sealed artifact was, the more terrifying the negative effects were. It was even more so for those that could affect deities. Even a sequence 0 true god might not be able to withstand it for too long. Therefore, true gods wouldn't remove the seal unless they needed to use it. Otherwise, it would bring greater interference to them, and the gains wouldn't be able to make up for the losses. After doing this, Amon supported himself with his palm and gently leaped up. He sat on the handrail at the top of the bell tower without any semblance of a true god. As he looked at the horizon, he leisurely waited for the concealment to be lifted. The ritual to accommodate the fool's uniqueness had officially begun. At that time, he would sound the death knell for the other party. Inside the Evernight goddess's secret world, Klein's consciousness was like a sailboat in a storm under the repeated impacts of the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint. At times he would be thrown high, smacked down, eroded, and pushed. This made his thoughts extremely chaotic. He almost split into two different personalities, Antigonus and the Lord of the Mysteries. At the same time, his avatar had also lost its rationality. It was in a state where it was about to collapse into a maggot vortex. Only the marionette was standing there in a daze without anyone controlling it. The prayers and praises of the believers echoed in Klein's ears, forming a corresponding cognitive image. It was like a dam, bitterly resisting the surging flood. Klein wasn't too unfamiliar with such a situation. After becoming an attendant of mysteries and devouring the Beyonder characteristic related to Zeradol, he had a similar experience. Therefore, with the help of the anchors, he had survived the initial chaos. He had skillfully directed Antigonus's self-awareness and mental imprint to the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, allowing the two to corrode and entangle each other. The rampaging mental storm weakened significantly, and Klein's self-awareness finally had a chance to catch a breather. Before he calmed down, he immediately led the image of the deity formed by the anchors into the entanglement of the two mental corruption in an attempt to find a new balance. However, it didn't go smoothly. Compared to the previous time, the essence, toughness, and madness of Antigonus's mental imprint were clearly stronger than Zeradol's. After all, this was a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and was known as the half-fool. Furthermore, he had stolen the other party's identity and fate. This brought about two other negative effects. His personality was constantly on the verge of splitting apart. From time to time, he would believe that he was Antigonus, attempting to fuse the other party's mental imprint with his own mind. He had inherited the fate of Antigonus, losing control and going crazy. His entire body was collapsing uncontrollably, bringing about even more mental corruption. In addition, Antigonus's mental imprint and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings weren't completely incompatible. In certain aspects of the battlefield, they showed signs of fusing as one, as though they originated from the same existence. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. As a natural mythical creature, Antigonus was born with a certain will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. When he advanced to attendant of mysteries, this problem suddenly became serious, causing him to undergo an unfathomable mutation. When he accommodated the fool's uniqueness, madness seemed to become a side of him. In other words, before Antigonus completely lost control, his mind was already a stitched monster to a certain extent. His self-awareness and mental imprint belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and this couldn't be separated during theft. Compared to him, Zeradol's mental imprint was much cleaner. Only a small portion belonged to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Most of it came from Zeradol's intense emotions before his death. The reason why the two were different was that, apart from Antigonus's additional accommodation of the fool's uniqueness, the former had become an attendant of mysteries at the beginning of the fourth epoch. At that time, the will of the celestial worthy hadn't weakened to the extent of the late fifth epoch. Unable to form a new balance, Klein's rate of collapse accelerated. Most of his body was already made up of transparent and twisted maggots, and they extended out slippery and sinister tentacles. Just as he was trying his best to maintain his self-awareness and search for a new balance, without giving up his collapsed body, Antigonus's crazy mind, and the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings entered a slumber at the same time. This caused all the changes to come to an abrupt halt and return to normal. As for Klein's self-awareness, with the help of his special ability to resist dreams and the invasion of his mind, he maintained a sliver of lucidity in such a deep slumber. Yes, I've stolen not only the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy, but also the fate of him falling into eternal slumber. And I can resist eternal slumber to a certain extent. Klein grabbed that sliver of lucidity and gained a certain understanding of his current state. To him, this was an opportunity. It was only at this moment that he fully understood why the Evernight goddess needed the river of eternal darkness's water as a medium to attempt this. This wasn't only because it was very difficult for a king of angels who had accommodated the uniqueness and the awakened will of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body to temporarily enter a state of eternal slumber. It was also because the state of eternal slumber was beneficial to Klein. This could create an excellent environment where only a sliver of his will could move while all other disturbances were asleep. At the same time, Klein also confirmed something. The reason why he could remain lucid when his dream and mind were invaded wasn't entirely because of the uniqueness brought about by Sapphira Castle, but because the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body was also in a deep slumber. Although the Lord of the Mysteries' awakening was still very limited, his level and connection with Sapphira Castle was undoubtedly stronger than the current Klein. He couldn't completely resist the corrosion of eternal slumber, so why could Klein? Therefore, Klein believed that part of his uniqueness in this aspect stemmed from the Evernight goddess's blessing. It was a gift he had received when he was born, the blessing given by a true deity who wielded partial authority in the dream domain, and the aura, power, and mysticism of Sapphira Castle combined to form such a special characteristic. A gentle song that seemed to come from the depths of a dream sounded as Klein's lucidity deepened. Without any hesitation, he immediately adjusted the slumbering imprint and corruption in his body and found a new balance. Right on the heels of that, he extended out slippery tentacles with strange patterns. He mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle and stole the fool's uniqueness from Antigonus's body. Perhaps it was because he was now Antigonus, but the theft didn't fail many times before succeeding. A translucent mask engraved with the fool's symbol flew out of Antigonus's body. The man with a thick black beard remained asleep, as though he was in eternal slumber. At the same time, the blurry fog dissipated as illusory starlight shone into the hall. This ancient palace suddenly appeared in the dark and mysterious astral world, at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range's main peak. The concealment had been removed, and fate began to interact. At this moment, on a certain mountain peak in the forsaken land of the gods, a faint shadow curtain appeared on the surface of the huge cross. A crack opened as a man walked out. He was Adam, who wore a simple white robe and had a thick golden beard. Behind him was a thick shadow with 5 heads. The shadow had partially fused with him, but had yet to completely become one. Adam looked up at the astral world that was distorted by authority and symbols. He smiled calmly at the shadow behind him. From the looks of it, they still don't know why I'm using visionary as my foundation. I've never told anyone about this research result. Just as he finished speaking, he said with a solemn expression, I'm one and also everyone. I'm the beginning and also the end. His eyes suddenly turned illusory as a sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities appeared around him. Adam then raised his hand and grabbed the silver cross pendant hanging in front of his chest. Above his head, a blazing but illusory sun immediately appeared. On his left, lightning, gales, waves, and other symbols intertwined to form a phantom that looked down on everything. On his right, a white tower with many brass eyes rose from the ground. These imaginary authorities and symbols entered Adam's body one after another under the push of the sea of chaos. Finally, the shadow that was tightly attached to Adam's back shrank into his body. Suddenly, the sea that contained all colors and possibilities rose up. Adam swelled into a gigantic figure of light that seemed to be able to support the world. This figure of light slowly walked on the chaotic black water surface. He raised his hand and pointed at the astral world. Let there be light. In a blink of an eye, the entire astral world lit up. There were no more secrets that could be hidden. Even the invisible barrier that separated Earth from the astral world and the entire universe appeared. At this time, a terrifying giant face that could not be described in detail was stuck to the transparent, cracked barrier, silently watching the changes in the scene inside. Chapter 1414. It was even more abstract than the spirit world. In the astral world, which seemed to encompass all the authority and symbolism of the entire universe, everything appeared. And the light that illuminated this place wasn't evenly distributed. It was mainly concentrated in a few places, stacked on top of each other, interweaving into what looked like a thick prism. There were a total of 3 such spots, and they sealed different illusory kingdoms. Some of those kingdoms were filled with bright flowers, and the sky was always bright. Some seemed to be formed from books that were either opened or closed. Different figures shuttled back and forth between them, reading for pleasure. There was also a boundless sea that was enveloped in a violent storm, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling endlessly. In the next second, a drastic change occurred in the 3 different countries at the same time. Where the sky was always bright, all the flowers emitted light, as though they had become miniature, blazing suns. These countless miniature suns intertwined and plunged into the abnormally blinding golden sun that was rapidly rising from the depths of the kingdom, causing it to emit a scorching light that could illuminate the entire world and galaxy. However, no matter how much energy this near-real sun scattered or how many ultra-high temperature flames it created, it was unable to break through the thick prism of light. Every time it destroyed a layer, the other party would form a new layer. It wasn't any slower than it. Elsewhere in the astral world, on the surface of the wondrous kingdom formed from all kinds of books, spots of faint brass light rapidly swam about on the same spot of light. They outlined one mysterious symbol after another, as though they were searching for a key, structural point, or an effective way to destroy the barrier in one strike. During this process, the faint light formed a pair of illusory eyes that directly saw the weak spots and created eyes at the weak spots. And inside the spot of light, there was also a similar faint light swimming about, reconstructing itself over and over again, changing the key structural points. This made it seem like both parties were competing in terms of computational ability, and the victor couldn't be determined for a moment. Deep in the boundless sea that was enveloped by lightning, gales, and torrential rain, a spot of light suddenly lit up. It carried a portion of matter and approached the limits of its speed, creating a violent wave that could destroy a planet. Such a wave, along with the dot of light, constantly struck the thick, prism-like spot of light, causing it to drop countless beams of light. At some point in time, the spot of light rippled with an illusory sea that seemed to contain all colors and possibilities. This seemed to solidify the surrounding environment, causing the spot of light that carried the storm to slow down uncontrollably. Then, the spot of light sped up, slowed down, sped up, slowed down, and repeated, refusing to give up. With the chaos sea as the source and himself and the true creator as the pillars, Adam, who had envisioned the 3 uniquenesses and incorporated them into this system, seemed to have exceeded the limits of the sequences and become a half-great old one. With his strength alone, he had forcefully suppressed eternal, dark, blazing sun, the Lord of storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom, trapping the 3 sequence, 0 true gods in their respective divine kingdoms. At that moment, he seemed to have returned to his peak state, transforming back into the ancient sun god who had killed one ancient god after another. He used the 2 pathways of Visionary and the Hanging Man as the foundation for his resurrection. Apart from the uniqueness of their resurrection, it was also because he had researched them and had the highest chance of becoming God. Using one of the 2 pathways of Visionary and the Hanging Man to become a true God, and after grasping the basics of Chaos Sea, one could take back the remaining uniquenesses and sequence, one beyond her characteristics. This was the relatively easiest and least risky path to advance to the Lord of the astral world. And in this aspect, the Visionary was slightly more special than the Hanged Man. When a Visionary gained initial control of Chaos Sea and accommodated the second uniqueness and the corresponding sequence, one beyond her characteristic to a certain extent, he could rely on imagination to conjure the remaining false symbols and authorities, allowing himself to temporarily obtain the level of a sequence and possess the strength of half a great old one. However, at the end of the 3rd epoch, the ancient sun god's plan was, after being assassinated, he would immediately revive at Sasra's place in the giant king's court. He would first take back the uniqueness and 3 sequence, one beyond her characteristics of the Hanging Man, and become a sequence 0 true God again. Then, with the help of the first blasphemy slate placed beside him, he would gain initial control of Chaos Sea. With this foundation, he would then awaken the angel of imagination, Adam, and return to his main body to form support. Once such a system was established, the ancient sun god would use the grazing powers of the hanging man and the means of a visionary to separate his virtual persona to control the uniquenesses and sequence, one beyonder characteristics of the three pathways of sun, reader, and sailor, allowing himself to be infinitely close to a great old one in terms of status and strength while maintaining a minimum level of stability. He didn't directly accommodate chaos C and the uniquenesses and sequence, one beyonder characteristics of the other three pathways, because he didn't want to advance to a great old one in that era and become a pillar. That would inevitably lead to the awakening of God, causing him to lose himself. His plan was to control the situation and the materials. When the apocalypse approached, he would complete the final few steps and become a pillar with self-awareness. Back then, he didn't plan on using visionary as a foundation because he didn't obtain the pen of Al-Zahad and lacked a main ingredient. After the kings of angels betrayed him, and the plan failed miserably, he revived in Adam's body. Only then did he decide to take the best path by taking the opportunity brought about by this calamity. At that moment, Adam, who had transformed into a gigantic figure of light, stood on the surface of the chaotic black water, causing the astral world to be reflected in his eyes, making it difficult for the three true deities to break through the restrictions. Around him, beams of light constantly fell from high above with flaming tails, illuminating the entire forsaken land of the gods, causing the northern and southern continents to be in the middle of noon. In the remaining bell tower of Bayam, Amon, who was sitting on the railing, nudged his crystal monocle. With his hands, he suddenly leaped up and entered the astral world. During this process, an ancient mottled stone slab appeared in his left hand at some point in time, the first blasphemy slate. Amon had once used it to seal the gap brought about by Mr. Door's return ritual, preventing the invasion of the mother goddess of depravity. After the return ritual ended, the door of flesh and blood completely collapsed, and there was no longer a passageway that could be maintained. He then retrieved the blasphemy slate. At that moment, Amon casually threw the ancient mottled slate down from the astral world and landed somewhere in the fog sea. It was a mountain that pierced through the endless black fog. There was no end to its bottom. It was as though there was a continent around it. After the first blasphemy slate landed, it accurately stabbed into the peak of the mountain, transforming into an illusory sea that contained all colors. At the same time, Amon entered the astral world and saw the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range that had been grafted here. He saw the ancient and dilapidated palace on the peak. His body, which was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, rapidly grew in size, instantly reaching the size of a mountain. His mouth opened as though he was about to swallow the magnificent but dilapidated palace of Antigonus into his mouth. Suddenly he saw a blurry figure. This figure was wearing a long black dress that was layered but not complicated, and it was dotted with countless starlight. He was as huge as the present Amon. A pair of arms covered in dark black short hair grew out from his ribs and waist. However, he had a beautiful and gentle face that was covered with a thin black veil. His eyes seemed to condense the night sky that hid the stars. It made one feel at peace, but it also made one feel uncontrollable fear. Two of his hands were dragging a long scythe, and the other was holding a golden bird-shaped accessory. The remaining two were empty, as though he was holding something invisible. Evernight Goddess. In the next second, Amon, who was wearing a monocle on his right eye, was quickly erased like a sketch by an eraser. The Evernight Goddess raised her two empty arms and held up a blurry fog that was almost invisible. On the surface of the fog, doors of different shapes rapidly opened at different spots, but they were instantly blocked, preventing any loopholes from appearing. The Evernight Goddess floated at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range in the astral world. She focused on controlling the fog world in her hand, preventing Amon's true body from escaping. As more and more doors appeared, they opened faster and faster. The goddess was no longer able to deal with them by herself. All she could do was raise her other two arms and raise the long scythe. The dark black scythe quickly turned incorporeal, as though it had turned into a non-corporeal coffin formed from thick black fog. The nearly invisible fog world was stuffed into the coffin. All movement instantly came to a halt, as though he had died at the same time. However, this silence only lasted for a second. On the surface of the thick black fog that formed the coffin, doors formed and opened one after another. As the Evernight goddess sealed these doors, she raised her arm that held the golden bird-shaped accessory. The orange-red light of dusk scattered down, giving the black coffin a sense of decay and death. The formation and opening of the doors slowed down as both parties entered a tug-of-war. At this moment, beneath the Evernight goddess's feet, the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range collapsed. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived ahead of time. At the same time, black python-like tentacles extended over from a certain spot in the astral world. At the tip of these tentacles was an eye that was either closed or open. Anything they saw would instantly turn into grayish-white stone, and anything that was directly touched by the tentacles would distort, extending their limbs and heads, turning into women of various sizes, all of them very good-looking. As the grayish-white spread rapidly, these tentacles surged towards the ancient and dilapidated palace, surging towards Klein, who was about to contain the fool's uniqueness. Primordial Demoness, Cheek. Chapter 1415. Countless demonesses of different sizes brought about destruction that felt like everything was collapsing, causing the entire main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to develop in the direction of a gigantic stone sphere. This caused the dilapidated outer walls of the ancient palace to rapidly collapse, exposing Klein, his avatar, and Marionette, who was in the middle of the hall, to the astral world. Just as the python-like black tentacles were about to surge into the palace, a crimson moon rose up in this apocalyptic scene. The periphery of the hall that was bathed in moonlight instantly grew wheat, flowers, mushrooms, and trees. They intertwined with each other and stacked on top of each other, sealing the palace that belonged to Antigonus within. At that moment, the hall that Klein was in was like a ruin that had been sealed in history and the forest for thousands of years. It had been completely devoured by nature. The black tentacles with eyeballs at their tips that resembled pythons were blocked by the crazily growing plants. They rose up and constantly struck the barrier that originated from nature, causing the latter to petrify, crack, or collapse layer after layer. However, be it the wheat, flowers, mushrooms, or trees, their rebirth came very quickly. Just as they returned to Earth Mother's embrace, they grew out once again. Just like that, the natural barrier was reborn layer by layer before being destroyed. Layer after layer was destroyed, and layer after layer was reborn. It entered a stalemate. Earth Mother, who wielded the moon pathway's uniqueness, blocked Primordial Demoness Cheek. At this moment, a beam of light that most Beyonders couldn't see fell straight down from above, slamming into the natural barrier that had plants as its foundation. This beam of light didn't have a corporeal body, as though it was formed from massive amounts of information. In an illusory form, it tore through the gaps between the plants like a torrent, heading straight for Klein, who was about to obtain the translucent mask. The hidden sage. At this moment, a blurry light shot up from the void, producing projections of paintings around Klein. Some of them recorded the helplessness and tragedy of humans facing Beyonder species. Some used epic strokes to recreate the scene of humans using themselves as experimental subjects, attempting to fuse Beyonder ingredients to obtain strength and save their species. Some described the strange and unique folklore that came from the Black Emperor. Some carried all sorts of inventions, books, and viewpoints. Some were like the current world's replicas, consisting of gigantic machinery that spewed out steam, buildings that grew taller and taller, and clothes that made it easier to move around. These contents made the seemingly thin paintings exude an extremely heavy feeling. This was because they bore the burden of civilization, the enlightenment and development of human society at different stages. Back then, the god of craftsmanship hadn't digested the sequence one civilization enlightener potion well before advancing to sequence 0 due to various reasons. Furthermore, he maintained his rationality and lucidity, but this also forced him to divert more his attention to resist the inclination of losing control and madness. Among the 7 orthodox deities, he was inferior to the other existences. The reason why the Church of Steam was the weakest orthodox deity organization wasn't only because he had the shortest history and accumulated the least, but also because the corresponding true deity wasn't in a good state. After Rosel's identity as the son of Steam and a member of the Church set off the Industrial Revolution, bringing about all sorts of ideas, the god of craftsmanship seized the opportunity to change his name to the god of steam and machinery. He shared the progress of civilization's enlightenment and digested the corresponding potion. And as a true deity of a neighboring pathway, after the hidden sage chose to become Klein's enemy, he finally stood on the side of the other orthodox deities. The terrifying torrent of information slammed into the illusory paintings and rapidly expanded in an attempt to crack the cage. However, a civilization that had existed for tens of thousands of years was heavy and extensive. The history left behind by generations of humans that numbered in the hundreds of millions was vast and magnificent. It was completely sufficient to carry the hidden sage's torrent of information. As the hidden sage worked hard to break through the restrictions of the god of steam and machinery in the Antigonus Hall, which was sealed by layers of plants, Klein extended his slippery and strange tentacles to grab the translucent mask that represented the fool's uniqueness and brought it close to his face. Just as the mask covered Klein's face, figures appeared around him. Some of them were men wearing postman's clothes, some were ordinary birds, and some were creatures so tiny that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There were hundreds or thousands of them. The hall, which only had corpses hanging in midair, suddenly became crowded. And what these figures had in common was that they either wore a crystal monocle on their right eyes, or there was a circle of symbols of different colors in the same spot. Amon, Mr. Aramon's avatars. It was unknown if they had used the primordial demoness or the hidden sage's invasion to open a back door and take advantage of a loophole to silently arrive near the target. Looking at Klein, who had just put on the translucent mask and was beginning to accommodate the fool's uniqueness, these omens revealed smiles at the same time. They opened their mouths and spat out words that normal people couldn't understand. These words intertwined together, forming a terrifying and crazy ravings. You neglected the primordial demoness. To her, Medici, who has only recovered to sequence 1, isn't a threat at all. What she hopes the most now is for a Lord of the Mysteries to immediately be born and open the seal of the Western continent, allowing her a chance to find the city of calamity. Clearly, compared to you, I'm a better choice. You're too weak. Haha, are you still waiting for the Mother Tree of Desire or the Mother Goddess of Depravity to provide help? It's useless. I've placed the first blasphemy slate in the Fog Sea, at the entrance of the abyss, not far from that primitive island. In addition, with the enhanced seal brought about by the authority related to the door and the control of half a lord of the astral world's barrier, no matter which outer deity it is, they won't be able to infiltrate reality in a short period of time. And without the influence of the outer deities, the dark side of the universe and the chained god currently don't wish to interfere in the battle of gods. They would rather seize this opportunity and attempt to escape the restraints. They also hope to quickly produce a Lord of the Mysteries to help them escape their predicament. If it wasn't for the fact that triggering them would also trigger the corruption of the outer deities in their bodies, I could now make a promise and come to an agreement with them to deal with you together. Amon was deliberately using real information to fill the ravings, using this to make Klein suffer from 2 influences at the same time. One was the mental corruption of the ravings, and the other was the corresponding contents pull on his attention. In any case, this wasn't a waste of time for him. On the one hand, he had enough avatars. Every worm of Time's word was enough to form many words. On the other hand, he had forcefully mixed the information together, so a single word could represent many things. At that instant, Amon's ravings reverberated crazily in Klein's mind. They were like sharp blades that pierced through his mind and tore apart his mind. If it were any other time, Klein could use his level to forcefully suppress the ravings that were at most at the sequence 1 level without being affected. But at that moment he was accommodating the fool's uniqueness. His mental balance was delicate and fragile. In such a scene, a single straw might collapse the entire house, much less Amon's avatars. Furthermore, while Klein's mind was in a stabbing pain and his self-awareness was in chaos, the Antigonus mental imprint and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that had fallen into an eternal slumber showed signs of awakening. In a sense, eternal slumber was an extreme seal. The Amon, who had accommodated the door's uniqueness, could undoubtedly weaken the seal or even make it ineffective. In addition, the translucent mask that Klein had just put on, the fool's uniqueness, had an even stronger will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. It was also gradually escaping the influence of eternal slumber and resonating with the same kind in Klein's body, without using any beyonder powers. All they did was create some simple ravings. Amon had made Klein lose his balance and be on the verge of losing control. Furthermore, all of this seemed irreversible unless there was still the river of eternal darkness's water to allow Antigonus's mental imprint and the even more powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to continue sleeping. But at this moment, even if there was still the river of eternal darkness's water, the Evernight goddess couldn't be distracted. This was because she was using her full strength to suppress the dual pathway true god, Amon. From this angle, the Amon were actually deliberately sacrificing their true bodies to hold back the Evernight goddess and create an opportunity for the avatars to destroy Klein's ritual. This was a little risky, but the outcome looked pretty good. At this moment, a spot of light lit up in Klein's pocket. The light was pale golden in color, like sticky syrup. It instantly enveloped the surrounding area. Apart from Klein, his avatars and the thin brass book that had been suddenly thrown over by the distant marionette were illuminated by the light. 0-02, Tren Sostal brass book. This sealed artifact stretched out its body in midair. As it bathed in the pale golden light, a rule suddenly appeared on the blank page. It was completely different from the previous repeated rules. Silence here! The mouths of Amon's avatars kept opening and closing, but they could no longer make a sound. An instant later, a new rule appeared under the previous rule. Mutual attacks are prohibited here. Pa. Tren Sostal brass book fell to the ground and spread open at Klein's feet. Under the illumination of the magic wishing lamp, it had managed to escape the previous cycle and set up a rule that was beneficial to Klein. The Amons only glanced at each other and made different responses. A portion of them adjusted their monocle at the same time and joined forces. Then they raised their right hands and gently clenched them, using the corresponding authority to strengthen the seal. On the Tren Sostal brass book, a sentence gradually took shape before the new rules. The following rules are invalid, the other Amon locked onto Klein, who was on the verge of losing control. Not being able to attack didn't mean that they couldn't steal or give gifts. Chapter 1416. On the different Amon's faces, the monocle that existed in different forms emitted a pure light at the same time. This was something they had stolen from the depths of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. It came from the eternal daytime, effect of the ancient sun god. It could purify filth and evil and awaken the sleeping living beings. They gave this gift to Klein. This, combined with the relevant authority of the apprentice domain, was enough to break the state of eternal slumber. In an instant, Antigonus's mental imprint and the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's body awakened. The feelings of madness, vastness, cruelty, bloodthirst, and coldness were like an invisible storm that wreaked havoc in Klein's heart. Almost at the same time, the powerful will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that had yet to be completely accommodated in the fool's uniqueness suddenly opened its eyes like a terrifying monster that had been sleeping in the darkness for more than 1,000 years. At that moment, the chaos and loss of control from before swept over him again. However, Klein didn't panic. According to a backup plan, he calmly used the grafting ability to guide Antigonus's mental imprint to the will of the celestial worthy in the fool's uniqueness, allowing them to collide again after being entangled for 1,000 or 2,000 years. On the other side, Klein relied on his consciousness and the anchors from the fool's believers and see God's believers to balance the will of the celestial worthy contained in the beyonder characteristic in his body, just like when he separated the attendant of mysteries marionette. If there weren't any accidents, Klein would have a certain chance of achieving a balance on both sides if this continued. He would completely accommodate the fool's uniqueness and enter the final stage of the ritual. However, how could there not be any accidents when he was surrounded by almonds? A number of almonds strengthened the seal of the Tuluin Sostal brass book and the magic wishing lamp to resist the former's nomological restrictions. When a number of almonds gifted the eternal daytime to Klein, a small number locked onto Klein and stole. What they wanted to steal was the lucidity of his thoughts. One after another, the almonds failed, but in the end, there were still a few almonds who succeeded. They stole Klein's consciousness for the next 2 seconds. Klein's thoughts turned blurry. Without the guidance of Antigonus's mental imprint, the two halves of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings will, and the anchors from the believers immediately lost balance. They frantically corroded, influenced, and corrupted each other. Everything became extremely chaotic and out of control, as if it was already irreversible. Klein's body collapsed inch by inch, turning into a bunch of transparent and twisted maggots that extended out even more slippery and evil tentacles. At that moment, the rules on the Sostal brass book were erased and new words were written. Silence in this place. Mutual attacks are prohibited here. Then, in front of these 2 rules, the familiar text appeared again. The following rules are invalid. After the seal was strengthened, the Sostal brass book seemed to have entered a new cycle, and the influence that the genie could exert became rather effective. Klein's consciousness quickly recovered, but the situation in his body was completely chaotic and out of control. This made him unable to sort out the different influences, and he was powerless to find a new balance. In other words, he would continue running down the path of losing control until he became a monster. With almost no time to think, Klein relied on his instincts and experience to make the decision to use the final plan. He instantly gave up on trying to salvage the situation in his body and stopped diverting his attention to this matter. Not only that, Klein even made the attendant of mysteries marionette transform into a maggot vortex. With Zeradol's mental imprint, it threw itself towards his main body and fused with it. He wanted to add to the chaos. However, Amon's avatars wouldn't allow him to make any attempts. Apart from resisting the magic wishing lamp and the Sostal brass book, the rest began stealing once again. They wanted to make Klein's thoughts fall into chaos again and again until he completely lost control. The Amon in the postman's uniform succeeded, but what he stole wasn't Klein's lucidity, but a drop of fresh blood. The blood instantly seeped into Postman Amon's palm. Right on the heels of that, Postman Amon's eyes were dyed crimson. His stomach bulged at an unimaginable speed as it squirmed. He seemed to be pregnant with a child. What he had stolen was the primordial moon, which was also the blood blessed by the mother goddess of depravity. After Klein no longer placed most of his consciousness on balancing the Antigonus mental imprint in his body, the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and the anchor he no longer needed to passively endure it like before. He could barely respond to Amon's theft. He used grafting to tamper with the target of Amon's theft into Sapphira Castle, into the junk pile, and onto the drop of blood that had the blessing of the primordial moon. This came from Shaman King Klarman. There was no doubt that there was a certain connection between Amon's avatars. Furthermore, it was impossible for his level to reach sequence 0. Therefore, when Postman Amon was contaminated by the drop of blood, the other almonds showed a certain level of chaos. Some of their stomachs protruded, some of their eyes were dyed crimson, and some of them were carrying invisible babies as they circled on the spot. This caused the rest of the theft to inevitably fail. Klein seized this opportunity and, relying on the lucidity that he couldn't maintain for too long, he mobilized the power of Sapphira Castle, covering the entire ancient palace with a shadowy curtain. This place was once again concealed. Then he ignored the Antigonus mental imprint and Zeridol's mental imprint in his body, and the two wills of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings that were beginning to fuse. He made the blank-faced avatar, which was standing not far away, extend its palm towards his main body. Its 5 fingers quickly closed as it quickly twisted its wrist. As Klein's self-consciousness didn't resist and even took the initiative to cooperate, the avatar didn't fail a few times. With the help of Sapphira Castle, it successfully stole his self-consciousness, fate, anchor, and most of his identity from his main body. The only identity he left behind in his main body was the identity related to the Fool. At the same time, he also stole the identity, fate, and mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor. This was only possible after a few tries with the help of his self-consciousness. As the long river of light with countless tributaries appeared, the face of Klein's avatar twisted and squirmed, turning into Klein Moretti, who had the characteristics of German Sparrow. He had transformed into his main body, a body without any Beyonder characteristics. Of course, his self-consciousness and anchor were still resisting the mental imprint of the Antigonus family's ancestor, but compared to before, this was undoubtedly much easier to deal with. Having already adapted to his identity as Antigonus, he quickly found a new balance, delaying and prolonging the fate of losing control. Although this was still unavoidable, it gave him some time for the subsequent operations. On the other side, in Klein's original body, there was only the Fool's uniqueness, all the Beyonder characteristics from the curtain, the Beyonder characteristics that originated from Zeridol, a small number of Beyonder characteristics from other sources that Klein had once consumed and digested, as well as the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the remnants of Zeridol's mental imprint, and the identity of the Fool. Without Klein's self-consciousness, Antigonus's mental imprint, and a large number of anchors, the remnants of Zeridol's mental imprint were quickly destroyed and corroded by the awakened will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. In the next second, Klein's main body suddenly fell silent. The collapse of his body stopped. He lowered his head and stopped extending his slippery and evil tentacles. He was so quiet that it seemed to have lost his soul. In such a scene, silence was more terrifying than madness. That dazed body seemed to be giving birth to an extremely terrifying monster. Klein didn't care about it. All he did was quickly graft a portion of his connection with his main body to the area above the gray fog. Then he changed his target and locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair. This former half-fool didn't receive Amon's help, so he didn't escape his eternal slumber. Klein reached out his right hand again and stole the remaining sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, 1 each. Although he was now bearing the identity and fate of Antigonus, such stealing was still difficult. It was inevitable that he would repeat his failures. At that moment, outside the realm of mysteries created by Sapphira Castle, Amon regained his consciousness from the initial chaos. They raised their monocle to make the crimson in their eyes disappear, or they looked down at their stomachs and reached out to touch them. A second later, the protruding stomachs cracked open, and babies with faint crimson crawled out. These babies didn't cry, nor did they show any abnormalities. They smoothly took out a crystal monocle from the void and wore it on their right eye. The number of Amon increased. He turned the babies that were born into his avatars to prevent them from being corrupted by the primordial moon from interfering with him. And at this moment, Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery had obtained a certain degree of advantage on their respective battlefields. Finally, they could free up their hands to interfere with the situation inside the palace. In an instant, a portion of the Amon turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the ground. A portion of the Amon turned into knowledge, information, and words that were imprinted into the illusory book. However, there was still a portion of the Amon who used blink, relied on loopholes, or used deception of the rules to successfully avoid the influence of the two true deities. As they continued to strengthen the seal of the magic wishing lamp and the transostal brass book, they opened a door in Klein's realm of mysteries. At the same time, the angels also noticed the changes in the astral world. However, their gazes couldn't penetrate the natural barrier of Earth Mother and the civilization painting of the god of steam and machinery. They couldn't see the scene inside. This also meant that even if they wanted to exert their influence, they were powerless. In the realm of mysteries created by Sapphira Castle, after repeated failures, Klein finally succeeded in stealing Antigonus's Beyonder characteristics from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1, Beyonder characteristics that had been digested. Due to the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics, the latter had attracted many Beyonders of the same pathway over a long period of time. While turning them into marionettes, he had also sucked away their Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, at this moment, Antigonus still had a large number of Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway in his body, including a miracle invokers. The dark points of light quickly fused into Klein's body and fused with him, as he was now Antigonus, and as those Beyonder characteristics had been digested by Antigonus, his fate of losing control didn't accelerate. It maintained its previous progress. This way, Klein had once again become a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries who had digested the potion and had his fate pointed towards the outcome of losing control. At this moment, his original main body raised his head, his eyes dark. Just being glanced at made the present Klein's thoughts instantly slow down. His body turned cold, and he almost couldn't think of resisting. The powerful will that he was very familiar with began to rise bit by bit in an attempt to influence Sapphira Castle. The Lord of the Mysteries had revived in Klein's main body. The Fool had become a great existence that had truly awakened. It matched the guesses of Tarot and the others, and it contradicted the true history. Before Klein's thoughts slowed down further, he took the initiative to cooperate with Amon and dispelled the realm of mysteries, allowing the situation inside to be connected to the outside world. He had already fooled history without any problems, just as he had thought in the beginning. As for how to end things, he never had a good idea. Based on the changes in the situation, the final plan he activated at the critical moment was there was no way out. He would go from accommodating the Fool's uniqueness to advancing to the true Fool. In any case, this wouldn't be any worse than the previous situation. Chapter 14:17. The curtain that enveloped the Antigonus palace instantly vanished. An indescribable aura returned to reality, causing the entire astral world to shake. Outside the cracked world's barrier, the terrifying faces that couldn't be described with normal words simultaneously changed. The invisible barrier began to tremble violently, as though it would collapse inch by inch at any moment. Every continent on the planet's interior experienced an earthquake. It wasn't serious, but it was rather obvious. Above the 5 seas, waves surged as though they had encountered a sudden tidal force. In the noon sky, the crimson moon suddenly appeared. Its color became extremely rich and expanded in an exaggerated manner, as though it was hanging on the roofs of every house. Apart from that, the brown star, orange star, red star, gold star, and blue star lit up at the same time, emitting different textures of light. If one looked down from the cosmos, the entire earth seemed to be embroiled in an invisible storm as it shook on the spot. This was a slight change brought about by the outer deities' attempt to break through the barrier. The aura emitted by the ancient palace floating in the astral world reminded them of that terrifying existence. Under the pressure, they were either furious or crazy as they attempted to prevent him from reviving. Compared to them who were blocked outside the world, the first to react was the magic wishing lamp in the pocket of Klein's main body. The viscous golden light suddenly penetrated Amon's enhanced seal and turned into a blurry and distorted figure. It extended his arm and grabbed the Trend-Sostal brass book into his palm. The rules that had been written previously disappeared, and a new text instantly formed. The resurrection of the dead is prohibited here. A thin, grayish-white fog flashed, and a familiar text appeared in front of the rule. The following rules are invalid. Even without truly reviving and absorbing the Fool's uniqueness and 2 Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the Seer pathway, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in Klein's main body could also control Sephara Castle and use his status to use his powers. At this moment, his existence had completed its interaction with the fog of history. Fragments of light began to distort, sometimes connecting as one, and at other times they would collapse. He was unable to completely form a piece of history. There was an irreconcilable contradiction in that period of history. In real history, Klein Moretti, who had fused with the soul of a prehistoric human, had pretended to be the Fool and formed tarot. He became stronger 1 sequence at a time and finally reached the level of the Fool. The present history was that Mr. Fool was a great existence who had awakened. He was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings from ancient times. He had finally awakened. At that moment, although the genie had used the Trend-Sostal brass book to complete the nomological restriction for less than a second, it still weakened the will of the Lord of the Mysteries in Klein's main body, as though it had suffered a fatal blow. As for Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery, they had given up on interfering with Amon's avatars, as though they wanted Mr. Error to free his hands to deal with the awakened Lord of the Mysteries. However, despite having some strength left, they didn't attempt to influence Klein's true body. All they did was continue suppressing the primordial demoness and the hidden sage. The latter two's attacks and interference were also no longer intense, as though they were waiting for an outcome. To them, the resurrection of the Lord of the Mysteries could also achieve their goals. They could produce a pillar in the shortest amount of time. They couldn't let a fellow who hated them become the Lord of the Mysteries. In addition, the pathways they were in didn't belong to the 3 pathways controlled by the Lord of the Mysteries. Furthermore, they didn't have any grudges or conflicts of interest with him. The Amens, who were no longer affected, immediately changed their targets and focused most of their attention on Klein's main body. Without needing anyone to explain, they clearly knew that this was their greatest threat. Without any hesitation, the Amens raised their right hands at the same time and gently clenched them, solemnly stealing the effects of eternal daylight from the target. However, the Amens didn't give up on exerting their influence on Klein. Relying on their numbers, they sent a small number of members to look at Klein, who was currently a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries and bore the identity of Antigonus. The Amen's monocle suddenly lit up. Using the authority related to Dor, they moved Klein out of the real world and into the cosmos. In the vast, dark universe, Klein's figure appeared before, instantly thinning into a paper figurine. The paper doll first swelled up and gave birth to a paper baby. Then, it quickly decayed and turned to dust. Klein used grafting and paper figurine substitutes to block the Amen's attacks. At the same time, the other Amen succeeded in stealing the effects of eternal daylight from Klein's main body. However, in the next second, the effects of eternal daylight were stolen by the other party. This was the control the Lord of the Mysteries had over his pathway's powers, even though he hadn't truly resurrected and had only begun the process. The Amen's eyes flickered slightly as they immediately gave up on Klein and focused on 3 matters. Most of them continued to steal the eternal daytime effects that had been bestowed to resist the Lord of the Mysteries. A small number of them locked onto Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair, and steal his eternal slumber state. In addition, All the almonds removed the strengthening effects of the seal and even weakened it to a certain extent. Klein, who was no longer being attacked by the almonds, didn't counterattack either. His attention was also focused on his main body. The awakened Lord of the Mysteries was the biggest problem. In an instant, an illusory mark appeared at Klein's glabella. It was a strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. It constantly emitted a thin, grayish-white fog. Klein began to vie for control of Sapphira Castle with the Lord of the Mysteries, so as to prevent him from using his status to use his powers. And before the Lord of the Mysteries truly resurrected and accommodated the Fool's uniqueness and the corresponding Beyonder characteristic, it could effectively reduce his strength, increasing the failure rate of many of his operations and making the effects significantly worse. With his participation and his control over Sapphira Castle, the fooling effect of the Trend-Sostal Brass book immediately weakened. The success rate of the almonds theft also increased. Almost at the same time, in the forsaken land of the gods, at the feet of the ancient sun's gigantic figure of light, on the surface of the sea that contained all colors, words written in the most ancient language quickly appeared. The Lord of the Mysteries' resurrection failed due to various interference. As these words formed, as Klein fought for control of Sapphira Castle, the almonds once again stole the effects of eternal daylight that were attached to the Lord of the Mysteries. On the other side, they had also stolen Antigonus's state of eternal slumber. Without any hesitation, the almonds transferred the state of eternal slumber to Klein's main body and to the Lord of the Mysteries. The ancient existence's awakened aura immediately fell silent, but it quickly rebounded. At this moment, the corresponding text on the weakened Trend-Sostal Brass book took form again. The resurrection of the dead is prohibited here. Suddenly, the terrifying will in Klein's main body rapidly weakened, producing a strong tendency to fall back into a deep slumber. However, this will was so powerful that even a long period of time couldn't completely wear it down. Under the two restrictions, it was still tenaciously growing and recovering bit by bit. It also attempted to use tampering and fooling to resolve its current predicament. Klein sensed that the other party was using the power of Sapphira Castle. He immediately focused and interfered. At the same time, the Evernight goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, slightly relaxed her control over Amon's true body. She pulled back the golden bird-shaped accessory and aimed its head downwards. Inside the bronze eyeball of the golden bird-shaped accessory, illusory layers of doors surged out, allowing a colorless drop of water with a strong aura of eternal silence to fall onto Klein's main body in the ancient palace. This was a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness. While the Evernight goddess was doing this, Amon's true body's attempt to open the door to escape slowed down. The drop of water fell extremely quickly. The natural barrier created by Earth Mother and the civilization painting presented by the god of steam and machinery shrank a little at the same time, making way for it. Pa! The water from the river of eternal darkness accurately dripped onto the head of Klein's main body and silently drilled in. The aura of the Lord of the Mysteries, which was slowly growing, immediately fell back. It lost its fluctuations and fell into an eternal slumber again. However, this state was very unstable, as though it could be broken at any moment. At this moment, the Evernight goddess's empty hand pulled out a huge sword from the void. The surface of the sword was covered in an orange-red glow, emitting the aura of dusk and the decay of all things. This was the symbol of a twilight giant. The Evernight goddess's arm, which was covered in pitch-black short hair, spread out and slashed the exaggerated sword downwards. She had always had strength left, as though she was preparing for this moment. Amidst the strange sound of the void cracking and decaying, the long sword covered in the glow of dusk slashed through the dome of the Antigonus palace, causing the hanging corpses to fall to the ground. Right on the heels of that, it slashed at Klein's main body, which had yet to escape its eternal slumber. The portion of the Lord of the Mysteries' awakened will rapidly dissipated, and the body also declined uncontrollably and collapsed. Even the fool's uniqueness on his face and the 2 sequence 9 to sequence, 1 beyond her characteristics, in his body collapsed and gathered together. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't think at all. According to the plan, he used Sapphira Castle and pulled down a quarter of the fog of history to contain the blob. Amidst the grayish-white fog, the fool's uniqueness and the beyonder characteristics completely fused together. They crazily absorbed the fog of history around them, turning into a dark and deep liquid that didn't have a fixed form. The blob of liquid stretched and changed, as though it was about to form a strange, translucent cloak with a hood, or a person whose organs and flesh had been dug out. The fool's potion. The almonds extended their right hands at the same time and stole the potion. Chapter 1418. More than 1,000 almonds had stolen. With their numbers as long as their luck wasn't too bad, there would always be a few who succeeded. Furthermore, the blob of the fool potion was ownerless, so stealing it wasn't difficult at all. At the same time as stealing, the almonds also removed a certain seal on themselves, allowing the beyonder characteristics of the apprentice and marauder to reveal their ability to converge. This was rather effective against the fool potion. It could greatly increase the success rate of the almonds stealing. However, all the almonds failed in the end. This was because a new rule had appeared in the Trend Sostel Brass book. Theft is not allowed here. Previously, in order to deal with the awakened Lord of the Mysteries, the almonds had weakened all the seals here, helping the Trend Sostel Brass book escape from fooling. It could set up some rules that were effective for a short period of time in a repeated cycle, and now this affected them. Seizing this opportunity, the illusory brand between Klein's eyebrows became even more obvious. Around him, a thin grayish-white fog interweaved, forming a thin cocoon. He activated Sapphira Castle with all his might, and together with his attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic, he created an extremely powerful convergence effect on the fool potion. The black liquid that didn't have a fixed shape was like a wild beast that had finally seen food after a long period of hunger. It pounced onto Klein. It constantly stretched and changed like a translucent piece of human skin, completely wrapping Klein inside. Klein's face protruded under the layer of liquid. His facial features were sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, sometimes distorted, and sometimes blank. In the forsaken land of the gods, under the gigantic shadow formed by the ancient sun deity, on the surface of the illusory sea that contained all colors and possibilities, another sentence written in the most ancient language rapidly took form. Antigonus's efforts to advance to the fool ultimately failed due to various reasons. The reason why this existence, who once dominated the entire planet, didn't use the name Klein Moretti was because he was now bearing the identity and fate of Antigonus. If the former was the subject of the sentence, Klein could completely ignore it. What did the failure of Klein Moretti's advancement have to do with Antigonus becoming the fool? And when the subject became Antigonus, this sentence that seemed like a prophecy, an arrangement, and a reason was given after determining the outcome could make the situation very grim. If Klein didn't give up Antigonus's identity and fate, he would be restricted by this sentence. If he were to abandon Antigonus's identity and fate, then the sequence 9 to sequence, 1 beyonder characteristics in his body, would no longer truly belong to him. They hadn't been digested. They were beyonder characteristics that Antigonus had once controlled. At present, they had nothing to do with Klein Moretti. He had only forcefully devoured them. Under such circumstances, even if there weren't any other factors, just the undigested beyonder characteristics would likely cause Klein to lose control on the spot. And there was no doubt that consuming the fool potion in such a state to complete the advancement ritual would be impossible. When the ancient sun deity wrote this sentence, the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom in the astral world sensed something. They each launched their most violent counterattacks in an attempt to interfere with each other's actions. However, even though he had diverted most of his energy to restrain the 3 true deities, and even though it was rather difficult, the ancient sun deity still quickly completed his sentence. However, the gigantic shadow, his incarnation, clearly dimmed a lot, as though he couldn't maintain it for much longer. In the astral world, in the floating ancient palace, the battle between Earth Mother and the god of steam and machinery against the primordial demoness and the hidden sage became intense again. However, the former two were still able to divert a certain amount of strength to exert their influence on the Amun's avatars, preventing them from destroying Klein's advancement ritual. The Amuns were forced to blink everywhere, but there were still a number of them who turned into plants, blooming and bearing fruit before returning to the ground. A number of them collapsed into words and were imprinted into illusory books. Apart from this, a large number of them were strengthening the seal to restrict the trans-sostal brass book, preventing the rules it set from taking effect or only having a momentary effect. Under the influence of these three aspects, even with the number of Amuns, it seemed like there wasn't enough. But even so, a small number of them still seized the opportunity to make the crystal monocle and similar circular symbol reflect Klein's figure. In the next second, the monocle and circular symbol emitted a pure light. This wasn't stealing, but returning. At this moment, the Amuns chose to return to Klein what they had stolen from him. That was Klein's suicidal thoughts. Back when Klein was captured by Amun in the forsaken land of the gods, he had tried to commit suicide many times, but he failed. The corresponding thoughts had been stolen by him. At the critical moment of his advancement, once he had the thought of committing suicide, the outcome was obvious. At that moment, Klein, who was tightly enveloped by the blob of the Fool Potion, felt his thoughts turn chaotic as they scattered. He felt the surface of his body turn ice-cold as the sticky liquid slowly seeped into him. Then he had suicidal thoughts and the thought of giving up. This was a change that Klein hadn't expected at all. He had long forgotten that his suicidal thoughts had been stolen by Amun. Furthermore, he didn't expect that not only did he not casually throw them away, he had seriously preserved them. If it were in the past or at any other moment, although such thoughts were intense, he could still rely on his self-control to resist them to a certain extent. He could forcefully suppress such thoughts and wait for them to dissipate on their own, just like how he faced other bad thoughts. But now he was in the midst of an advancement ritual and was being affected by the potion. His mind had lost its stability, and there was no way for him to effectively suppress his suicidal thoughts. The Amuns always had all sorts of strange but effective methods. Fortunately, Klein wasn't only Klein but also Antigonus. What did Klein Moretti's suicidal thoughts have to do with Antigonus? Relying on the knowledge brought about by this identity, Klein didn't immediately give up and end his life. He pulled the Antigonus mental imprint in his body and mixed it with his suicidal thoughts, barely suppressing them. Under such a balance, Klein's mind and body were further corroded by the Fool Potion. His thoughts were the same as when he advanced to the Attendant of Mysteries. They completely dispersed. However, the difference was that he didn't fuse with the spirit world this time. Instead, he kept extending, enveloping the entire planet, the entire spirit world, and a portion of the astral world like a gas. At that moment, Klein felt that he was in different believers' bodies, in every human's body, in all sorts of animals' bodies, and in all living things. Everything had godhood. At the same time, he was still scattered in the fog of history. He was scattered in the flowing river of light that had many tributaries. It was one, but it was also 10,000. This godhood experience made Klein's thoughts further wear down, as if all that was left was the coldness of looking down on everything. And even this coldness was slowly dissipating. Before long, Klein would completely lose himself. He would be dominated by the various mental imprints of the Fool Potion, becoming a monster in the truest sense of the word. This coincided with the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy, accelerating the latter. At this moment, he felt something amiss. It was unnatural and abnormal. In the fog of history, there were a small number of fragments of light that were distorted and unable to reassemble. There seemed to be a fundamental contradiction between them. they gradually separated. They had to record different contents in different branches, allowing the distortion to receive a preliminary recovery. Klein's psyche, which had fused with everything, popped out a little due to this incongruity and unnaturalness, allowing him to regain a little bit of his self-awareness. With this bit of self-awareness as the core, he quickly gathered his scattered psyche and guided the process of the Fool potion fusing with his body. However, at this moment, the fate of Antigonus losing control and going crazy came ahead of time due to the ancient sun god's prophecy. Klein's body collapsed once again, unable to withstand the Fool potion. Without any hesitation or time to hesitate, Klein immediately removed a portion of the theft effects and returned Antigonus's identity, fate, and self-awareness to its original owner. He allowed Antigonus, who was sitting on the huge stone chair, to slowly open his eyes. Antigonus, who had a blank look on his face, gradually became clear-headed. He didn't immediately lose control because the main reason for his madness was that the will of the Lord of the Mysteries had awakened to a relatively large extent. And now, the Fool's uniqueness and most of the Beyonder characteristics that carried that portion of were no longer in his body. Therefore, Antigonus could use his will to resist the madness and try his best to redeem the fate of losing control. The ancient sun god's prophecy had thus come true. Antigonus had indeed failed to advance to sequence 0 the Fool. And after Klein lost his identity, the sequence 9 to 1 seer pathway Beyonder characteristics in his body had become the ones that hadn't been digested. This made him on the brink of losing control. The Fool potion that enveloped his body like a cloak immediately completed its infiltration. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was awakened once again. Give up! Leave everything to me. This time I won't accept any other Sapphira. I won't help the living beings you want to protect. But I won't harm them either. This isn't me keeping my promise, but they are too weak. They aren't worthy of my attention. This will be a forbidden ground for the outer deities. The unfamiliar yet familiar ravings echoed in Klein's heart, making him want to give up. And the suicidal thoughts that had been suppressed by Antigonus's mental imprint surfaced, once again after losing the former's balance. The outcome of the advancement failure was about to appear. At this moment, the Evernight goddess, who was powerless to cleave down the great sword of dusk, suddenly gave up control of Amon's true body. Amon's true body leaped out, and as his avatars waited for Klein's ritual to fail, the goddess once again dragged the exaggerated sword that was covered in orange-red light. This time the target was Klein. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he was controlled by the thought of suicide. He didn't make any attempt to resist. With a poof, he was struck by the sword that symbolized the dusk, shattering into a pool of rotten flesh as Beyonder characteristics seeped out. Klein was dead. He was killed by the Evernight goddess before the Amens could take any measures against him, and before the ritual failed and he completely lost control. In the next second, the Evernight goddess wore the golden bird-shaped accessory on her head. Her body expanded and enveloped the entire ancient palace, causing Amon's true body, avatars, Earth Mother, the primordial demoness, the god of steam and machinery, the hidden sage, and Antigonus to be instantly erased like sketches by an eraser. Concealment. The ancient sun god seemed to understand what the Evernight goddess wanted to do, but he had already made 2 prophecies, so he couldn't write a 3rd sentence, no matter what. As for the 3 true deities, the Lord of Storms, he continued their previous outburst, firmly holding him. In the next second, a miracle happened. Klein returned from the fog of history. The Fool's uniqueness and 3 sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that belonged to him rapidly returned to his body. Jeannie, who was afraid that he would be disturbed, hurriedly used the Trans-Sostal brass book to add a rule. This place is suitable for the return of Beyonder characteristics. Suddenly, Klein returned to the state when he drank the Fool's potion. But unlike before, the pillar of his body was the sequence 9 to sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics that belonged to Antigonus. It hadn't been digested, and now The first thing that returned to him was undoubtedly the Sequence 9 to Sequence, one beyond her characteristics that had once belonged to him. This way, he would have a true pillar that could accommodate the Fool's uniqueness and the remaining characteristics. Klein was now equivalent to himself when he had just arrived at the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He was a version of himself who had digested the Attendant of Mysteries potion and could attempt to advance to Sequence 0 the Fool. Relying on resurrection after dying once, Klein had completely reversed his condition. This was the inspiration he had obtained from Roselle's resurrection. Of course, the entire process was different from the Black Emperor's resurrection. Klein had originally arranged for the character to kill him to be Genie, but he never expected the Evernight goddess, who hadn't communicated with him beforehand, to have such tacit understanding. In an instant, his body split apart, turning into a thin gray fog and a dark liquid. The gray fog and black liquid fused as dense maggots appeared on the surface. Then, they intertwined to form a translucent, dark-colored cloak. Under the cloak, there was no body. It was dark. This process was very short, less than 2 seconds, and the Evernight goddess's act of concealing so many deities at once clearly couldn't be maintained for long. In the blink of an eye, a door of light appeared on the surface of the concealed world. The door suddenly opened, and Amon's true body, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, leaped out. At the same time, he saw an illusory mask with blank facial features appear under the translucent, dark-colored cloak. As the mask instantly outlined Klein's appearance, which was a combination of German Sparrow's characteristics, the Amon's thoughts turned chaotic, as though their intelligence had been forcefully lowered. The Fool was born. Chapter 1419. In the headquarters of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, inside the White Tower. After Luca Brewster, who was trapped underground, finished his prayer, he focused his attention back on strengthening the seal itself. He wanted to study the situation and see if he could crack the secrets contained within so that he could invent some mystic techniques. As he went down level by level, he checked one sealed artifact after another. Luca was suddenly stunned as he stopped in his tracks. His expression turned rather confused, unsure if he should take a step forward with his left foot or right foot. This seemed to be a very profound question that wasn't easy to understand. In the southern continent, beside a cathedral belonging to the Evernight goddess, Leonard picked up the coffee that was ground from the local specialty coffee beans and wanted to take a sip. During this process, his thoughts unconsciously turned to the tightly shut doors and windows and the bright sky. He wanted to figure out what had happened. However, he couldn't leave the room and was sealed inside. As for Old Man Palazarost, he fell into a strange silence and didn't answer his question. Fortunately, there wasn't any additional danger, so Leonard could still sit in his seat with peace of mind, using his thoughts to replace his actions. After an unknown period of time, he looked down at the coffee that had been placed on the table again. What did I want to do? In the hidden Biome city in the Rorstad archipelago, Danez didn't notice the changes in his environment as he seriously fiddled with the telegraph that was connected to his room. The Golden Dream had recently arrived in the Sonia Sea and stopped at a port with a telegraph. Danez wanted to warmly invite them to Biome as guests to witness the dignity of the Oracle. If possible, he wished that the Golden Dream could use Biome as its home port. This way, he could return to the ship at any time to participate in adventures and search for treasures. At the same time, he could also choose to listen to the captain's lectures. As a genius who was well-rounded, Danez undoubtedly grasped all the knowledge and techniques of sending telegrams. At that moment, he was sitting in front of the machine, his fingers rapidly moving as he sent out the words he had in mind. In the beginning, his thoughts were clear and his words were appropriate, so he was a little smug. Gradually, his eyes went blank and his hands didn't stop moving. It was as if he was controlling the machine by instinct. After the telegram was sent, Danez exhaled, picked up his glass, and gulped down a mouthful of beer. It's faster than I expected. Even if I lose my job in the future, I can go to the telegraph office and find a job with a good salary. Daniz thought with a little pride and a little concern. He casually picked up the telegram draft and recalled the process of sending it. His expression gradually became strange. What did I do in the end? Daniz couldn't help but mutter. It seems probable that he ended in a telegram, in which he ridiculed the mate, the second mate, Tin's skin and bucket, and made a passionate confession to the captain. It's over, it's over. How could I say what's on my mind? Daniz's face turned pale. He suspected that he had been controlled by the magic potion and that he had not thought through what he had written. He hurriedly wrote another telegram to express that the content had nothing to do with him. It was all a product of Anderson's deliberate mischief and pranks. At this moment, he realized that something was amiss outside. The sky was gray without a single cloud. In the astral world, the existences and items that had been concealed by the Evernight goddess broke through the restrictions in a certain order and returned to reality. And, like Amon's true body, they appeared a little sluggish and didn't react immediately. In addition, the Evernight goddess also stopped in midair in confusion, as though she hadn't thought of what to do next. However, her instinct was to first protect herself. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, who had been confined to their respective divine kingdoms by the thick prism-like spots of light, also experienced certain changes. The intensity of their counterattacks had clearly decreased, giving people the feeling that they were beginning to doubt themselves, unsure if the person in front of them was an enemy. The genie threw down the Tren Sostal brass book and returned to the magic wishing lamp. He seemed to have gone all out and had no choice but to shrink back into the seal, but he also seemed to recall something and subconsciously dodged. Antigonus, who had just regained his self-awareness and lucidity, became confused once again. His face seemed to be filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What's happening around me? In the forsaken land of the gods, the ancient sun god, who had dimmed a lot, sighed softly and spoke again. Let there be light! The light in the astral world brightened as it pierced into the eyes of Amon's true body, avatars, primordial demoness, hidden sage, and other existences. They immediately regained their senses. They seized the time and made different responses. The torrent of information suddenly dispersed and fused into the various symbols around them, instantly disappearing. The black, python-like tentacles with the eyeballs on them quickly retracted, and no one knew where they had gone. Amon's true body glanced at the newly advanced Klein and gave up the opportunity to exert his influence while he was in an unstable state. He raised his hand and adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye. His figure split apart, turning into one illusory door after another. These doors opened and closed at the same time, making it impossible for the Evernight goddess and the other existences to figure out where Amon's true body had left from. When Amon's true body left, his avatars faded and strangely disappeared. This was a loophole that made Amon's true body leaving the same as Amon leaving. At the same time, the gigantic light figure that the ancient sun god had expanded into shrank and collapsed, turning back into Adam, who was carrying a thick shadow. Beneath the feet of this visionary, the sea that contained all colors and possibilities instantly dissipated, as though it had returned underground. Looking up at the astral world, Adam returned to the back of the shadow curtain through the rift. His fusion with the true creator had only just begun, and it wasn't over yet. The attempt to advance to a great old one was actually rather forceful and risky. This would cause their subsequent progress to slow down significantly. In the astral world, as the battle subsided, the natural barrier formed by the paintings of civilization and all kinds of plants, along with the illusory crimson moon, faded away one after another, returning to an unknown location. The Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom first shattered the thick spots of light outside the divine kingdom before quieting down. Just like before, they continued blocking the cracks in the world's barrier. The Evernight goddess, who was floating above the ancient palace, put away the pitch-black coffin, the twilight sword, the bird-shaped golden accessory, and the forearms, and cast her gaze downwards. After the translucent, dark-colored cloak protruded from the mask, it transformed into Klein's body. Klein pressed down on the faintly discernible mask on his face with one hand and placed his other hand on his abdomen. His back was slightly arched, as though he was enduring an indescribable pain. Just as he raised his head and looked at the Evernight goddess's face that was covered by a thin black veil, a pitch-black cloak appeared outside his body. Beneath the cloak, slippery and sinister, tentacles extended out. After becoming the fool, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body had undoubtedly awakened further. The crazy ravings and roars constantly echoed in Klein's ears, tearing at his mind, letting him know that this would be the norm in the future. There was no way to kill the Lord of the Mysteries. Even if his will would be slowly worn down by time, his spirit would remain eternal. He could seize Klein's body at any time and completely revive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just killed the will of the Lord of the Mysteries, making the awakened him weaker than Klein had expected. Klein suspected that he might not have been able to hold on. He could only watch helplessly as his body collapsed and he became another existence. Of course, he could still request the Evernight goddess's help by giving him a drop of the river of eternal darkness's water. However, this was definitely not a long-term solution. It could only stall for time. He eventually had to face it. Relying on his consciousness and anchors, Klein balanced the celestial worthy's will in his body. At that moment, he didn't have the ability to speak. The Evernight goddess, who was floating above, nodded slightly. What you need the most now is stability. With that said, her figure was wiped away inch by inch as she returned to the divine kingdom in the astral world. Klein turned his head to look at the still confused Antigonus. With a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle. Antigonus sat on a huge stone chair in the half-collapsed palace. He felt like he had been dreaming for a very, very long time. Inside Sapphira Castle, Klein sat in the fool's seat and focused on stabilizing his mental state. Just like before he stabilized, he couldn't seek treatment from a psychiatrist unless he visited Visionary Adam. However, that would very likely make him even crazier. After stabilizing a little, Klein quickly checked the authority he had obtained. It was called fooling. Not only did it contain the authority of history, time, fate, change, and concealment, but it was also a symbol of blind stupidity in the mind domain. The simplest application was to lower an enemy's intelligence. Just as Klein was about to do further research, his spiritual perception was triggered. Who invaded Sapphira Castle? And only when the other party succeeded in invading did Klein receive a notification. Klein suddenly raised his head and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table. He saw that the grayish-white fog had formed a door at some point in time. A figure wearing a pointed hat, a monocle, and a classic black robe walked out. Amon. Mr. Error's eyes were tinged with darkness, and his smile appeared a little crazy. He leisurely looked around, nudged his monocle, and smiled. Surprised. Klein wanted to mobilize Sapphira Castle and expel the other party, but he realized that Amon had gained control of Sapphira Castle at some point in time. Amon cast his gaze at him, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He chuckled and said, I release the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in my body. He is the owner of Sapphira Castle, which means that I'm also the owner of Sapphira Castle. Of course I can enter. This is very risky. Even I didn't dare to try in the past, but since you've grown to this extent, I have no choice but to take the risk. This is very exciting, and the effects aren't bad. As he spoke, slippery and evil tentacles shot out from under Amon's clothes. He took the initiative to revive a portion of the Lord of the Mysteries, causing he to fall into a half-crazy state. P.S. There will be an additional update tomorrow as a form of thanks to everyone. Chapter 1420. As Amon spoke, Klein appeared to be listening, but in fact he had already attempted to leave Sapphira Castle. This wasn't because he wanted to give up or surrender, nor was it because he was too timid. He subconsciously considered dodging, but because he believed that this was the best solution in the current situation. If he stayed in Sapphira Castle, Klein would face 3 major problems. Firstly, he had just advanced to the Fool, and his condition was extremely unstable. He had to divert most of his attention to suppress the awakening will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Secondly, he was unable to obtain the help of his allies, so he could only fight alone. Thirdly, with everyone being able to affect Sapphira Castle, even if Klein wanted to have a higher level of control over the Sapphira than Amon, he wouldn't be able to display an overwhelming advantage. It might even be because Amon was good at using loopholes to create bugs, making it difficult for him to use Sapphira Castle well and reach the same level as him. This way, even if the sequence Zero the Fool didn't have a 100% chance of failure against the half-crazy Error and Door dual pathway True Gods, the chances of victory were extremely slim. And after seizing the opportunity and leaving Sapphira Castle, Klein would immediately obtain the help of his allies to reverse the situation on both sides. If Amon chased after him, Klein would interfere with his return to Sapphira Castle, forcing him to face his allies. At that time, the primordial Demoness definitely wouldn't take action again. The ancient sun god might not be able to reproduce the might of half a great old one in a short period of time. The 6 orthodox gods, led by the Evernight goddess, were enough to deal with Amon. Even if Amon, who had grasped all the authorities in the domains of Error and Door, wasn't easy to kill, the orthodox gods would definitely be able to weaken him and seal him. Once Klein stabilized his mental state and deepened his control over Sapphira Castle, they could target him and kill him. Such a process was almost irreversible. Even if the ancient sun god could still unleash his previous level and strength, there was no way to change it. His limit seemed to be to simultaneously suppress 3 orthodox gods, and this didn't include the Evernight goddess. Of course, there was no doubt that the outer deities weren't willing to see the birth of a new Lord of the Mysteries. Once such a situation occurred, they would definitely do their best to interfere and prevent Amon from dying. However, before the world's barrier collapse, the influence they could exert was rather limited. They might not be of much use. Just like before, Klein believed that the combined strength of the dark side of the universe and the Chain God was inferior to that of the Hidden Sage. Even if the outer deities really affected the situation, Klein wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. After all, those existences wouldn't allow Amon to kill him. He could calmly find a place to hide and stabilize his mental state. When he was ready, he could make a new plan. The Evernight goddess's Foggy Town was a very good choice. If Amon didn't chase after them and remained inside Sapphira Castle, Klein could use his identity as Sapphira Castle's owner and his control over the various matters inside to prevent Amon from doing anything in Sapphira Castle. Even if he wanted to use the Crimson Star to deal with the Tarot members, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In short, it would be very difficult for them to make better use of Sapphira Castle, but it was absolutely simple to destroy the other party's attempts. In such a stalemate, Klein had the time to stabilize his mental state and deepen his control over Sapphira Castle, slowly reversing the situation. In the end, Amon could either escape or hide, or allow the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to completely revive and die with Klein. Therefore, although he didn't have the time to analyze the pros and cons, Klein quickly came to a conclusion. Leaving Sapphira Castle was the best choice. However, just as his consciousness sank to the edge of Sapphira Castle, he saw a crystal monocle. This item appeared in time and destroyed Klein's escape. Do you think I'll leave such an obvious loophole? Of course. You can also stop me from leaving Sapphira Castle at any time. Amon curved his right index finger and smiled as he pressed it against the bottom of the monocle. Behind the chair he was sitting on, the symbols outlined by the resplendent light rapidly changed. At times they were a mixture of parasitism, time and fate, and at other times they were layers of doors. These two different symbols alternated, making it impossible for him to truly be fixed. Klein didn't listen to what Amon said. As soon as his escape failed, he created the true realm of mysteries, the complete divine kingdom of the Fool. In front of Amon, the light instantly changed, bringing with it the disappearance of the magnificent palace, the long modeled table, and the gorgeous high-back chair, bringing with it the appearance of an ancient castle. Amon didn't know what the ancient castle looked like. This was because he was standing in a corridor inside the castle. He could only sense the various changes in Sapphira Castle and see a limited scene within his field of vision. This corridor was abnormally gloomy and dark. There seemed to be no end to both ends. Every very long distance, there would be an elegant silver candlestick. On the candlestick, the light was dim and yellow. On both sides of the corridor, there were tightly shut, dark red wooden doors that seemed to lead to different rooms. There was no sound in any of the rooms. It was unknown what was hidden in each room. Amon casually swept a glance and smiled with great interest. Interesting. As the most powerful cryptologist, he naturally knew that this was a divine kingdom, and it was the kind of divine kingdom that couldn't be destroyed with brute force. This was because every door was reconstructed with a different object. It was unknown what effects would be triggered by forcefully breaking it. Amon didn't underestimate the abilities and intelligence of a Sequence Zero Fool. He didn't plan on experiencing too many surprises and accidents. However, when the rules of the Divine Kingdom were fixed, the owner of the Divine Kingdom would also be restricted to a certain extent. To put it simply, Klein was definitely in one of the rooms. It couldn't be anywhere else. After obtaining benefits, he had to bear the corresponding responsibility. He wants to use this method to stall for time and stabilize his mental state. Amon whispered to someone. Then, wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, he walked to the nearest dark red wooden door. There were no holes on the wooden door, preventing anyone from seeing the exact situation inside. In other words, without opening the door, it was very difficult for Amon to know if Klein was here. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Amon stretched out his right hand and drew a vertical rectangle on the dark red wooden door. Inside the rectangle, specks of starlight emitted before turning transparent, revealing the scene in the room. Amon relied on the authority of door and the powers of a bug to forcefully open a window on the door without triggering the effects. Following that, he cast his gaze inside the room. There were no tables, chairs, carpets, or other furniture inside. Instead, there was a blue sea. Sure enough, this door has been combined with the sea outside. Amon smiled, not surprised at all. Once he twisted the door, he would directly leave Sapphira Castle and appear in the sea. And at that time, with Klein being on guard, it would be almost impossible for him to enter Sapphira Castle again. It was just like how Klein couldn't leave Sapphira Castle now. This was the reason why Amon didn't forcefully destroy the Fool's divine kingdom. Instead, he opened the door one by one. Destruction would result in similar, repetitive effects that would affect Amon over and over again. No matter how many loopholes there were to be used, he couldn't be completely immune. Retracting his gaze, Amon walked to the room opposite him and opened a window on the door according to the method he had just used. However, this time it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see anything. Amon raised his hand and pinched the edges of the monocle before coughing softly. His figure immediately split into two. The number of Amon increased. The Amon that had been separated looked at Amon, who was standing at his original spot, and clicked his tongue. "Why don't you seek excitement yourself?" As he spoke, Amon reached out his right palm and grabbed the handle of the dark red wooden door. Just as he moved, his expression suddenly turned blank. He sat straight down as though he had lost the ability to think. Fooling effect. Amon, who was standing on the spot, nodded slightly. The already foolish Amon immediately collapsed, turning into a 12-ringed, transparent worm. Bit by bit, beyond her characteristics, seeped out and returned to Amon's body. He relied on the loopholes to avoid the negative effects of his avatar on his true body. When all the Beyonder characteristics returned, Amon released a ball of flames that he had stolen and burned the worm of Time's corpse. After slowly doing this, he raised his head and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. On the crystal monocle, countless symbols, patterns, and labels appeared. They quickly swam, intertwined, reorganized, or changed as though he was calculating something. This was the combination of a cryptologist's decryption ability and the key of Star's locator authority. Amon's 2 attempts were mainly to gather information and grasp the rules in preparation for cracking the secrets of the Fool's divine kingdom. Soon the symbols, patterns, and labels formed a scene on the monocle. Behind a dark, red wooden door, Klein, who had a few slippery tentacles extending out from his body, sat on a high-back chair, calmly watching the entrance. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up. With a flash, he appeared in the room. However, everything in front of him suddenly collapsed. The Klein with the Fool's aura quickly thinned and turned into a card. On the card, Roselle Gustav wore a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes. He carried a cane and luggage, his eyes filled with longing. The Fool card from the card of blasphemy. Klein knew that it was impossible to deceive a top swindler like Amon just by relying on paper figurine substitutes, even with the fooling effect and the grafting of his true aura. Therefore, he used the Fool card, which had the corresponding aggregation ability as a paper figurine. Although Sapphira Castle couldn't be used again, this was Klein's home turf after all. There was his junk pile, the various items he had gathered, and the newly obtained Tren Sostal brass book and the borrowed magic wishing lamp. P.S. There will be an update at 7 p.m. Chapter 14:21. As Klein turned into the Fool card in front of Amon, the entire room shrank, revealing its original appearance. It was a slightly corroded iron cigar case that had fused with the aura of Sapphira Castle. Klein's figure appeared out of thin air. As the Fool's divine kingdom collapsed and the magnificent palace reappeared, he grabbed the container that contained the Fool card and Amon's true body and suddenly closed it. He didn't have the extravagant hopes of using such an item to seal Amon, who wielded the authority of the door pathway. He only wanted to buy some time and find an opportunity to throw Amon out of Sapphira Castle to regain the initiative. But at this moment, Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat, stopped moving. He took out a crystal monocle from the void with his other hand and moved it towards his right eye. Behind him, Amon, who was wearing a pointed bonnet and a classic black robe, quickly appeared. His eyes were slightly dark, and he laughed maniacally. "When did you have the illusion that I didn't use an avatar?" Before he could finish his sentence, the parasitized Klein's figure rapidly thinned, turning into a crudely cut paper figurine. Klein was cautious. He similarly didn't use his true body, relying on the paper figurine substitute that had spirit body threads grafted onto it. He knew very well that in a battle with Amon, he would rather give up the opportunity than make a mistake. Once he made a mistake, it would be difficult to reverse the situation under the suppression of a bug. Amon didn't seem to be an exception to the situation of his prey turning into a paper figurine. He only raised his hand and gently touched the crystal monocle. On the other end of the magnificent palace, Klein, who was wearing a top hat and trench coat, walked out of the concealment that came with the Fool. He raised his right hand heavily and took out a crystal monocle from the void with great difficulty. Bit by bit, he moved it towards his right eye. During this process, Klein's expression was filled with resistance. It was rather distorted, as though he couldn't control his hand. Amon smiled in a half-crazy, half-uncontrollable, half-leisurely manner. "You can use a paper figurine to replace yourself, and a paper figurine can also replace you. It being parasitized is equivalent to you being parasitized. Everything is relative and there are loopholes. There is no Beyonder power that can't be cracked. It can be used in any situation." He used the connection between the paper figurine substitutes, and he took the initiative to create a bug. Although Amon appeared to be unable to control his desire to speak, due to his half-crazed state. This did not affect him from fully corrupting Klein and strengthening parasitism bit by bit, allowing him to truly wear a monocle and become him. At this moment, Klein's body suddenly collapsed, voluntarily collapsing. He split into countless transparent and twisted worms, swimming in all directions. Among these worms of spirit, there were a few worms of time with 12 rings mixed in. Strictly speaking, even tiny creatures like the worms of spirit could be forcefully parasitized by Amon's worms of time. However, when Klein was splitting, he had taken the initiative to use the authority of fooling to mix up time and fooling the few worms of time, making them split at the very end. They didn't keep up with the main group and failed to find a target for parasitism. In the next second, the scene in Sapphira Castle changed again. Klein once again used the realm of mysteries to create a new divine kingdom of the Fool. Amon instantly found himself in a room. There was a thick, pale yellow carpet, and a crystal chandelier hung from it. There was a door on every wall that led to an unknown place. At the same time, there were oil paintings depicting various eyes hanging on the four walls. Without any special examination, Amon only needed a glance to know that the four doors corresponded to different effects. The main purpose was to delay his actions and create enough time for subsequent preparations. The corners of Mr. Error's mouth curled up slightly as he cast his gaze to his feet. He then extended his right fist and spread his fingers. An illusory door immediately appeared on the thick, pale yellow carpet. The door quickly swam for a second before fixing itself and silently opening. However, with the opening of the illusory door, the doors around the room strangely formed a connection as they creaked and opened. Almost at the same time, in the pitch-black wilderness, in a shadowy tower that seemed to lead to the sky, Klein was holding the magic wishing lamp and removing the fooling effect of the Trend-Sostal brass book. The wick of the magic wishing lamp lit up, spewing out a viscous, pale golden light. This light then formed a distorted and blurry figure. Klein didn't consider making a wish to the genie and transferring the number of wishes Bernadette carried to him, as well as changing the ownership of the magic wishing lamp. This was because there was only one outcome. He would die on the spot and rely on the powers of a miracle invoker to return from the fog of history. Normally speaking, this was a good way to escape, especially since Klein could revive several times. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. Once Klein died, it would be equivalent to him temporarily giving up his identity as the owner of Sapphira Castle, making this place a paradise for the Amons, allowing them to use the Sapphira without any obstruction. Under such circumstances, Amon could fool history, interfere with fate, and suppress Klein's revival, making him truly die. The thing that could restrain a Beyonder the most was definitely a Beyonder of the same pathway that was at a higher level than him. Therefore, Klein's current plan was to use the genie's status to make better use of the Trend-Sostal brass book. If it wasn't for the genie's influence, the rules set by the Trend-Sostal brass book definitely wouldn't be biased towards Klein. It would only indiscriminately restrict all existences apart from himself. As the genie's blurry golden figure took form, the Trend-Sostal brass book quickly flipped to the second half of the book that could be written with the sound of metal clashing. Without any pause, a new text appeared on the brass page. "Theft is prohibited here." According to Klein's thoughts, the most suitable clause should be "Theft is prohibited here." This was because the former clause was of a legal nature. If anyone were to steal, it couldn't be stopped in advance. It would only be punished after the matter was over. Furthermore, the first punishment for theft was definitely light, something that the Amons could completely bear. As for the latter clause, it directly restricted the occurrence of such acts, making it impossible for theft to occur. However, the Trend-Sostal brass book couldn't make such a rule at the moment. It had to wait for the clauses to be sufficiently strict and for it to awaken to a certain extent before it could do so. Previously, the genie had relied on his close relationship with the Trend-Sostal brass book to forcefully complete such a rule by relying on his high level. At that moment, he was already dispirited and unable to do such a thing. Klein could only hope to stall for as much time as possible so that the Trend-Sostel Brass Book could formulate sufficiently strict rules to deal with Amon so as to match his authority of fooling. At that moment, in the room that trapped Amon, as the illusory door on the ground opened, the surrounding real doors shook at the same time as cracks appeared. This would bring about many unknown effects. Suddenly, the sound of a bell that seemed to come from infinity sounded. At some point in time, Amon had transformed into an ancient mottled stone wall clock. On the wall clock, the second hand, formed by the worm of time, suddenly paused. Gong! As the bell reverberated, everything in the room fell into a strange state, including the 4 doors. The only exception was Amon. He had transformed back into he who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. With a smile, he calmly raised his left hand and clenched his 5 fingers. In the next second, the strange stillness was broken. The 4 real doors that were about to open closed with a bang, not leaving a single gap. Amon's figure descended and burrowed into the illusory door on the ground that wasn't closed. Just as he left the room using this method, he discovered that he had arrived in a pitch-black wilderness. In the distance, there was a shadowy tower that seemed to pierce into the sky. Inside the tower, the Trend-Sostel Brass Book in front of Klein had already formed a second rule. Fraud is prohibited here. Although Amon couldn't see this scene, he seemed to sense something. After all, a high-ranking person who took pleasure in deceiving the rules would undoubtedly be able to sense the changes in the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accurately find a loophole. He immediately raised his hand and adjusted the monocle clipped to his right eye socket. On the surface of the crystal monocle, a pure white brilliance spewed out, illuminating the entire wilderness, making it impossible for any secrets to exist. This was the eternal day that he had previously given to Klein and then retrieved from Klein's main body. In such an environment, the shadowy tower melted inch by inch. Klein floated in midair, holding the magic wishing lamp in one hand and the staff of the stars in the other. In front of him was the open Trend-Sostel Brass Book. Amon took the opportunity to stretch out his right hand that had previously been holding the monocle, and from a distance, he grabbed Klein's projection in his palm. Behind him, the shadow that was dragged out by the eternal day environment became fainter and fainter as it distorted as though it had a life of its own. Silently, Amon began to steal the various beyonder powers of Klein. He didn't deliberately seek the authority of fooling, but chose to do it randomly. This could effectively increase the success rate. However, after a flash of light, what fell into his palm was only a simple paper figurine. Graft! Pa! The shadow behind Amon was lashed by an invisible whip, but his body was unharmed. He created an error and replaced himself with a shadow. Right on the heels of that, Amon laughed as his voice echoed in Klein's ears. Genie, I can also promise to send you back to the cosmos. Look, I wasn't punished. This means that I'm not cheating. Chapter 1422. Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein's heart sank. Before this, he wasn't worried that Amon would instigate the genie to betray him. This was because he was a top swindler. No promise he made could be trusted, and the genie had encountered the former Lord of the Mysteries. He was a victim of such matters, so he would definitely treat Mr. Error with the most defensive attitude. This was the result of a lack of credibility. Sometimes lying, cheating, and acting shamelessly could indeed increase short-term gains, but in the long run, being honest and trustworthy would yield more. But now the Trend-Sostel Brass Book had just set the rule that fraud is prohibited here, and Amon hadn't been punished after making the promise. At the same time, Klein and the genie didn't discover any loopholes that the other party had used in this matter. This strongly proved that Amon's words were true and effective. It came from the bottom of his heart and wasn't a fraud. The genie could even rely on his level and characteristics to distort the sentence to a certain extent, turning I can promise into I promise, preventing Amon from going back on his word. Once he did, he would suffer damage from the rules of the great old ones. This made Klein wonder if the rule of fraud is prohibited here was secretly made by Amon through the Tren Sostal brass book, or if the genie had done it on purpose, making all existences that could become the Lord of the Mysteries promise to send him back to the cosmos. To the genie, such a deal was guaranteed to be profitable because Klein owed him a promise. If it were any other scene, Klein would still have time to communicate with the genie and rebuild trust. But at that moment, Amon's threat was right in front of him. He wouldn't have the chance to resolve this problem. If he chose to continue believing in the genie, it would be equivalent to Klein placing his life in the hands of this outer deity, allowing him to be at his mercy. In the following battle, the genie just needed to use the Tren Sostal brass book to set some rules that seemed fine, but were actually biased towards Amon. Klein, who was already at a huge disadvantage, would quickly be defeated, unable to reverse the situation. As his thoughts raced, Klein made a choice in this gamble. A translucent, dark-colored cloak instantly appeared around him, and a strange, distorted mask covered his face. The fool! Invisible ripples spread out from his body, instantly enveloping the genie, the Tren Sostal brass book, the entire wilderness and Amon. The authority of blind stupidity. The monocle on Amon's true body temporarily lost its luster, as though he had lost him. It was as though he had him lose. The speed at which the Trunsoist brass book wrote the new rules had clearly slowed down, as though it needed 15 minutes or even a few hours to think of what rules to set next. The blurry and distorted golden figure of the genie swayed and suddenly retreated back into the kettle-like golden magic lamp. It was unknown if it was escaping from something or if it was purely an instinctive reaction. God, Klein took Klein to Lua as well as about himself and about as about just, had Klein Eschen Seti, even though his intelligence had temporarily dropped. Amon seemed to remember to stop Klein from leaving Sapphira Castle. His eyes quickly regained their clarity, but his eyes were still a little black. His mouth widened bit by bit as he couldn't help but laugh. I've written this matter into my instincts. This is a good way to resist the effects of blind stupidity. Clearly he had deceived the rules and himself, making his instincts believe that it was what he wanted to do. Klein wasn't depressed as he immediately completed the grafting that he had long prepared. In the starry sky, a huge star that emitted light and heat suddenly dimmed a little. In the wilderness, under the effect of eternal daytime, an orange-red sun with a destructive aura and a heavy feeling descended from the sky. The entire wilderness collapsed and curled up as though it was about to head straight for the star. At the same time, everything in the area was ignited, including Amon. In the next second, the surrounding void began to contract around the real sun. Everything either collapsed or vaporized, leaving only the magic wishing lamp and the Tren Sostal brass book struggling to hold on in the flames without being damaged. Klein, who was floating in midair, had long disappeared. He had grafted himself with the star. Of course, he had only grafted the concept of a star, not a physical body. Otherwise, with a fool's defense that was significantly lower than most sequence zeros, with his relatively weak body, he would have been directly devoured by the real star and died on the spot. The fool was a very extreme deity. He had the ability to destroy a star, but he couldn't face it directly. The advantages and disadvantages were equally obvious. In addition, normally speaking, concepts were unable to directly affect the surrounding environment or harm enemies. It wasn't as if writing words like massive mass, gravitational force, high temperature, high heat, and fusion could create a similar effect. However, as Mr. Fool, Klein wielded the authority of fooling. He made the surrounding environment follow the concept of the star and produce a corresponding change. This was both an intense change and a form of fooling. Under the close illumination of the star, Amon's pointy hat and classic black robe was completely ignited and began to vaporize. At this moment his figure distorted and was instantly dyed with resplendent starlight. He became extremely illusory, as though he had transformed into an astral door. At this moment, Amon no longer looked like a corporeal creature. He was closer to an amalgamation of symbols like wandering, astral passageway, key, and door. This was the ability of a planeswalker to use the astral world to travel to different planets and worlds. They could transform themselves into a symbol and effectively use the astral world. At the sequence 0 stage of door, a similar ability would undergo a qualitative change to conceptualization. Amon had turned himself into a concept creature to avoid the damage brought by the star. Behind him, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Klein in his trench coat and top hat. Almost at the same time, Amon's thoughts slowed down a little. His spirit body threads had been grabbed by Klein. Klein used the chaos brought about by the star to remove the combination of himself and the related concepts. He secretly grafted their locations and arrived behind Amon. Originally, without the reorganization of the concept, the effects of the star on the surrounding environment would immediately stop. However, Klein had fooled time, causing the effects from the first 2 seconds to last until now, thereby fooling Amon. If it was possible, what Klein wished to do the most was to deepen his control over Amon's spirit-body threads and turn him into his marionette. However, he knew very well that under the present circumstances, the chances of success were extremely low. On the one hand, Amon could withstand the damage and steal the spirit-body threads back. On the other hand, he might be able to use the connection established through the spirit-body threads to create a bug that would affect Klein and parasitize him. Without absolute confidence, Klein didn't wish for his actions to appear rash. The main goal of grabbing Amon's spirit-body threads was to make him sluggish. This was the manifestation of the fooling authority at the marionette stage. And in Klein's present state, he was naturally more willing to choose such a low-level but effective method. This placed a lesser burden on him, and it wouldn't seriously affect his mental stability like directly using the fooling authority. At this moment, other than Amon, his enemy was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings in his body. Of course, it was the same for Amon. If he didn't suppress his madness, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth would have already revived in his body. After causing Amon's thoughts to temporarily slow down, Klein had 3 choices. First, he could take this opportunity to leave Sapphira Castle, but he wasn't sure if Amon's instincts were still working and preventing him from escaping. Second, he could summon the projection from the historical void, but this wasn't of much use. Existences at the level of an angel could play a very small role in this battle of gods. They might not even be able to block Amon's gaze, much less their historical projections. Even if Klein wanted to use this opportunity to send a message, it lacked sufficient value. This was because other deities couldn't enter Sapphira Castle and couldn't provide any help. Third, he could take this opportunity to exert a certain amount of influence on Amon's true body. Without any hesitation, Klein chose the third plan. He wanted to take the opportunity to graft Amon and Sapphira Castle with the Door of Light that was stained with bluish-black colors. This was because Klein felt that Amon's half-crazy state wasn't bad enough. It was just that he appeared more talkative and couldn't grasp the timing at times. He wanted to make him crazier. When Amon and Sapphira Castle completed the recombination, the celestial worthies within his body would clearly strengthen, and his mental chaos would significantly intensify. In that case, Amon would lack sufficient rationality to restrain himself. His actions would be more instinctive and not the result of thought. To a Mr. Error who was good at deceit, this would be a fatal effect. Of course, Klein would only maintain this graft for a second. If he exceeded this limit, he might not be facing Amon, but the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When that happened, the other party would definitely accept the gift of Sapphira Castle. With the Sapphira, 2 uniquenesses, and the corresponding sequence, 1 beyond her characteristic, he would beat up the sequence 0 fool of a single pathway. Originally, Klein could rely on fooling the authority to achieve the effect of lowering Amon's intelligence. But firstly, he couldn't use such power for long periods of time in his current state. Secondly, as a true god of two pathways and the wielder of many authorities, the effect of blind stupidity could only be maintained on him for a limited amount of time. Therefore, Klein had no choice but to take the risk of using such a graft. As for the crazy president, he would accompany Amon until he found a new balance or met the best psychiatrist. In the blink of an eye, the translucent cold mask appeared on Klein's face again. The strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors also appeared on Amon's body. Sapphira Castle. PS1. Thank you for tipping the Silver Alliance with cheese, bacon, seafood pasta. I'm hungry after typing this name. PS2. Today there will be a double update. There will be an update at 7 p.m. Just treat it as an additional update for April's monthly tickets. Although I might not be able to get it, I'll pay in advance first. This way, you'll owe me monthly tickets. There's no rush to do it now. Double it on the 28th. If you don't get it in the end, return it to me in the next book. Chapter 1423. Amon and the strange door of light were grafted together. His face contorted in an unconcealable manner as the darkness in his eyes intensified. At the same time, more slippery tentacles appeared under his classic black robe as his madness overflowed. Just as Klein was about to sever the connection between Amon and Sapphira Castle and allow him to maintain his madness, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up. It was as if he was saying, "Congratulations, you've stepped into a trap." His face was immediately covered with a translucent mask that was similar to the fool's uniqueness, but it was even more illusory. Klein's mind tensed up. Without thinking, he immediately used the fooling authority again without any regard for the consequences. However, before he could react, his thoughts slowed down. He was in a state of stupor, at a loss for what to do. Fooling! Amon had actually used the temporary recombination of himself and Sapphira Castle to escape Klein's interference and activate the power of the fool's domain. Such actions completely exceeded his instincts, and it was more like a meticulously designed trap. Amon didn't seem to be crazy enough. This true god of the error and door pathways immediately removed the grafting of himself with Sapphira Castle, allowing the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black to quickly fade away and disappear to prevent it from being further corrupted. After dealing with this latent danger, Amon raised his hands and his thumbs and index fingers, forming an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, completely encompassing Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amon's hands suddenly split apart, as though he was tearing something, making it seem a little heavy. Amidst the sound of paper tearing, the area where Klein's body was seemed to turn into glass. Under the intense blow, countless cracks appeared as it shattered inch by inch. This was a form of spatial degradation and destruction. Klein's body was unable to withstand it. All he could do was follow the collapse and shatter of the surrounding void, turning into paper scraps that filled the sky again and again. These paper scraps were always instantly devoured by the darkness. By the time the collapse of space stopped, Klein's paper figurines were basically used up. Of course, he had also relied on his status and characteristics as the fool to forcefully escape the effects of blind stupidity. At this time, Amon had already split into countless figures. Some of them were pure clones, some were symbolic replicas, and some were afterimages left behind by constantly flashing and making movements. At this moment, the sky above Klein and the surrounding wilderness were occupied by the Amons. They were densely packed with pointy hats and monocles, blocking every loophole. Some of these Amons transformed into mottled, ancient, greenish-black wall clocks. Some turned into pure starlight, as though they were trying to create a cage. Some extended their palms and did different levels of theft. Some of them had a monocle that glowed as they used a variety of items that they had previously stolen. Some simulated all kinds of abilities, such as restrictions, interference, or attacks. In the Marauder pathway, theft was a core skill, one of the main symbols. It was different from the control of a seer's spirit-body threads, in that with the advancement of a sequence, not only would its effects and efficiency increase, but it would also obtain a deeper understanding of the concept. From sequence 9 to sequence 7, theft involved items. At sequence 6, theft involved Beyonder powers. After advancing to sequence 5, theft involved thoughts and ideas. At sequence 4 and sequence 3, theft involved life, including parasitic theft at the physical level. And at sequence 2, the range of theft could be expanded to include fate, identity, self-awareness, and Beyonder characteristics. As for sequence 1, even time, anchors, and authority could be stolen for a short period of time. Therefore, when error faced a true deity, it would similarly use theft that had risen to the level of authority. Amidst the clanging sound, the ancient wall clocks paused at the same time. This caused the surrounding environment to freeze, making the wilderness that had been shattered by the star strike become extremely silent. Even the destruction was frozen. At that instant, Klein seemed to lose his body. All that was left was a translucent, dark-colored cloak and a strange, ice-cold mask. Under the cloak and mask, the darkness was thick. Nothing could be seen except for slippery and sinister tentacles that extended out. In such a state, Klein seemed to escape the limitations of time. In the frozen environment, he swam like a fish, passing through all kinds of real or conceptual gaps to escape the Amun's encirclement. He had once again used the authority of fooling. This time he fooled time. The ancient wall clocks disappeared one after another, and time resumed its flow in the almost completely collapsed wilderness. The Amun stopped their attempts and suddenly gathered as one. They blinked behind Klein, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. He reached out his left palm, and as his arm retracted, he clenched his 5 fingers. The space around Klein was suddenly shrouded in shadows, turning into layers of thin gauze. These gauze distorted and reassembled, as though it had formed a sufficiently strong cage that trapped Klein inside. Above the cage, an illusory door appeared and quickly swam around, refusing to stay fixed. However, Klein's figure suddenly appeared outside the cage, as though he had never been sealed by Amon's authority of door. He had fooled history, separating himself from the previous second and the next second. Thus, the one imprisoned in the cage became his historical projection. This was a deepening of the Scholar of Ur's powers under the authority of fooling. As he relied on fooling history as an advancement ritual, Klein, as the fool, was stronger in such domains than fooling time and fooling fate. As soon as he escaped the spatial cage, Klein immediately wanted to use the realm of mysteries again to create a new divine kingdom of the fool, to stall for time and find an opportunity to stabilize his mental state. He had used the authority of fooling multiple times, and the fragile balance in his body was on the verge of collapse. If he didn't stabilize his mental state as soon as possible, the will of the celestial worthy would awaken further. This was also a serious problem. At that moment, a huge crystal monocle appeared in front of him. Layers of sparkling light surged out from the monocle, instantly drowning him. Klein's mental state suddenly stabilized, but the price was that he had lost all his emotions and desires. He didn't even want to resist. All he wanted was to stand there quietly and wait for the destruction to come. This was like a normal person being injected with a large dose of sedative. At the same time, an illusory book appeared in the layers of light. The book opened and revealed a paragraph of words. Klein Moretti has been suffering the torment of the mental corruption of the Lord of the Mysteries. He has always been in pain and exhausted. After experiencing an intense battle, he has finally reached his limit due to the influence on his mind. He has decided to give up and stop resisting. Behind the huge crystal monocle, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, was quickly outlined like a mountain. He looked at Klein who had given up resisting. His dark eyes turned lighter as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I stole it. How does it feel?" Klein looked up at Mr. Error, and after some effort he opened his mouth and said weakly, "I'm sorry." He said weakly, "You've been cheating from the beginning." Amon raised his hands and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, you realized it too late." He put his thumb against his thumb and his forefinger against his forefinger, drawing an oval. In the oval, starlight lit up, illuminating Klein's figure. Right on the heels of that, Amon's hands separated heavily, tearing apart the void that Klein and the surrounding environment relied on for survival. The void was like glass, cracking piece by piece and shattering inch by inch. The tall buildings collapsed as if they were being destroyed. However, all the collapse and destruction circled around Klein's body and didn't directly affect him. He was like a small fishing boat that was sailing stably in a storm. He appeared abrupt and incongruous, as though he didn't belong here. Amon raised his hand to adjust the monocle on his right eye socket, and the smile on his face faded a little. The translucent cloak on Klein's body constantly produced dense protrusions before coming down and disappearing. He looked at the mountain-like Amon, and his eyes seemed to darken. "From the moment you entered Sapphira Castle and said the first word, you began cheating." Back then, Amon said that he had taken the risk of releasing the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries in exchange for the identity of Sapphira Castle's owner. At that moment, Amon didn't seize the opportunity to continue attacking Klein. He floated in midair and looked down at Mr. Fool. Klein similarly didn't make any other attempts. His tone was strangely calm, as though he was preparing something. "If you release the suppression of the Lord of the Mysteries' will and enter Sapphira Castle at the price of being half crazy, Antigonus could have done it back then. The annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria could have done it earlier. You and Mr. Dorr also had countless opportunities. Clearly, there's no way to invade Sapphira Castle by simply awakening the Lord of the Mysteries to a certain extent and combining half crazy with error. You won't be able to find a bug that can be used in this matter unless you directly let him replace you. Only when you have the authority of Dorr that allows you to enter any place will you see hope. By creating a backdoor and using a bug, Sapphira Castle will treat you as the Lord of the Mysteries and give you authority. Of course, this definitely requires the Lord of the Mysteries to awaken to a rather dangerous level. Without this hidden identity, you won't be able to deceive Sapphira Castle. After accommodating the door's uniqueness, you didn't immediately infiltrate Sapphira Castle to deal with the weaker me back then. That's because you, who had just advanced, were completely unable to withstand the further awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will. I believe you should have found a relatively safer solution. If I hadn't advanced to the Fool so quickly, you would have been able to enter Sapphira Castle in your best condition and resolve everything. And now, you have no choice but to bring forward this plan. There must be some very serious problems with you. You took the initiative to throw out the price of being half crazy. On one hand, you are luring me to think of countermeasures on this point and bury a fatal trap at a critical point. On the other hand, you are also diverting my attention and using this to cover up other problems. You're not half crazy at all. Amon quietly listened to Klein. Unusually, he didn't interrupt midway or attempt to attack. He waited for Klein to finish before he spoke with a slightly odd expression. "You're crazy. P.S. Tomorrow, the first chapter will be updated at midnight." Chapter 14:24. Upon hearing Amon say, "You're crazy," Klein raised his head slightly and laughed. "I just followed your arrangements and gave up. However, it's more thorough than you imagine." As he spoke, an illusory mark appeared on his forehead, which was covered by a cold and strange mask. It was a strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors, and Klein's body was also shrouded in something similar. Under the translucent, dark-colored cloak on his body, more and more slippery and evil tentacles leaped out. They were densely packed and extended, occupying the nearby sky. As his dark eyes flickered, Klein looked at Amon and smiled. To me, instead of you becoming the Lord of the Mysteries, it's better to revive the past one. After stabilizing his mental state and understanding the crux of Amon's surprise attack, Klein had the mentality of giving up to remove the suppression on the Lord of the Mysteries' will, allowing him to further revive. It was precisely because of this that he was able to control Sapphira Castle at the critical moment and borrow the power of error to avoid the spatial collapse created by Amon. Without waiting for Amon's response, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up into a smile. You were able to immediately recover after being corrupted by Sapphira Castle and showing signs of madness. You can use Sapphira Castle in reverse to create the effect of blind stupidity. The reason why you weren't in a half-crazy state after releasing the suppression on the Lord of the Mysteries' will in your body is because there's an external force helping you. You should have a very critical avatar, or even a main body like Palaz who has lowered his level. It's sleeping at Adam's place, and as a visionary, he is personally maintaining your mental state. As long as the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries doesn't exceed the limits of what Adam can withstand, you won't go crazy without losing control. Therefore, your most serious latent danger is that you have to constantly maintain a normal connection with that body. Once it's disturbed, your condition will be problematic. And this connection is actually very weak under the separation of Sapphira Castle. You deliberately showed a half-crazy state. Apart from luring me to find an opportunity in this direction and step into the trap you set up, you are also hiding this point, preventing me from fighting based on that connection. Of course, apart from this, there are still many problems. After all, you're not truly prepared. If I had discovered this in advance, even if I were only a king of angels who had grasped the uniqueness, I would still have a way to defeat you. Amon listened quietly and raised his hand to adjust the crystal monocle in his right eye socket. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he let out a sigh with a smile. Seeing this, Klein smiled and shook his head. You are indeed powerful, cunning, and terrifying. You truly deserve the title of God of Deception. If I hadn't considered what I should do when I was cornered by you and had no other options, I would have hesitated just now. If I had hesitated for a moment, I would have been dead right now. That way, Amon would be able to completely control Sapphira Castle and prevent Klein from returning from the fog of history, preventing him from reviving. Amon stared at the increasing number of evil tentacles extending out from under Klein's dark cloak. He slowly drew a breath and smiled. The Lord of the Mysteries in your body is about to truly awaken. The smile on Klein's face had already become somewhat neurotic. You can also compete in this aspect. Our next battle is very simple. It's a competition to see who awakens more of the Lord of the Mysteries' will in their bodies. It's a competition to see who has deeper control over Sapphira Castle. 50%, 70%, 90%, all the way to 100%. Then with a bang we will explode and he will return. What do you think? Do you want to make a bet? Let's see who can last longer. It's very exciting and interesting. It suits your preferences very well. It's just like the roulette that's popular in FASAC. 2 people each have a revolver and a bullet in it. They take turns to pull the trigger at their sun acupoint. Whoever gives up first is equivalent to letting the other party win. And if no one gives up and persists to the end, there will be no winner. He is. Amon's eyebrows twitched. He smiled but didn't say anything. Klein looked at him and said with a beaming smile, although you've always been known for pursuing excitement and daring to take risks, you've achieved your goals most of the time. Not only have you not lost anything, but you've also gained a lot. In a small part of the time, you've only lost some avatars and some items. You've never truly suffered serious injuries or fallen into a desperate situation. Almost every action you take is the product of meticulous planning. Even if you fail, you always have a way out. Does this mean that you value your life more than I imagined? You do like excitement and seek pleasure. but you're willing to pay any price for them. That's just an image you put up. How could the real god of deceit use his own life as a wager? Of course, this is just my personal guess. It might be wrong. Anyway, do you want to take a gamble? Amon stroked his crystal monocle and clicked his tongue, just like Medici. You are really crazy. Klein replied with a smile. In the eyes of others, this is indeed crazy. But to me, it's just a choice. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe in the past Lord of the Mysteries. He is a true great old one. He looks down on the universe and views most living beings as worms. This will instead make him distance himself from reality. Besides, I should still have time to get the genie to bear witness. I should get the Lord of the Mysteries to promise me something that's very simple and worthless to him. Upon saying that, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up exaggeratedly. I won't lose too much. I'll only lose myself. There are always some things that are more important than others. Amon maintained a smile, but didn't say a word. Klein then surveyed the area and found the magic wishing lamp and the Tren Sostal brass book among the wilderness fragments floating in the void. He immediately laughed out loud. Look, I didn't suffer any punishment. This means that I wasn't lying. Everything I said was the truth. In fact, the rules set by the Tren Sostal brass book had long lost their effectiveness when the star descended and the divine kingdom shattered. Later on, Amon even dared to attempt to steal it from multiple people. However, Klein's main goal wasn't to prove anything, but to show his determination or rather madness. Of course, what he said was the truth. He was indeed willing to put them into practice. Otherwise, there was no way he could hide it from Amon, preventing him from exerting sufficient pressure on him. Amon held back a smile and didn't panic at all. That sounds interesting. Is that so? Then let's begin, Klein replied without any hesitation, his eyes turning darker. Amon's smile froze slightly as he suddenly clasped his palms together. Under his classic black robe, slippery and evil tentacles also popped out one after another. His aura changed to a certain extent as his body seemed to be covered in a dark cloak. At that moment, Amon became more like the Lord of the Mysteries. However, he wasn't competing with Klein in terms of the degree of awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries in his body. Instead, he was disguising himself to deceive Sapphira Castle and create the corresponding bug to create an opportunity to escape. For the error authority to take effect at the same level, there were often different prerequisites. Firstly, the medium and the target had sufficient similarities. Secondly, there was a certain connection between the two. Thirdly, certain matters and objects had logical contradictions. Fourthly, some of the rules were indeed imperfect. Fifthly, it didn't directly affect the target and instead created an environment filled with error in the form of creating a divine kingdom. In this regard, there were fewer restrictions on fooling, but once the conditions were met, error was even more difficult to prevent. Amon was now taking the initiative to disguise himself to satisfy the first condition. This was just like a virus invasion. First, he had to make the other party think that he was one of them and use this to avoid detection. Then he could paralyze the defense mechanism and achieve the corresponding goal. When a fruit looked like a strawberry, smelled like a strawberry, and tasted like a strawberry, it would basically be considered a strawberry. But in fact, it was very likely that there were exceptions. At that moment, Amon's appearance was like the Lord of the Mysteries, his aura was like the Lord of the Mysteries, his abilities were like the Lord of the Mysteries, and his mental imprint was like the Lord of the Mysteries. Combined with the error authority, it would naturally make Sapphira Castle mistake him as the Lord of the Mysteries for an instant. Suddenly, Klein's damaged divine kingdom of the Fool completely collapsed. The magnificent ancient palace and the long-modeled table inside appeared. The grayish-white fog that was originally beneath Sapphira Castle rose up and enveloped the space. The grayish-white fog split into two waves and collided violently in a certain spot, producing vortexes that tore open a rift that led to reality. The power of Sapphira Castle contradicted itself at that second, as though it didn't know which Lord of the Mysteries to obey. Amon's figure immediately vanished as he used the authority of Dor to rush out of Sapphira Castle. Just as he touched the edge, his body first paused before he flew backward. In the fool's seat, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly. The strange door of light between his eyebrows and around him became more and more obvious, as though it was corporeal. This emitted an unimaginably powerful converging force. Like an invisible hand, it forcefully pulled Amon back. Amon's body suddenly split apart, transforming into countless him. And in front of each Amon, an illusory star door appeared. Silently, the star doors opened at the same time, but in the endless darkness behind the door, slippery and sinister tentacles shot out, blocking the Amon's path of escape. At the tip of these tentacles, resplendent starlight lit up, instantly enveloping the almonds. The almonds couldn't help but gather together, turning into a cluster of concepts. These concepts included, but were not limited to, pointed hats, classic black robes, monocle, fate, time, key, door, bug, and Trojan horse. Klein slowly stood up and smiled at the passively conceptualized Amon. You can also awaken the Lord of the Mysteries as will further, but this is different from death. It will definitely affect the body over at Adam's side. The conceptualized Amon quickly gained a corporeal body again. He relied on the authority of Dor to escape the previous state. With a smile on his lips, he didn't respond to Klein. He seized this opportunity to use the error authority to substitute the fake for the real, using an avatar that he had prepared in the outside world to replace him, and swap positions. This was similar to the position swap of the main body and marionette in the seer domain. However, this was at a higher level, and the principles were different. It wouldn't be affected by most situations. However, Amon still failed. He realized that his error authority had been forcefully suppressed. As Klein slowly stood up, more slippery and sinister tentacles appeared around him. The smile on his face became increasingly exaggerated. Right on the heels of that, Amon's eyes glazed over. His smile froze, and the crystal monocle lost its luster. At the same time, the cold and strange mask on Klein's face squirmed. The effect of blind stupidity. In the next second, he grafted himself with a particular concept in the cosmos, and used the authority of fooling to affect the corresponding environment. The slippery tentacles around him bent like revolvers as they aimed at Amon. In Amon's still-dazed eyes, a supernova erupted. An unimaginable and abnormally blazing sea of light surged out, shattering his monocle and drowning his body. P.S. Updated in advance on Monday. Requesting recommendation votes. Chapter 1425. Behind the endless shadow curtain. In the darkness that shimmered with aqueous light, a young man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face suddenly sat up as though he had experienced a nightmare. Dressed in a classic black robe, he extended his right hand in an attempt to take out a crystal monocle from the void and wear it on his right eye. But this time he didn't obtain anything. His right hand paused in midair for 2 seconds before retracted it and pinched his right eye socket. At that moment, a gentle, calm, and emotionless voice sounded in his ears. To him, there are things more important than life. To you, apart from yourself, there's almost nothing worth paying too much attention to. When things develop to the point where you have to gamble with your life, it means that you have lost. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up as though he wanted to smile and respond, but in the end he didn't say anything. The voice continued, as a natural mythical creature, your lack of a normal anchor is also a problem. This makes it difficult for you to understand, although you know what courage and sacrifice are. Amon's expression changed as he stood up from the darkness that shimmered with aqueous light. He looked at the human-skinned glove that had been thrown to the side, but seemed very satisfied. He retracted his gaze and curled up the corners of his mouth. This seems very interesting. Next, I plan on leaving this place and infiltrating the cosmos. It's much more exciting than reality. Perhaps I can understand the two words you just said. That's very dangerous. Once you enter the cosmos, I won't be able to provide any help before I succeed. However, at the very least, you can avoid him, the gentle, calm, and emotionless voice replied. Amon didn't say another word. He raised his right eye socket and disappeared into the endless shadow curtain. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, as Amon was completely pulverized by the power of the supernova burst, Klein couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If he had a choice, he naturally didn't wish to sacrifice himself to revive the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. He wished to personally protect this world and find the meaning of life again. Of course, if he had no choice, he wouldn't hesitate to awaken the celestial worthy. He was certain that he could do this. Amon knew this as well, so he didn't force him. He only attempted to escape. At the end of the battle, it was a battle of courage. Whoever wasn't afraid of dying would have the absolute advantage. Clearly, Amon had no intention of sacrificing himself for this matter. After heaving a sigh of relief, Klein's face under the cold and strange mask suddenly twisted. Under the translucent, dark-colored cloak, the slippery, evil tentacles that extended out were either slapping the ground or rising high, completely out of his control. He could sense that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings within his body was awakening at an accelerated rate. Furthermore, it seemed to be unstoppable. Even if Klein died with this will and then relied on the powers of a miracle invoker to revive, he wouldn't be able to escape. This was because the Lord of the Mysteries also wielded the authority of miracles. At that moment, Klein recalled what Dark Angel Sasser, the ancient sun god, had said. The primordial has awakened in my body. In the next second, at the spot where Amon's body had been pulverized, beams of light were pulled towards Klein by an invisible gravitational force. Some of them were 12-ringed worms of time, some were insects forged from resplendent starlight, and some were pure points of light. Klein wanted to stop these beyonder characteristics from fusing with him, but he failed due to the increasingly powerful will of the celestial worthy in his body. His body swelled up like a balloon before suddenly thinning into a paper figurine. This repeated without end. The mask on his face became increasingly bright and strange. The slippery and evil tentacles that extended out from under his cloak increased in number as they became more and more uncontrollable. A worm of time beyonder characteristic, a key of stars beyonder characteristic, Klein's psyche felt like it was being devoured by an invisible monster, producing a rather intense pain. In the end, a pair of eyeballs that seemed to be formed from pure starlight, containing layers of illusory doors and a crystal monocle, were formed. They rushed towards Klein's face, heading for the eye sockets of the mask. Almost at the same time, the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black appeared on Klein's body. Sapphira Castle. At that instant, Sapphira Castle, the door's uniqueness and Error's uniqueness had an extremely strong inclination to converge. Once they fused into one, the Lord of the Mysteries would completely awaken and complete his resurrection. Klein suddenly covered half his face with his right hand. His entire body bent down as though he was fighting against another version of himself. With the cognitive positioning and image interference brought about by the believer's anchor, Klein finally delayed the awakening of the Lord of the Mysteries' will, weakening the power of convergence a little. The pair of starlight eyes and the crystal monocle stopped in front of Klein's face. They floated a few centimeters away, like planets orbiting the sun. This extreme imbalance made Klein believe that he couldn't maintain it for too long. Perhaps in a few minutes, or even a few dozen seconds, the convergence would continue uncontrollably, bringing about changes that he couldn't bear. This can also be considered a type of fusion. Klein laughed in an unstable manner. Then he fooled the Trend-Sostal brass book, allowing it to enter a sealed state and fly into the junk pile. Right on the heels of that, Klein left Sapphira Castle and arrived at the astral world formed from symbols and authorities. This place looked similar to the cosmos. It was dark, deep, and vast, but in fact there were many unique aspects. For example, one could clearly see a sun, like star hanging in the distance, emitting normal light and heat. However, if one tried to approach it without suffering any damage, they would discover that the astral world was like a black curtain. The sun was directly drawn with oil paint, and there were a bunch of concepts and symbols gathered around it. Furthermore, the sun wasn't drawn very well. It was like a child who didn't have any artistic skills had randomly drawn it. It was both comical and terrifying. On another level, this might be a manifestation of the chaos and madness of the underlying rules. As soon as Klein entered, he immediately felt invisible gazes. Some of them came from the area protected by the world's barrier, while others came from a wider area. They clearly had malicious intent. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up uncontrollably. He suddenly turned his head and looked outside the world's barrier. He raised his slippery and sinister tentacles. The pair of eyes cast by starlight and the crystal monocle also moved along with it. Suddenly, all the gazes from the cosmos retreated, leaving only a hand-drawn crimson moon hanging there, flashing with light. Ha! Klein laughed as he arrived outside a dark kingdom filled with night vanilla and slumber flowers. At the same time, the Evernight goddess appeared at the edge of the divine kingdom in a layered dress dotted with stardust. Her face was covered with a thin, translucent black veil. She didn't enlarge herself. She glanced at Klein at eye level and raised her right hand, revealing a golden bird-shaped accessory. On the head of the golden bird-shaped accessory, in its bronze-like eyes, layers of illusory doors appeared, allowing a colorless drop of water with a strong aura of eternal silence to fly out and land on Klein's cold and strange mask. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings passively entered a state of eternal slumber. It was the same for most of Klein's consciousness, leaving behind only a tiny bit of lucidity. Under such a situation, he retracted the mask and transformed the cloak into a black trench coat. Then he made the crystal monocle turn into a pair of black gloves, and the pair of eyes forged from starlight turned into a cane embedded with stardust. This was only a change in appearance. In essence, there was no change. Once these two items left Klein, they would return to their original forms. Of course, if Klein stabilized and accommodated them, he could modify the corresponding concepts and symbols over and over again, allowing them to permanently change their forms. This can't be maintained for too long. It's just delaying matters for a period of time. The Evernight goddess gently reminded him, "If you repeatedly use the river water of the river of eternal darkness, the Lord of the Mysteries will awaken even faster. This is because he will undergo an unknown change and adjust his state. Similarly, the uniqueness from Sapphira Castle and my blessings will gradually be erased. You will also enter an eternal slumber." Klein didn't seem to be discussing his own matters, as he smiled and nodded. "Got it," the Evernight goddess said in a tone that seemed to soothe Klein's mind. "On this matter, the methods and actions that Amon has taken have exceeded my expectations. He is indeed the true god of deceit. It's not like you don't have a chance next. You can first try to completely control Sapphira Castle and pull the will of the Lord of the Mysteries into eternal slumber. In your dream, you can resist and fuse with him. I can give you a certain amount of blessings, but the key is still you. There's no ritual to become a great Sunday. No ritual can change the awakening of the primordial will. But the ancient sun god believes that the sequence of accommodations can increase one's self-awareness to a certain extent and increase the success rate of matters. First become a sequence 0 of a pathway, then control and fuse with the Sapphira, and finally accommodate the other uniquenesses. This is the optimal sequence. Becoming a dual pathway true god, controlling and fusing with the Sapphira, and then accommodating the remaining uniquenesses is not a good or bad sequence. Only fusing with the Sapphira at the final step is the worst choice. Klein smiled and said, "This is a good idea. As long as he wakes up, a Lord of the Mysteries will be born. This might be him, or it might be me. Yes, after completely controlling Sapphira Castle and entering eternal slumber, I should be able to make a certain weakness appear in the Western Continent seal, a weakness that can be entered and exited." The Evernight goddess didn't say a word when she heard Klein's words. Klein continued smiling. "This is my choice. I've long expected that there would be such a day when I would finally face him. P.S. Update first, then change later. Today's 2 updates have been sent. The first update on Tuesday will likely be brought forward to midnight. Please recommend me on Monday. Chapter 1426. The Evernight goddess nodded and didn't say anything else. She reached out her palm and gently tugged at a corner of the void. A thin layer of night curtain gently drifted down, blanketing Klein's body as it silently seeped in. Klein quietly felt the blessing that stemmed from the dream for 2 seconds. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. He then took 2 steps back and left the astral world. The Evernight goddess stood at the edge of the divine kingdom and watched him leave. In the next second, Klein landed in the projection of the Giant King's court in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Then, just like Amon, he walked to the edge of the grayish-blue door and raised his hand to create a ghostly blue illusory door. Through this door, Klein entered the forsaken land of the gods. Following the guidance of fate, he wandered to the peak of a mountain range. There was a huge cross erected there, and the cross was shrouded in an indistinct shadow. Klein stared at the shadow for a few seconds and sighed slightly. He bent down to pick up an ancient silver mirror that was placed near the huge cross. Then he turned around and disappeared from the forsaken land of the gods. At the same time, the Worms of Spirit, who didn't need to guard Sapphira Castle, informed him of Queen Mystic's current location. Klein raised his hand and took out the magic wishing lamp from the junk pile. Relying on the ownership relationship between it and Bernadette, he wandered again and appeared on a rather hidden island in Emerald City. Bernadette was flipping through a newly published painting collection of Intis. Just as she sensed something, she saw German Sparrow hand the magic wishing lamp to her. "Thank you." Klein's voice was neither loud nor soft, and he spoke very normally. Bernadette parted her lips as though she wanted to say something, but at that moment, her eyes flashed as though she had seen something or predicted something. Hence, she silently reached out to grab the magic wishing lamp. Klein then took out an iron cigar case with traces of corrosion on its surface. "This is your reward." Even without using the eyes of mystery prying, Bernadette could sense that the iron cigar case was extraordinary. She could roughly guess what kind of corrosion it had suffered. But it was not because of this reason that she chose to accept, but because she suddenly felt that there was no reason to refuse. She only hesitated for a moment before calmly taking the iron cigar case. If he was still in his crazed state from before, Klein would definitely have said with an exaggerated smile while Bernadette hesitated, "Uncle is giving it to you. Just take it." But now he was only left with that last bit of consciousness. He had to work very hard to keep himself from falling asleep. He didn't have the urge to act like a clown. After leaving Bernadette's Emerald City, Klein made good use of his time and wandered to Bakeland. He wandered to Dr. Alan Sirius's home. Will Ossepton, who was sitting among the pile of toys, raised his head and looked at Don Dantes before him. He suddenly teared up and sobbed very hard. I finally sensed that opportunity. The opportunity to accommodate the fate pathway's uniqueness. Klein squatted down and said expressionlessly, "I'm here to help you accommodate them. I will steal your childhood and adolescence, allowing you to instantly grow up. Then, relying on my status that has exceeded the sequence but hasn't reached the level of a great old one, I will help you forcefully accommodate the die of probability. Of course, this alone is not enough to succeed. We still need to fool and exploit the bug. Will Septon's pattering tears suddenly stopped as he muttered in astonishment, "His Majesty, His Majesty." So the two choices are the same. Normally speaking, accommodating the uniqueness of a pathway was either something one was born with, or it required the help of an existence at the level of a great old one, or it relied on a simplified advancement ritual. There were no other possibilities. The snake of fate, Will Septon, clearly didn't have any uniqueness. He could only be considered from the last two options. His focus had always been on carrying out a simplified ritual, which was to wait for an opportunity of fate. Who knew that this opportunity turned out to be Klein's status close to that of the great old ones? In essence, it was actually the second method. With this in mind, the chubby child, Will Septon, cried even harder. He felt like he had been deceived by fate. Get the life school of thought's demigod to send the die of probability over now. Normally speaking, with your luck, the die of probability should be by your side. Klein ignored Will's cries. Let's begin as soon as possible. I don't have much time left. Will stopped, looked at Klein for a while, and said with a slightly choked voice, "Forget it. Let's wait for the next opportunity. In your present state, forcibly accommodating it for me is a huge burden. You might lose control on the spot. I don't wish to face the Lord of the Mysteries." "Yes, next time. I have a premonition." Having said that, Will looked into Klein's eyes. "I have a premonition that the next opportunity will be better." Klein maintained his dreamy expression as his voice deepened. "Is this a prophecy?" Will Septon's tears flowed down again. "No, it's a blessing." Klein nodded slightly, stood up, and retreated step by step. During this process, his figure became fainter and soon disappeared. He returned to Sapphira Castle and sat on the high-back chair, allowing the grayish-white fog to cover his body. After looking around and confirming the state of the crimson stars, Klein leaned back in his chair in exhaustion and raised his right hand slightly. This time, he didn't create the world as a fake person. On both sides of the long mottled table, crimson beams of light soared up at the same time, freezing into the hanging man, sun, the hermit, magicians, and the other tarot members. This sudden gathering had clearly exceeded the expectations of Audrey and company. It left them momentarily stunned and surprised. Before this, although they had come to Mr. Fool's divine kingdom on a non-Monday afternoon, there was a reason for it. They had already known in advance that they would be pulled here. They had either applied for a small-scale gathering in advance, or they had to avoid the full moon ravings, or they had to treat Mr. World's psychological problems. It could be said that, apart from the first time, this was the second time they had been summoned by Mr. Fool without any warning. Even the slowest of them could sense the uneasiness in the air. They could feel that the air had solidified. Thinking back to the visit of the world's German sparrow and the words that Mr. Fool's blessed had said, Audrey, the hanging man Alger, and Zio had similar thoughts. Has it finally arrived? Audrey subconsciously turned her head and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table, only to see that it was empty. There was no one there. Although she was already mentally prepared, Audrey couldn't help but be taken aback. She couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable sadness. In her heart, the world's image of German Sparrow had long changed from a crazy adventurer and an extremely dangerous beyonder to a friend with a cold appearance but a gentle heart. He was powerful, compassionate, and had a mysterious background. He was rather lonely, and he was burdened with many things. She believed that in the tarot, apart from Mr. Starr, she was the one who understood the world the best. And now, this friend seemed to have met with misfortune, leaving behind an empty seat. The tarot had lost its first official member. Where did Klein go? Leonard suddenly felt a little flustered. In this world, this was the only friend he could befriend. Back when Klein suddenly appeared in the southern continent and threw the gold coin into the cathedral's donation box, Leonard already had a subtle premonition. He had a feeling that the other party was preparing to face the judgment of fate and was bidding farewell to the past. This was just like back in Tingen when they decided to stand out and face Magos. Old Man's silence has been a little strange recently. Could something have really happened to Klein? With Mr. Fool's level and status, as long as there's a chance, he should be able to be saved. Leonard's heart tightened as he suddenly turned his body and cast his gaze at Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the end of the long mottled table. This mighty existence was still shrouded in a grayish-white fog, making it impossible to tell his present state. At this moment, Emlyn, Cattleya, and Sun also noticed Mr. World's absence. Coupled with the suddenness of the gathering, they were alarmed and puzzled. They didn't know what had happened, but their intuition told them that it wasn't anything good. As a clairvoyant who had just advanced recently, Cattleya even felt that something was wrong with Mr. Fool. Mr. World isn't here. Zio previously mentioned that Mr. Fool and his blessed are about to face a major challenge. It's very likely that something bad will happen. Magician's Furs was also a little alarmed. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear due to the unknown changes. She once imagined that she would heave a sigh of relief because of Mr. World's disappearance, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Instead, she felt her heart sink and a little terrified. Only then did she realize that at some point in time, the world had become a pillar of support for the tarot outside of Mr. Fool. It made everyone feel at ease when they saw him. Of course, fear was also unavoidable. As Audrey and company turned around and looked at the end of the long mottled table, Klein, who was already the fool, said in a low voice, "This is an impromptu gathering. This is an impromptu gathering. Mr. Fool is very tired." Audrey, who sensed this, felt her heart tighten. She looked around, as she always did, and stood up. After the members of the tarot stood up one after another, Audrey lifted her skirt in a somewhat heavy manner and bowed towards the end of the long mottled table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 1427. I remember that the first time Mysteries asked for monthly votes was when it was published. At that time, they opened a separate chapter specifically to ask for monthly votes. This time, I have to correct my attitude and open a separate chapter to ask for monthly votes to welcome the end. During the double period, it would be a waste not to vote for monthly votes. If I don't vote this time, I won't have another chance to vote for Mysteries in the future. Don't miss this chance now that the voting limit seems to have been relaxed. You can vote for more than 10 votes if you exceed the number of disciples. Perhaps don't give up just because you can't vote. Also, on the premise that it doesn't affect your own life and entertainment, don't lower your quality of life because of it. If you have the heart and remember to subscribe, that's already good enough. I've already paid for the first plus chapter for April. The rest is up to you guys. Today, the second chapter is still at the normal time, 7 p.m.